insanely high a depth window that despite everybody being out yet again and Aaron Gordon now being reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks, as I think we said that should be on a T-shirt, that this should be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks is the theme of the Nuggets season so far. So he is now out for an extended stretch of time. It feels like you're around the corner from getting all of the trio of Cam Johnson, Jokic, and Christian Brown back. David Adelman said yesterday that he's hoping that they're all going to be back before the All-Star break, which is in a couple of weeks. But the way that you've seen people step up in the absence of really good players that you are going to kind of pit your success and failure of the season on, I don't think we can quite value enough the season that Jamal's had so far, the stretch that Peyton Watson's had, and how damn good Tim Hardaway's been off the bench. Now, the nice thing about what's coming around now is it feels like Bruce Brown is starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. Early in the year, he wasn't that good. And it looks, I don't know if it's confidence. You know, Vic was talking about it yesterday. Is it just confidence in sort of the three-point shot and making sure that if you're open, can you knock that down? Over the last few games, that's been way more consistent for him. He's been a lot better at just getting to the rim, in finishing. Like, he's had a 12-point game last night, 16 against Detroit and 15 against Milwaukee. The last time he was in double digits before that was all the way back against Philly on January 5th. So as long as he's comfortable, you can be okay. And the Nuggets, once again, why is the win important? Because you're playing against a bad team, and you know that with a lot of guys out, you're going to drop some games. But can you just keep pace? And right now, they're a half game back of San Antonio for the second seed in the West. We've done this for a month, and the Nuggets haven't moved in the standings, despite not having Joker for a full month, which was previously thought to be completely ridiculous. If Jokic was out for a month in almost any other year that we've seen the Nuggets, their record feels like it would have been something like they would have tumbled down the standings so quickly. And yet here they are. Now, on the other side, the Avs, there's a problem here. The problem is this. The Avalanche are operating like a hockey team who is currently on break for the Olympics. The problem is they have 3 more games before that happens. In the last 3, they've lost 7-3 to Philly. They won 4-1 against Toronto. They lost 5-2 to Ottawa in a game they had just absolutely no sort of jam. And last night was another example. You go down 3-1 in the first period. You are allowing sort of these long passes to lead to breakaways. You're turning the puck over a lot. And once again, the power play becomes almost a negative because you give up another shorthanded goal. And I'll tell you the real issue here. I don't know why this is. Nathan MacKinnon, for the second consecutive game, so last night against Montreal and the game against Ottawa, had no points and was a -3. When your biggest and toughest and most reliable players can't seem to get anything done, I think it speaks more to, like, mentally where they're at than anything else. And the same thing, by the way, applies to Makar. Makar has had no points in the last 2 games, and he's been a -2. I think that they have spent this entire pre-Olympic break building up such a nice cushion that they're allowing themselves to kind of fall into this trap of, well, we'll be fine after the Olympic break. I think they need to win all three of these before. They need to come back on Saturday. When they go to Detroit, they got to beat the Red Wings. Then they got to come back here at Ball Arena against Detroit again and beat them on Monday. And then on Wednesday against San Jose. And then after that, you can take all the break that you want to or get ready for the Olympics, whatever the certain player situation is. But you have to be able to finish this thing better than what you've done. Again, you don't want to spend all of this time building up a cushion leading up to this just to have that kind of dwindle and fall apart with a few games left because you were bored or looking forward to a break. You're still 7 points up on Minnesota with 3 games in hand on them. You're 8 points up on Dallas with 2 games in hand on them. Nobody's particularly close yet, but continue to stretch and build that cushion. Like, the Avs have been straight up not good. Really, ever since Landeskog left the lineup. We did the math yesterday. It was... Now with the loss last night, I believe they're 4-6-2 without Gabe. That's a combination of no Gabe and no Devon Taves and some of that without Ross Colton, and then Ross Colton comes back in last night. It's still, to me, like it's a focus deal. It's senioritis. It's that, like, April before you're about to leave for college and you got exams coming up, you're like, don't really care. Can I just pass these finals and get the hell out of here? Because it's exactly where the Avs mindset is at. And I think that's proven through the numbers of your top players that we just threw out to you. Now, from a holistic point of view, they'll be fine. I think this is going to be something that we forget about as the season goes on. You know, they're so good that I bet you when they return to action after the All-Star break, they'll pick it up again. They'll get to the postseason. Everything will be hunky-dory. They'll look good, and we'll look back at this and be like, yeah, it was a pretty frustrating stretch there, but it happens. Because it's true. I mean, a team can't operate at the clip that the Avs are operating on for 82 straight games. Not going to happen. You're going to have a stretch of bad play. The problem is being bad and playing totally uninspired are two different things. One thing is, hey, I made a mistake here, my fault. Oh, I got a little over-aggressive and I turned the puck over, my bad. It feels like there's a lack of care right now that's frustrating. So that part needs to shift. But I do think we're just going to look back and be like, yeah, bad stretch, oh well. If there's any good news, Brock Nelson continues to produce. He was got you on the board last night to get the game tied up 1-1. But then the game got out of hand in a hurry. He scores, and then immediately afterwards, once again, you put yourself in a bad position. Take a penalty, and Suzuki finishes to make it 2-1 about a minute and a half later, something like that. Then you get on the power play, and you're like, all right, our opportunity to tie things up again. And then Suzuki on the penalty kill scores another shorthanded. Like, as good as I think the Avs are, and as much as I think they are the absolute favorites to win a Stanley Cup, that power play is scaring the hell out of me right now. That can get you beat in a 7-game series if it's at this level. And at some point, I think you just got to admit it is what it is. I don't know how much improvement there is to go. When you're over halfway through the year, it's kind of like you got what you got. And I asked this question to Bednar at the end of the interview, but there was so much noise happening surrounding him, he couldn't hear it, and he had to go to a meeting. So I'll ask him again when he joins us next week. But they have been very, very aggressive over the years at the trade deadline, acquiring talent, trying to get this team in the best position to win. Does this feel like a season in which you're mostly comfortable with the lineup and you just have to make a couple of simple tweaks? So it's something I want to talk about a little bit later. 303-504-0925. The big news yesterday, Davis Webb withdrew his name from the Raiders gig. We can all make some assumptions about what that means. There's only one head coaching vacancy left. That's the Arizona Cardinals. I mean, I'm expecting there to be some announcement of him being the Broncos' new offensive coordinator. But is there a longer-term plan to this? We'll get to it next. Tune in all next week as Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. So, the Davis Webb withdrawing from the Raiders job thing is interesting because I think the Raiders really wanted Davis Webb. He is a 31-year-old coach who is very highly in demand. When you can find a younger coach out there that you trust to be capable of running a franchise already, it's rare. It's happened before. Sean McVay is certainly an example of that, where Sean McVay, I think right around the same age, was given the keys to the Rams, and we know how that worked out for him. But Davis Webb is highly respected and coveted within NFL circles. The question to me now becomes, if he's pulling out of that job, he is certainly not going to Arizona. That is not happening. So he's staying here, you would think. But why would he stay here if he's not given truly the keys to the offense? And I don't think it's a small detail that Sean Payton, when this offseason opened up, the story that emerged about if Joe Brady was available to be the offensive coordinator, he would have considered giving up play calling duties. I don't think that's a small thing. Is he willing to do the same for Davis Webb? And if you value him on this staff that much, you should at least consider it. Now, again, because we don't have the inner workings and what the relationships are within that building, what people's job responsibilities are, we just kind of think of the offense as Sean Payton's thing. It's just his. But if you're willing to keep Davis Webb around, that means you have to be at least considering that. Here's the other thing. I know it didn't totally work out this way, but for years, it felt like Josh McDaniels was promised to be like the heir apparent in New England. He kept staying there and then kept going back despite getting other opportunities. A big reason why that whole debacle where he took the Colts job and then didn't take the Colts job, the assumption there was he's going back to New England because they told him when Belichick's gone, he's going to get the gig. Obviously, didn't work out that way. But I wonder if you keep Davis Webb around because in a few years, like how much longer is Peyton going to go at this? How much longer is he going to do this? He's 62. I have a list here, the oldest coaches in the NFL, in the history of the league. And I'll give you that along with sort of how things ended for them. So you've gotten a few coaches that have gotten to 69 years old. Bruce Arians was one of them when he was in Tampa. Dick Vermeil was that when he was coaching the Chiefs in 2005.
Nice.
Tom Coughlin in 2015 with the Giants. Belichick obviously got to 71 with the Patriots. Then it was Marv Levy at 72. George Halas all the way back in 1967 was 72. Romeo Crennel, that disastrous year that he had in Houston, was 73. And then the latest example is a guy who just got fired in Las Vegas, which is Pete Carroll at 74. Sean Payton, 62. He'll be 63 next December. Does it look like he's slowing down at all as a coach? No. But is there some sort of thing you can say to Davis Webb of take over the play calling duty, take over as OC. By the time you're 35 years old, Sean Payton's going to be 67. Maybe we can start doing a transition. I don't know, maybe. That's the beauty of having a coordinator like this who's super young that is going to get multiple cracks and opportunities at head coaching interviews. But I do think for him, it's got to be some level of, I need a higher responsibility. I need to be able to call some plays. And is Sean Payton willing to do that? I still kind of think to myself that he's just not wired that way. He's got to be in control. He has no problem looking at the defense, staring at Vance Joseph and being like, dude, you got that? Okay, cool. Not to say he's not involved in anything defensively, but he has extended enough of that responsibility to Vance Joseph where his focus has been just almost solely on the offense. And I think he acknowledges that the offense wasn't good enough. It's part of the reason why he made the changes that he did with Joe Lombardi and with Kerry Colbert. He really, really wants to run the football better. And I've stayed kind of like stalwart on this throughout his entire tenure here when people were telling me over and over again that he is unwilling to run the football and doesn't have the stomach to commit to it. I don't think that's true at all. I think that he just doesn't have what he thinks is the proper personnel to do so. And it's been like that for a while. And that depends. Do you think it's running game? Do you think it's scheme? Like, what do you think it is? He was talking about this in his sort of exit press conference about the run game. Give me some volume there, Nelly. I'm playing hotkeys. I hear nothing.
There's probably a series of answers to that. I feel like we're far enough along with the RPOs and some of that, but when we want to run it under center and control a game, we've been able to do it a few times, but not as much as I'd like. That'll be one of the points of emphasis that I think that we research and look into heavily. I want to play from the gun, but I also will always want to play with a two-back or multiple tight end mindset, have that flexibility, and I think it's one of the key things we have to do this offseason.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
I need people to go back and research. For those who thinks he doesn't want to run the football, then explain New Orleans to me. Explain it. 1,000-yard backs every year, 2-3 guys getting, 100 and some carries a year. They had a season. I'm trying to think of all the names that were there because I think it was like Ingram, Sproles, Chris Ivory, like all these different guys got carries consistently. He is not somebody that wants to throw the ball 50 times a game. He'll throw the ball. He'll do it a lot. He'll use those little short passes as an extension of the run game, but even that works way better when you're able to run the football consistently. Like, I think the priority this offseason for them has to be getting a running back that can stay healthy, one, but two, is capable of being a playmaker. Again, I was fine with Dobbins, but Dobbins just isn't trustworthy with health. And it sucks to say that about somebody who seems to work hard and all that different stuff. It's the truth, though. Look at what's been his sort of thing that's held him back his entire career. He's always been a good back. He's always averaged like 5 yards a carry. He just can't stay healthy. Texture says, his play calling is still but. I think what they need is weapons, legitimate ones, in the backfield and in the pass game. Like the pass game, it's been bright and in a spotlight on display for you during the course of the playoffs. You don't really have a go-to guy. And I know that they had some injuries that, Brian had the concussion stuff going on and Franklin banged up his hamstring and all of that. That's not Puka Nacua. That's not JSN. Like, I think it's a necessity now that you need to have a go-to guy. You have to. Because whenever things start to get a little bit more cramped and a little bit more tight, who are you looking for? And the answer late in the year was kind of like, you're looking for Bo Nix to use his legs. It's the reason I think you would have won that AFC Championship game if he played. That even when the weather got bad, I thought his ability to take off and run would have eclipsed whatever the Patriots put on the table. But do you have somebody that's just open? And, like, I don't know if any of these receivers are necessarily that. 303-504-0925. Something else to keep in mind. There's a really important player on this team that is one of the few that is not locked up long-term with a contract. And it begs a different discussion. This was George Payton the other day on restricted free agent Jaquan McMillan.
Great story. DMac, we got him as a college free agent. And I remember his first year, we started him outside against the Chargers in the last game of the year. And I'm just like, oh, man, he's 5'9". He's going to play outside against his receivers. And he played a great game. And you're like, wow, maybe we have something here. And then he's just gotten better. Run game, pass game. We're going to work through that as a staff in that deep dive and kind of go through that and just keep that in-house.
Here's the issue. And I call it the Jaquan problem. It's a nice problem to have. He's a very good player. He is someone that I would take on my team any day of the week. Works hard, plays his ass off, makes plays for you, and seems to have a really, really high ceiling just to make life hell for the opposing wide receiver. But if he comes back, he's going to play nickel. And you're probably thinking, well, that sounds good. What's the problem with that? Again, not really a problem. But does that mean Jahdae Barron doesn't play again this year? Does that mean that the guy you invested a first-round draft pick in, 20th overall, goes another season where he gets 5 snaps in a playoff game? And it's not even, according to the law firm of Payton & Payton, that's not even due to the idea that he's not good. Everything we hear about Jahdae Barron is that he's excellent. Okay. So a really good player is basically not going to play for 2 straight seasons?
And by the way, Brett, we may have cursed him. Because you remember, when we try to come up with funny bits about a player, doesn't go well. Like you and Marty had, yeah, boy, for AJ Boye.
Yeah.
And you remember we said
he got injured immediately.
Exactly. And then he came back, and then he got suspended for using PEDs, and then he was gone. And you remember we said for Jahdae.
That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to play that, and there was no opportunities.
And I pulled so many variations of T-Pain. I was ready, man.
We got to stop doing it. Because now that I'm thinking about it, like, we did the hype train thing for Bull, and then Bull was nothing. We made the Michael Porter Jr. rap, and it ended up in a championship. That one kind of worked.
All I wanted, though, was for Jahdae to have a pick 6 or something, and then
of course.
That's all I wanted.
But you guys understand what I'm bringing up here is that if you bring back Jaquan McMillan, good. He's a good player, and it would be great to have him. But then what happens for year 2 of Jahdae Barron? He sits again? Seems odd. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Hey, guys, if you don't have an idea for dinner, I got one for you. Golden Flame Hot Wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, in 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Texture says maybe he'll be trade bait Yeah, I don't know the rules on this, but I know if you sign somebody and then try and trade him immediately, there's like cap ramifications to it that would just seem a lot more silly. Unless you're talking about Barron, which I don't think they would do that. Because you would not get near the value. Nobody's trading a first-round pick for a guy who's drafted 20th overall and has barely played. That you're giving up on before year 2 even starts. No, that's not going to be the case. Again, there are worse problems than saying this. Hey, your cornerback room's so deep that even good players can't get on the field. There's plenty of teams that they have the opposite problem. They're like, I don't get a corner I can trust. But it is an interesting, like, sort of what do you do here? You bring back DMac because that guy is trustworthy and has proven that he's worthy of a contract like this and worthy of playing time. Or do you do basically what Minnesota did with Sam Darnold last year? Be like, hey, man, you had a good year for us, but we drafted this guy, and so we're going to go to him. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Back after this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday, although no football this weekend. We're still in the middle of football season, though, kind of, sort of.
The real Football Friday was the friends we made along the way, Brett.
Yeah, exactly right. I saw, like, Drake May's been limited in practice because of a shoulder problem. Let me ask you something. Drake May did not look good at all in that AFC Championship game. And I'm talking before the weather came in, when it was just a little bit cold, before the snow. He couldn't make a throw. And I sort of chalked that up to big moment, road playoff game, nerves kick in, that sort of thing. Was he hurt? Was that the problem? Maybe it's a combination of both. I have no idea. But if he is like, I don't remember at any point in the game where he got like lit up. I know he got sacked 5 times, but I didn't see any moment where it looked like he got hit and then he started, hanging his shoulder or grabbing it a little bit more. Perhaps that's something that he had for a while. And he was just gutting it out in the middle of that game. Because I will say it was very odd when, the guy who was probably the most efficient passer in the league this year, 72% completion percentage, did that while throwing the ball downfield, was not just dink and dunk. When he couldn't make a throw that was on time or on target, was an odd thing to witness. And I kind of think maybe he was banged up in the middle of that game. Which, God, we're going to relitigate this forever. Shows you just what an opportunity you had. Like, the thing that sucks the most about where the Broncos are at, because it is going to be so hard to get back here to that moment that they were in. I know that the Broncos with Elway did that over and over again in the 90s. I know that Pat Mahomes has been in this thing over and over again. I know there's some teams out there. The Patriots did it for 20 years. You don't really get opportunities over and over and over again to be in the position the Broncos were, hosting an AFC Championship game with your home crowd against a team that I think had a banged-up quarterback who couldn't throw all that much. And the bummer of it all is you get that hellish news after the divisional round immediately after with no time to kind of celebrate that you're going to lose your quarterback. And I know we all tried to talk ourselves into Jarrett Stidham and he'll be fine and all that different stuff. Reality is it's a backup quarterback who hasn't played in 2 years. And that's just kind of the position that you're thrust in. But you had this opportunity on a silver bleeping platter to get to the Super Bowl, and you got hit with some bad luck. Because let me tell you something right now. I am pretty much convinced at this point that that shoulder injury did not crop up after the game. I think he was playing through it. I think that Vrabel played some injury report games where he didn't want to let anybody know that his shoulder wasn't feeling right. I think there was some screwery there. And because of that, like, if Bo Nix could have done the same thing, if Bo Nix could have played through his injury in the same way that I think that Drake May did, I think the result's different. I think even if he's playing, at 70%, if he didn't break his ankle, but he severely rolled it or something like that, you just got hit with the worst luck at the worst time. But him being limited, there's no other thing for me to assume other than he probably had that going into the game. Because again, despite the fact that he took some hits in that game, it looked more than just, hey, I'm playing in a big spot and I can't handle the bright lights. I don't think that was solely the problem. By the way, Nate Hackett has a brand new job. He has signed on to be the quarterback's coach in Miami, with his head coach being Jeff Hafley. By the way, Nelly, which clip was it again? Oh, did we get rid of it? That's my bad if I did. Which clip was it again about Peyton taking a shot at Hackett? I think I just made you delete it, and that's my bad. See if you can dig that up for me.
You did, yeah. It was because they were asking him about how I'm trying to think about the exact context, but the point is it was training camp, and it was about finding a balance between pushing hard in the offseason and actually wanting to play in pads and hit each other versus maybe taking it a little easier in the offseason. And he used that to take a shot at Hackett, because you remember when Hackett was here, training camp was field day. They were doing dunk takes and hot dogs instead of putting on pads.
Well, I still remember, dude, when we were at training camp, we were watching that year with Hackett. And then that same year was the Detroit Lions Hard Knocks, which, if you guys know anything about Dan Campbell, he is a Sean Payton disciple. He is everything that Dan Campbell has done has been straight from the Sean Payton handbook. And that includes practice. So here's what he said.
I like how we balanced it right now, though. I mean, meaning if we're second in the NFL with fewest games missed, man, that's extremely important. Now, I think more importantly, all right, Dre, Cortland, Wednesday might be just a NIR rest day. I think I can be better in that area.
I was going to say keeping them fresh for a 20-game season now.
Yeah, but I think the ladder, we know what the ladder is. You guys saw the ladder in 22, where there's over 125 players missed games because of injury. No one played in the preseason. There weren't ever pads on. Yeah, we're never doing that.
Yeah. And I mentioned Dan Campbell because when we were at the training camp, that was the Detroit Lions Hard Knocks, and it's like the first episode, you watch them like obliterating each other. You're like, wait, what? That's what's going on somewhere else? And what's happening here? And honestly, I didn't know what the correct approach was. You know who's never had his guys play in the preseason, ever? Sean McVay. Is his team pretty good? Seems like it. Like, I'm not even saying that there's a proper or improper way to take. I think a lot of this has to do with luck. But it's also like, is your training staff good? Are your guys prepared? Are they keeping their bodies in shape? You know, he talked about building calluses. I do think there's a certain extent you have to do that. Like, if you want to practice tackling, do you know what you have to do? Tackle. You have to. But again, it's, a texter says this. When it goes to, I'll just read it. The Broncos got lucky all season. It was time for the pixie dust to run out. Talking about, the Knicks injury. There's a certain extent I agree with that. I think you got extremely lucky. Put yourself in positions to be lucky, but you did. I can guarantee you one thing. The Broncos in one-score games next year are not going to have the same record if they have that many of them. It's almost statistically impossible for an oblong-shaped ball not to bounce the wrong way a couple of times. It's just it. Even if you look back at that Buffalo game, were you lucky there? You can say you created the turnovers, and you would be correct. But you didn't do anything to make Josh Allen miss Dawson Knox. And so they had a very good season. I think that they supremely overachieved. Given what they looked like. And if they want to be in the same position next year, their offense has to be miles ahead of what they were before. So 303-504-0925. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. The Nuggets are back tonight at Ball Arena. Tune in for pregame coverage of Nuggets and Clippers at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law with tip-off just after 7. So we'll get back to the double dipperoo that was last night. One good from the Nuggets, one bad from the Avs. By the way, I wanted to get the back-to-back here on Bednar's postgame. So this was him against Ottawa the other night.
Yeah, flat. Almost the whole team. I don't want to group everyone into that because it's not accurate, but the bulk of our team flat.
Here was his opening comments after the game last night in Montreal.
Oh, we played better tonight for sure, no question. More competitive, more involved in the game, more intensity. That's part of it. That's where the game starts. It's like a requirement if you want to win. I think we had that. Didn't love our game at times, and at other times I liked it, but we're just having trouble putting the puck in the net. We're having trouble keeping it out of our net right now, too.
So certainly a different tone than the one he took against Ottawa. Bottom line is, this team needs to play a good 3 games before the Olympic break. They can't just sort of backpedal their way into this and be like, yeah, whatever, we have this huge cushion. You've earned that. Don't lose it in the few games that you have before you get this break. So we'll get more into that in a second. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude S on their search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery, free pickup, the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Download or subscribe, I should say. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I know no football games this weekend, but we're still in football season. We're still in football mode.
Need to redo that open. That's too old. I just noticed that. Those little takes, they're all like 5-6 years old. Let's go ahead and change that up.
Doesn't it show you how we've grown?
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
By the way, I'm doing something I never do. I get tennis on in here. I'm watching Yannick Sinner and Jokic in the 5th set. It's pretty good. Pretty good stuff.
Oh, let me turn that on. I forgot about that.
I'm not a tennis guy, but those are two names that I recognize.
I got you now, huh?
No, well, it's two names I recognize. It's in the 5th set. Yeah, I'll tune in.
All it takes is some recognizability, and you're in. I mean, it's a great sport when you know who's playing, and that's why it's so different today than it was like, and I hate to go back there, Moshe, remember the 80s? You'd watch all.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. But it's tied 2-2 in the 5th set. It's really good. Anyway, double dipperoo last night. One good, one bad. We'll start with the good. Clutch Jamal last night, late in that game, 4th quarter. Some big shots were hit. It was a really cool sort of moment. Like, my overall thing was, I know they did the Michael Porter Jr. tribute video in the first break and all that different stuff, and having Porter back and being celebrated was cool. It was a really good sort of look on what you miss and what you've gained. And here's what's funny. What you gained in the Porter trade, at least for a 1-to-1, was Cam Johnson wasn't even on the floor. But it was basically him and Tim Hardaway Jr. firing off threes back and forth to each other last night. I mean, Porter finishes with 38 points, 7 of 15 from 3. But it's funny. It's like Porter leaves, and that's something you no longer have. But then you have this thing, Tim Hardaway Jr., who just has been on fire this entire season. Do you guys know that this is his most efficient three-point shooting season of his long career? Is here in Denver this year?
Feels like it. He was terrific last night.
He deserves to be in the three-point contest, and he told me he wanted an invite, so he's waiting for one. I'm not sure when they come out. It's got to be any time now because they've already invited the dunk contest participants. So it would be – don't you guys think? I mean, I'm trying to – Nuggets fans, help me out. Who is the last Denver Nugget to get invited to the three-point contest? Is it the guy whose last name starts with an L? Starts with an L. Why is that name escaping me right now?
What?
Yeah. Yes, starts with an L.
What year? What are we talking about here?
Chauncey was the last one.
Oh, Chauncey played it in.
2009, 2010.
All right.
Wow.
Then you're probably thinking of Vashawn Leonard?
Yes. Vashawn Leonard was in it. There's no reason.
The only other two are Dale Ellis and Michael Adams. So there you go.
Who was it, Vic, that tried to shoot a deer in his backyard in Cherry Creek or Cherry Hills?
That was Vashawn
Cherry
Leonard.
Creek.
I don't think that's allowed. I don't think you just.
Allegedly.
Right after that, he got an invite to the three-point contest.
Yeah. Are we talking
Well,
allegedly?
did he hit
or did
it? He sounds like he's pretty accurate.
He's shooting three-point baskets and three-point bucks, baby.
Dude, it's like he pulled out a 9mm, walked in his backyard, and tried to blow away some deer.
Get some jerky.
In Cherry Hills Village. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not joking. Dude.
Oh, it's a true story.
I mean, that's nuts.
I mean, he moved to Denver. He wasn't aware of all the rules. He saw a wild animal.
Trying to blow it away. Anyway.
Okay, so he was born in Detroit. I understand that Denver's different than probably what Detroit is. I don't think just because you had wildlife in your backyard that is free reign. What? I threw a grenade at it. Why can't I do that? It's my house.
Dude, I don't know. When I saw that story, I remember that. Vic, that's got to be 20.
Well, that's a long time
ago. Got to be 25 years ago, right? At least something like that. More than that. When was he here? 6 years ago?
Well, he participated in that dunk contest 04-05.
Yeah. Okay,
so 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
So what are you, just for curious, what are you allowed to do if you have a wild animal in your backyard?
We have
coyotes and lions here.
You cannot shoot a weapon within city limits.
Hang on, though.
You cannot do it.
I don't think anybody's going to get after you if you shoot some sort of mountain lion in your backyard. I don't think anybody's going to fault you for that.
All right, timeout. Hang on a second. Somebody says, I'm almost positive he was shooting at birds, not deer. No. He said to the police, there were deer in my backyard. I tried to blow them away. Something to that end, right, Vic? Help me out.
I don't remember the details. I just remember the story.
Yeah.
But hang on, if if law enforcement is listening to this show, am I allowed to shoot a mountain lion if it's in my backyard? What if my dog's back there? What do I do?
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
I got to let my dog get eaten?
I don't think you can fire a weapon. No. You're in a city limits. I don't think you can just start firing away.
I'll tell you what. A grizzly bear shows up in my backyard. I put 8 bullets in it. Take me to court. Let's see what the jury says.
What if you mistook it for Moser?
Okay. There's a difference between a grizzly bear and Bambi prancing through your backyard.
A mountain lion's not something to mess with, bro. They can kill you.
Understood. But
I'm
Bambi
saying a
can't.
deer. Yes, you can't shoot at a deer. I said a mountain lion, and you said no. I'm like, what's the difference? That thing is a threat to my life.
Couple things as we move on here.
Think you've been charged with buck slaughter tonight?
I don't own a weapon. I would simply lure the animal into my sauna, turn it up on high, shut the door, and let's see what happens.
Give it a towel.
You'll come out. You come back out. Little antler's going to be sweating. He'll have a towel around his waist. A couple things. Do you know how hard it is to find an NBA game on Canadian television?
Why? They have an NBA team. They should. So you didn't get a chance to watch the Nuggets?
I did not.
Yeah. Well,
but I did get a chance to follow along as it was going along. I need some help here, and I'm really proud of them for the 107-103 win.
It's very,
I know
hang on.
Stink.
Very
I know when
important.
PJ got off.
Very important detail. Just remember what you're going to say, Moj. I'm a local cop. Yes, you can blast a mountain lion who's attacking your dog.
Okay, that's fine. Good. Thanks. How about a deer who's eating your flowers? No, you can't do that.
Well, what if it's a threat?
Brett lives in Aurora, as I do. Who doesn't shoot firearms in their yard? You're also a fellow Auroran. I will accept that. We can talk like that in our town.
After your 6-shooter going after anything.
We can talk like that in our town. That's fine.
Buck slaughter tonight?
I'll tell you what, Brett. How many weapons do I own?
Dude, Jamal Murray's so sick of me asking him stupid questions.
Ask him that next time. If a mountain lion's in your backyard, Jamal, you going to blow that thing away? Sorry, Mose. Go ahead. Go ahead with the game. I'm sorry. I derailed.
No problem. No. Real quick on this silliness as we begin on a Friday at 7 in the morning, and you guys are idiots. I own several weapons. Why didn't I bring them over, and we'll just start blasting stuff in your backyard? How do you think that's going to go?
Sounds like
whatever. I mean, blast whatever you want to blast.
Sounds fun at the time.
You know,
I'll set up my little remote, camera bird feeder, and let's just start blasting.
So, Moj,
Jesus God,
you know me.
You're a moron. You're so dumb.
I'm afraid of that. I'm just afraid to even touch that stuff because
I know you are.
I'm soft.
I know you are.
My wife.
That's fine.
My wife grew up in Texas. Yeah. She'll fire away, man. She loves that.
100%.
What she's Tiana Taylor in one battle after another, just pregnant.
Yes. She'll go. Yep. She'll do the 6 paces with you.
Okay, I need to know this though. It's the craziest box score I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
I think I know where you're going. Yes, please.
The hell happened to Spencer Jones last night?
Dude, him and Jalen Pickett, 2 of your starters combined for 1 point.
Yeah, they're not shooting the ball. I noticed that last night too. And
Vic, stop. Sorry, hang on.
Yeah.
15 minutes, 1 point.
Yeah, they didn't shoot.
0 for 2. Hang on.
Yeah, they didn't shoot. They just didn't.
1
rebound.
rebound.
Didn't tip shots.
In 15 minutes, he was a minus 23.
You're going to have games like that. I mean, what's your point?
I've just never seen that before. He was a minus 23 in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know,
nobody else was even minus double digits. I mean, what happened when he was on the floor? What happened?
If you want to look at a stat, and by the way, a big story involving the Broncos here and coaches, I'll get to here in a second. But if you want to look at a stat from last night's Nuggets game that's going to blow you away, do you think Michael Porter Jr. really wanted to put a 40 or a 50 piece on the Nuggets? He attempted
100%.
last night. He attempted 28 shots. No other Brooklyn net got to double digits in shots attempted.
He was on
it, basically said,
he was on
give me ball, give me ball, shoot ball.
Yeah.
28 times.
He was on it, though, man. Like, he was making his shots.
Yeah.
I mean.
How was the video? Was it good? Was it a good video?
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, it's to be expected.
Good. Yeah, of course.
By the way, because there is Broncos coaching news that we'll get to in just a little bit, Moj. You said what's going on or what happened with Spencer Jones last night. How's this for a stat? After the loss last night, Nathan McKinnon has gone 2 straight games with no points and was a -3 in both.
Yeah.
So what the hell is going on there? You want to talk about Spencer Jones? How about Nathan McKinnon?
Get me to the Olympic break.
Yeah, no kidding.
Get me there. Get me there.
Now, I wanted these side by side. If you guys remember, this was Bednar's opening comment after the Ottawa game a couple nights ago.
Yeah, flat. Almost the whole team. I don't want to group everyone into that because it's not accurate, but the bulk of our team, flat.
This was Bednar after last night's game.
Oh, we played better tonight for sure, no question. More competitive, more involved in the game, more intensity. That's part of it. That's where the game starts. It's like a requirement if you want to win. I think we had that. Didn't love our game at times, and at other times I liked it, but we're just having trouble putting the puck in the net. We're having trouble keeping it out of our net right now, too.
Let me take a holistic view to this, Mosh, because I mentioned this after the Ottawa game. I'm like, this looks like a team that just wants to get the hell of that break. Like, they don't have the same amount of discipline right now.
No, not at all.
More than that, though, I think overall we're going to look back at this and be like, that was a weird little stretch of games, because I think they're going to be fine. I'll tell you what's scaring the hell out of me. We're well over halfway through the year. Well over it. And at this point, you just kind of are what you are with things. This power play can get them beat in the postseason, especially if they continue to give up goals while they have the man advantage. That was their
doubt about it.
That was their 9th shorthanded goal allowed on the year, by far the most in the league.
Yep, ain't no doubt about it, Brett. They work on it all the time. Constantly work on it. I don't know how in the snot it's not better than it is. Because, and again, last night, the first power play, they couldn't even get set up, right? They give up a shorty. It's like, oh my goodness gracious.
Bigger than that.
There was some puck luck last night, too. I mean, listen, they were not good defensively. Some good puck luck, though, for the Canadians last night.
That's true, but, like, again, the Avs are so talented and so good in so many areas that they are and they should be the favorite to win a Stanley Cup. That is going to get you beat, though. If you can't execute on the power play, and more than that, you're giving things up more than you're scoring lately on the power play.
Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah.
Listen, it's pretty obvious that they have let go of the rope a little bit before the break. That's abundantly clear. They got to reconvene after this February break and get to work. They've lost 6 of 8. I mean, that's a run that we haven't seen in quite some time. 6 of 8 they've lost. And they're now only, they're 7 points. The lead ahead of the Stars is only 7 points. They do have games in hand, but that's as low of that deficit was once double digits, and it stayed double digits. It's now down to 7 points.
Yeah, 7 points. They still got 3 games in hand. So if you add those, quote, 6 points, because what I always do is pretend that they've won those games, the 3 games in hand.
You can't pretend anymore the way they're playing.
Agreed, Vic. Agreed. We got a pretty big break coming up, though. But if, let's say, you get those games in hand as W's, that's a 13-point lead. So you're not the good part is, and this is me excuse-making a little bit, and this is me optimism a little bit, you've built enough cushion that you can withstand a rut like this. They're in a rut, dudes. They've lost their mojo, and they've got to find their mojo again.
Well, I think that's where they are. They're now 4-6-2 without Landy
and Devon Taves.
Both.
Yeah. Taves got hurt in the Carolina game. Landy got hurt in the Florida game. So, I mean, it's the same trip. It's the back-to-back situation, right? Yeah. So, I mean, it's like, look, they've got to find something. They really do.
Well, you know what? Books can be written about this, and I'm sure somebody can write this book.
I'll record it.
The power play is such a mystery to me that you can have a problem with a championship-level team, and they know the problem exists. They've been working on it, and no one can seem to figure it out.
No.
It cost a coach a job. No one can seem to figure it out.
Vic, I'm at morning skates practice. I see them work on it all the time. And I think they need to shoot more at times. I mean, listen, again, there's obviously an issue. I see them work on it a lot, and sometimes it looks phenomenal. And you know what? That second power play last night actually looked pretty damn good, and Dobish made some unbelievable saves on it, right? You're like, you got to be kidding me. You even when you do things right, you can't get rewarded. It's just it's the the rut you're in, the luck you're having right now. It's just the way it is. And by the way, that is no excuse. You've got to keep working. Hopefully, when the break hits, and you've got 3 games before the break, so nobody can just sit around and goof around. Hopefully, you're going to come back with a renewed, sense in your brain if you're the Avalanche, and things will start clicking. Hopefully, because right now, Brett, it just ain't good.
Hey, you can tune in all next week as Vic is going to be live from Radio Row in San Francisco, and that's all thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado Grown, Colorado Owned, Colorado Off-Road, goodness, online at cooffroad.com.
Don't tell me what to do. And don't tell me where to be.
You don't even know where you're going to be. You have no idea. Do you know how far it is from where you're going to be broadcasting to the actual Super Bowl itself? Do you know how far that is?
Oh, I probably won't visit that site.
You're not going to the Super Bowl, right? At all?
No, coming back that Friday.
Okay, good, because it's far.
Oh, I know. I've been there. I went to Super Bowl 50. I know. Thank you.
Really?
Yeah.
Great.
I made the trip. Uh-huh.
So, some Broncos news, by the way. Davis Webb removes his name from consideration for the Raiders gig. Does that mean Davis Webb, offensive coordinator for the Broncos? We'll get to it next.
I've talked to you for some time about my low testosterone. I had a physical some years ago. Doc says, hey, you're getting a little bit low there. I said, what do I do? It's kind of getting up there. I said, no, I don't want to do that. And I was not going to wait because most men wait a year or longer to treat their low T. I was not going to do that. And right now at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, if you've got low T, not only can they help you with that, but they're combining therapies, including 4 targeted body composition plans. You want to get back to feeling like you. You want to get back to where you want to be here in 2026. You need to call them right now at 720-440-7900. These body composition plans, they all feature the GH peptides, the NAD pluses, the GLP-1s, the PDAs, and much, much more. And they're all designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, accelerate fat loss. And when you combine that with your low T treatment, man, it really, really helps. Bad sleep patterns go away. Unproductive workouts go away. Decreased energy, brain fog, and more. All that goes away. So do yourself a favor. As I said to you before, give them a call at 720-440-7900. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. I am one of them. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. That number one more time, 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, so 2 bits of Broncos news here. So, first of all, a couple days ago, Joe Lombardi was let go, and that is like longtime corporal within this little fraternity that Sean Payton has in his coaching staff. He's been somebody that's been with him for a long, long time. And then the news came out today that Pete Carmichael has been hired as the offensive coordinator in Buffalo under Joe Brady, and that is another guy who has been right there, right-hand man of Sean Payton for a long, long time. So 2 of his most trusted guys are now gone.
2 longtime lieutenants who were his eyes and ears on the offensive side of the football. Both offensive-minded guys, all right? One fired, the other one essentially went on to get another job, which tells me the Broncos want new eyes, fresh eyes. They want fresh eyes on the situation. And I don't know if Sean Payton was prodded into that or if he decided to go that direction. What do you guys think?
I don't think that people are going to prod Sean into much of anything. I think, look, I mean, Joe Lombardi said it. He was in one of those moods, you know? Like,
well, someone may say something to you, get you in that mood. You know, I mean, listen, we're all guilty of fixating on things that maybe are tired and old, and you need a fresh set of eyes. Everybody gets to that situation. You know, things get stale. The same thing every time it gets stale.
Are you saying, like, if he really wanted to keep Carmichael, he would have made him OC here?
Yeah.
I guess that's fair.
Pretty much.
Or do they value Davis Webb so much that, I mean, look, Davis Webb pulling out of the Raiders job pretty much tells you he's probably going to be your offensive coordinator, right?
Both are true is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be by just title alone. And I'm wondering if that conversation is, listen, I'll gladly stay here, but it's not going to be one of those situations that you had with one of your other lieutenants where I just had a title. I want, you know, who knows? Is he going to be the play caller? That's going to be the question.
Well, I'll tell you again, the rumors that came out before Joe Brady was signed on as the Buffalo head coach was that Sean Payton was really curious about if he gets let go in Buffalo, as the rest of the staff would have if they brought in a new regime. The report was he was willing to not only make him the offensive coordinator, but to possibly hand over play calling duties. Do you do that with Davis Webb? And here's the thing, like Davis Webb has gotten a whole bunch of attention, Moj, and he's been somebody who's been widely coveted for a 31-year-old across the league. I think the Raiders probably wanted him to do it, and maybe Davis Webb is thinking to himself, I'll wait for a better situation down the road somewhere. But if you want to make him offensive coordinator, yeah, it can't be in title only. I think he's like, did you see the amount of attention I got? If you want me to stay here, I want some responsibility in this. I want a hand in it.
Yeah. I think that if you're a coach who has, excuse me, aspirations one day, at the age of 31, Davis Webb has a long runway in front of him. Mm-hmm. But if you have aspirations, you want that next step, not passing game coordinator, not quarterback's coach, not, gopher, whatever you want to call it. You want to call plays. You want to develop your own set of skills and move on from there. I don't know what's going to happen here because for the life of me, I cannot imagine that Sean Payton would want to give up play calling duties. I just can't believe that at this point in his career and with so much on the line here in his second coming as an NFL head coach with the Denver Broncos, that he would relinquish that task. Now,
a lot of coaches get there, though, Moshe.
I was just going to say, this is, I guess, I don't know, this might be silly to say out loud, but just talking. Davis Webb is half the age of Sean Payton.
Right.
Sean Payton is 62 years old. I actually went last night and I Googled the oldest coaches in NFL history. Not much make it into their mid to late 60s. And could this be one of those things like you give Davis Webb this job and then you're like, hey, we'll provide a little bit of a runway and maybe an opportunity 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line when you're 35 to take over. Right. Like, could this be one of those things?
I just think a fresh set of eyes, a youthful exuberance, not doing it the same way every time, those things matter. I mean, it matters in every line of work. It really does. You need youth. You need the two youths. You need them.
I'm sure that
A healthy work environment in any line of work is one that is sprinkled with young and old and everything in between. It's the best way to go about it. By the way, Jokic is 1 point away from his 25th major championship. He's about to win the Aussie Open.
No. This is to play Alcaraz.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a semifinal.
Yeah.
My bad.
This is to play Alcaraz.
My bad.
I tell you what. I don't watch tennis really. I don't watch tennis really ever. Jannik Sinner's his serves look like they go 200 miles an hour.
I'm going to tell you something right now. I could put you on the other side of that court. You wouldn't even touch the ball.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not. Dude, Djokovic can't touch it. And he's okay at tennis. He's all right.
He's all right. Here's match point. Back, forth. Back.
Right. We don't need to do the play-by-play.
Back, forth. Sinner, down the line. Jokic, backhand.
Touchdown.
Sinner, forehand.
Touchdown.
Jokic into the net.
So again, I don't know exactly what this
means.
means.
I'm leaving early today. Thank God. Brett, I don't know what it means. I really don't. But I'm so curious as to the motivation behind all of this. Maybe it's all Sean Payton. I can't imagine for the life of me now that Greg Penner would be sniffing into the coaching staff and how the hierarchy works and who calls plays and so on and so forth, because you're paying Sean Payton $18 million a year. You know, no matter what happens with Sean Payton in terms of the contract, his toes are still tapping. Now, there's no doubt he wants to win. That being said, you know what this reminds me of, Vic? If you go back, so Bo Nix apparently, doggone
fix that.
Yeah, fix yourself.
Fix that.
Fix your face and your throat.
Do you know how long this thing hangs on in your chest? Do you know how long it lasts, it lingers?
Couldn't care less.
Yeah, please tell me more about friggin' tennis.
If you talk about your medical history,
I'm going to cuss
about
at your
Sinner.
I'm going to cuss at your face today so hard.
You talk about your little throat thing, and then I'll talk about Sinner.
What's the guy's name?
Okay.
Jack what?
Jannik Sinner.
Jack what? What was that from? Oh, my God.
I don't know. That's just one of those things I dug up during the emojis. Jack what
Bo
is
Nix,
doing a pretty good job.
Bo Nix, it apparently is a situation where he and Davis Webb get along really, really well. Do you recall what it was like for Mike Shanahan being the OC and working with John Elway under Dan Reeves?
He was the go-between. Every coach, every head coach pretty much has a go-between to the quarterback and him. There's got to be like a safety ramp there or something. And that's exactly what this is.
I mean, are we assuming that he's coming back as the OC? Is that what we're doing here?
Well, I mean, these jobs are being filled. The only one that's really left is that Vegas job, I should say.
Well, and he took himself out of that. So, okay, here we go.
Texture says, I think DMac brought this up yesterday. Parcells delegated work as an older coach and wasn't a play caller.
He did.
Could be why Sean Payton is willing to do that as an older coach now. Could be. Very well could be. You know, it's just, I think of Sean Payton as a control freak. And, I mean, Parcells definitely was a control freak, too. I mean, he wanted to do that. It could be just one of those things like maybe a younger assistant understands the game, the current game a little bit better. Mm-hmm. I don't know. You know, there's a whole bunch of things that Payton talked about that he wanted to do better. And running the football was one of them. And I keep bringing this up, but I'm like, Sean Payton is not somebody throughout his history that has been averse to running the football. He had like 3 different backs at all times in New Orleans that ran the football a ton. But the only other option here I see for Davis Webb is if he doesn't get this OC job, then he gets an OC job somewhere else. And I know people are saying that Arizona still has a vacancy there. He's not going to Arizona. I don't know who wants that job.
You know, I sort of know what Sean Payton's going through because you get older, mortality starts to smack you in the face, and you don't want to be told, oh, well, you know, you need a fresh set of eyes here. You don't want to be told that. You want to believe I still got this. I could still handle this.
That's great.
I don't need you to take the wheel.
That's great, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
Exactly. I knew that was coming. But that's what you want to be. I think people can relate to that. They can relate to that. I got it. I've done this for years. Oh, no, we got somebody else to handle this. No, I got it. And that could be taking place. By the way, Jokic beat Sinner to advance to the semifinals. Jokic is getting very emotional.
He won the semifinals, not to advance.
I'm sorry, to advance to the finals. Why? I'm wondering why Jokic is getting so emotional. This is the tournament, the Aussie Open, where he was denied entry during remember during COVID?
Is that why?
Yeah, they wouldn't let him in.
Right, mute Moser's thing if he's going to not wear his headset. Can't take the echo. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know. Why are you upset, Moser? Was it good? I even said, look, I don't watch any tennis. I don't watch any tennis, and I think it was fun watching.
Yeah, Moser's not a sports fan. That's the truth of the matter is he's not a sports fan. He's forced to do a sports show, but he doesn't understand sports.
Yeah,
I know
tennis lost me. Tennis lost me a long time ago. Yeah. I'm sorry.
We just had a 4-hour match
sit here today
in a major.
4
hours.
Okay. You know what? Just because you go up to the club and you bang the ball around with your wife doesn't mean you're a tennis guy, you dork. Golly, what are we doing on this Friday? Again, I'm leaving the show early today. I've got to catch a plane to Detroit. I got to go through customs to get there.
I don't care about your personal life.
I understand you don't. I don't care about your tennis life.
This is sports. I talk sports on this show. And that's a big match. It's a major.
No, you don't talk sports. You talk Italian on this show. How's your aunt doing today, Vic?
That was yesterday.
Yeah, Moj, you going to give us another pole dance on your way out?
Yeah, you still got that
bed. You still got that bed.
You're still in that same room.
I'll
queue up the cherry pie for you.
That entire trip, Ottawa, Montreal, has been such a waste of time.
All right, listen, James, seriously, Moser, it's sports. All right, hang on a second. I swear to God, if you tennis freaks come at me today, I'm going to lose it. All you tennis geeks, I like tennis. Head. All these different rackets and crap. Yonex. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing tennis today.
What are you doing,
Moj? Force.
What are you doing?
I'm flying to Detroit. Number one, you can't force me to do tennis. Mm-hmm. You can't force me to like tennis. You can't, beg me to get on your tennis freak app or whatever it is.
Nobody cares if you like tennis.
Springer's not going to coerce me and badger me into betting on tennis.
You're not athletic enough to play tennis. We know this.
My ass.
I'm not. I would die.
You'd get your ass kicked. I'll beat you left-handed.
Any day, any time.
You don't want that, Moj. Trust me.
Yeah, I want
you
to
swing. I know you swing.
I want every bit
Brett,
of it.
Brett, please tell him.
Moj, you and me don't have the requisite cardio to do a tennis match.
I don't need cardio to be fit.
Moj should be on all fours.
I would be. I would play it would take 2 serves, and then I'd be on the ground. I'm not even kidding. Guys, this is how bad my cardio is my entire life. When I play baseball, let's say I banged the single to right field. If the pitcher picked off twice, I was out of breath, done for. Picked off twice. Diving back to the bag and getting up off my feet, my coach then would be like, hey, picked over twice is a good time. You should steal. And I looked at him and go, nope, I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it, bro. You don't want me to do
Jason,
this.
I can't believe we're doing this. Jason chimes in. Moser's a bum hating on tennis for no reason. Tennis is 100 times better than golf.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves there, but it's a sport that deserves respect. And just because Moser can't stand it, can't play it clearly, doesn't mean it's not a sport.
You know who really needs the Olympic break to get here is Moser, because as the Avs continue to lose, you've become more and more grumpy. You every morning you're grumpy because why? The Avs aren't playing well right now. That's why. So they need to figure it out. The Avs are officially ruining Moser's happiness on our show.
You've been a mess all week.
Can I give you my version of tennis, please?
No, we're not going to hear you yell like Monica Seles.
Yeah, I want Monica Seles.
We've done this.
is pretty good.
Oh. In fact, I would bet good money. My wife, if she played you in a tennis match, would not only beat you, she would hold you love in a 2-set match. I'd put money on that.
Love, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Your wife's holding us love. Double love. Anyway.
Double love.
303-504-0925.
And the fact that they use, instead of saying zero, the fact they use the word love, lame.
I actually don't like that either. It's a little too much. Here, let me tell you how chauvinist American I am. I was trying to figure out how fast these serves were from Yannick Sinner in this, and I saw behind him they have 194 kilometers an hour, and I was pissed.
Yeah,
I was
know.
like, what does that
doing
even
the
mean?
math.
What does that even mean?
I agree with you. That's where
I was
it
like,
stops
I
for me.
understand it's in Australia, not in America, but give me a translation up there.
100%.
Oh, my God.
If you're going to broadcast this on American television, I ain't doing the math for you. Figure it out.
I've got the tennis nerds absolutely all over me.
Deservedly.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Come on, tennis nerds. Let's do it.
It just shows that you lack just basic athleticism and coordination.
It's true. It's me. 303-504-0925. Back after this. There's that sound I love. It's the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You can participate in all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life, all of it. And you can download Tulatero and register with the code MAGIC. And if you do so, you receive a free credit to play your first lottery game tonight. Mega Millions, $303 million up for grabs. So download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. The Nuggets are back at it tonight at Ball Arena. Tune in for pregame coverage of Nuggets and Clippers at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law with tip-off just after 7. Hey, I was thinking about this. Might have an explanation for something that we pondered after the AFC Championship game. Did you guys see that Drake May's been limited in practice every day with a shoulder problem?
He got hurt during that AFC Championship. You could see it.
I don't know if it was during.
Really? Well, it got exacerbated. It got exacerbated during the game because he got up slowly a couple times. Malcolm Roach hit him once.
Yes. What I'm saying is he looked bad from the start. And I'm almost wondering, did they do some hiding of some injury stuff before that game? Because we all know this. Drake May, the entire year, 72% completion led the league. He threw the ball downfield. He averaged the most yards per attempt in the NFL. And he couldn't throw a ball on time or on target at any point during that game. Do you think that maybe he had an injury, that maybe it wasn't the lights were too bright for him or the road environment was too much for him to handle as a young QB? Did he have a shoulder problem that they just were trying to have him gut through it? Because I think that might have been the case. Because he looked so bad that part of me thinks there had to be something wrong with him. Had to be.
Could be the case. You know, these guys are all injured. You saw at the end of a season, guys going for surgeries, right?
Yep.
Josh Allen had the same situation. Nobody knew about it, but he went in for surgery. A little cleanup.
Josh Allen?
Could be. Hey, you don't think Matt Darnold's hurting? Or Sam Darnold?
Yeah. That oblique.
Are you telling me you think it happened against the Chargers a week earlier?
Who knows?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Or 2 weeks earlier, I should say?
I'm pretty sure that if what I'm alleging is true, which I don't know, it's an allegation, baseless. But if that's true, that is skirting the rules, isn't it? Don't you have to list somebody on an injury report if they have an injury?
Yeah.
Brett.
Well, here's the thing.
Brett,
so the
Brett,
Chargers game.
I mean, technically it is against the rules.
He came through fine. The Texans game, he had a hell of a game against the Texans. He had 3 touchdown passes in that game.
He wasn't that great against the Texans. They just kept giving him the football in plus field position. He really wasn't that good. He fumbled like 4 times against Houston. I'm telling you, I think he might have been hurt heading into the game.
You know, you're right on this account. He has not looked nearly the same in the postseason as he did in the regular season. Not even close. He's been turnover prone, and he hasn't been able to throw it downfield like he did during the regular season.
Like, part of me, it's just, not to keep going back to this. If Nix didn't break his ankle, let's say he just sprained it hard, and he was like 70%. You win. I can't get it out of my head. I just really can't. Like, do you know how difficult it's going to be? Because there's a whole conversation that gets brought up a lot. I had somebody do it in the appetizer today about that term luck, right? And luck can take a whole bunch of different forms. It can be like what you perceive of the Broncos at the end of games, like getting lucky in these comebacks. It can be just health. Like the Broncos, despite the injuries that they suffered, especially the big one with Bo Nix at the exact wrong time, they have been very lucky on the injury front over the last couple of years. Now, Sean Payton attributes that to the way that they go about their business. This is what he said. It's when he took the shot a little bit at Hackett at his press conference when he said this.
I like how we balanced it right now, though. I mean, meaning if we're second in the NFL with fewest games missed, man, that's extremely important. Now, I think more importantly, all right, Dre, Cortland, Wednesday might be just a NIR rest day. I think I can be better in that area.
I was going to say keeping them fresh for a 20-game season now.
Yeah, but I think the ladder, we know what the ladder is. You guys saw the ladder in 22, where there's over 125 players missed games because of injury. No one played in the preseason. There weren't ever pads on. Yeah, we're never doing that.
I always think that's funny, by the way, the way that you go about it, because I remember the Hackett year. If you guys remember, we were at training camp. We've been watching. They haven't hit each other all camp. And then that first episode of Hard Knocks came out with the Dan Campbell Lions, and we're like, dude, what? That's happening somewhere else?
I think I said to you that next morning, Vic, I think I said to you guys, oh, my God, you've had more guys taken to the ground in one episode of Hard Knocks than all of Broncos training camp combined.
You know, this is interesting, that this whole debate about managing injury. I am of firm belief, and I'm probably going to get some pushback on this. Luck is involved more than anybody knows. Everybody, the science.
For sure.
Oh, do this, do that. Let me tell you something. You can have every scientist in the world line up, and some of the injuries that the Nuggets have gone through are not preventable. No scientist is going to have Spencer Jones land differently on Nikola Jokic's foot. No scientist is going to change the way Christian Brown ran into James Harden. Some of these injuries just aren't preventable. It's bad luck. And when teams hit that stretch of bad injury luck, there's nothing you can do. The Avs are in one. It's the same. You know what? You lose Landy, you lose Taves, you start to lose top-notch players, and look what happens. Look what happens.
There's no excuses about this at all. But team chemistry is an interesting thing, and it's very important. You have two Olympians, who are not they're not on the ice for you right now. Two Olympians.
Yep.
That matters. And it's more than just their play on the ice. It's what they mean in that room. I don't think there's any coincidence that you have those two guys, those two Olympians off the ice, and things look and behave different for the Avalanche right now. Now, it's no excuse because they should be not giving up 7 goals even without those guys. But you know what I mean. It's like dynamics change a little bit. And in the NFL, you can lose a guy to injury and maybe another guy comes in and, he can get to the quarterback pretty well, just fine. But you change the dynamic and the chemistry, and that affects everything.
Yeah, I don't know what the proper way to go about this is. I will tell you this. I think that there is a benefit to doing hitting before the season starts. Like, if you want to practice tackling, you actually have to tackle people. And he mentioned something Sean Payton did about building calluses. I think there's something to that. But then I also look at, there's a team and a head coach that has never, ever, in 7 years, played his starters in the preseason. And that's Sean McVay. And they're pretty good. They've always been good. And so it works for them.
Well, they've also got Matt Stafford. I mean, they've also got a Hall of Famer.
Before that, they had Goff, and they made a Super Bowl. Like, it's just, I don't know what the proper thing is. I do get what he's saying, though. And I think that it is just a huge factor of luck that goes into it, too. And
What were you saying in the appetizer hour about Stidham? I don't want to rehash this crap, but you were saying something about Stidham, like, I guess we all just believe too much or something like that. One of your Kaneisms.
No, all I was saying was I think that Drake May was hurt. I think he was playing hurt during that game, and we just didn't know it. And the bummer is we thought that Stidham could be just okay, and he wasn't. Stidham was bad. He had 2 good early throws, and that was kind of it.
Injury luck sucks. Injuries at the most inopportune time are the worst part of sports because deep down you're like, all right, the other guys can do it. Yeah, they can carry. Yeah, they can for a while, but you reach that point of no return. I'm telling you, the Nuggets are pretty close.
Yeah, we'll get to. Speaking of injuries, we'll get to that. Yeah,
you got to have your studs in there if you want to go to where you hope to go. You got to. And Bo Nix getting injured when he did, and we'll talk about it years to come, the worst possible luck the Broncos could have. The worst.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
Yeah, there's really, I don't even know if there's a precedent for it. I don't know if anything's been quite like that before.
I mean, think about this. If Bo doesn't hurt himself, this team is going to the Super Bowl with a damn good chance of winning the Super Bowl. Not just going there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, look, the Seahawks would be favored over either of the teams that left that AFC Championship game, but you'd have a really good shot. You would.
Like, if they had stumbled in, if they win that game with Jarrett Stidham as the backup and everybody's happy.
Instead of the pick, Stidham hits Mims on a big throw and they win. Yeah.
You're going to be happy to be in the Super Bowl, but you're just not going to feel as confident as you would if Bo's the quarterback. It's just, it's no knock on Stiddy, but there's a reason Bo's the starter.
Yeah. What's your problem? What's your face doing, Moj?
Whoa.
Yeah, your face like
this
that.
This is a sports program, correct?
Yep.
Oh, my
God. Oh,
God.
no. Yeah. So here's the news. This is from Yahoo Sports. 41-year-old Lindsey Vonn was airlifted from a downhill race in Switzerland after she crashed into safety netting when she fell landing a jump. This was to be Vonn's final event before the Winter Games. The severity of the injury is still unknown.
Yeah, not good.
Wait.
So, what?
Like, this is...
No, this is like Lindsey Vonn was airlifted from a race, yes. So the details are still murky on what exactly the injury is and what's going on. But once we get more details, we'll send them to you. But that's awful news. Again, Lindsey Vonn airlifted after running into safety netting and failing to land a jump. Again, the last event before these Winter Games she was going to participate in. So
well, she was clutching her left knee. The race, which was held in difficult conditions with low visibility, was canceled after her crash.
Okay, so a texter says this. I'll take your word for it. She skied down to the bottom of the hill. They airlifted her because they wanted her to get to the hospital more quickly, not because it was crazy serious. So if that's the case, then that's good news.
Okay. Also, I mean, this is a sports program too, right? I just saw this. It's incredible. Vic, you got to help me with this. Okay. In women's cricket, the Gujarat Giants
shut up. I can't take you seriously with your bed.
In 41 WPL matches to opt to bat after winning the toss.
All right.
Competition for a place in the eliminator heating
All
up.
right. Yeah, you can cut him off.
The
now.
Mumbai Indians.
Yep, just go ahead and shut that down. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports. You can listen.
We're going to talk about women.
No, cut him off. We can listen. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com.
Hey, bobsled. Let's talk bobsled when we come back. Can you bobsled?
Back after this.
Hi, Vic Lombardi here. I am a doctor of sport. I know nothing about furnaces. Not sure I even know where the furnace is located, but I do know who to call if something goes wrong. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Right now they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection, preventing breakdowns, improving efficiency, and ensuring that your furnace is safe to run all winter. So, if you have a problem, just go to the pros. AAAtoday.com. Schedule an appointment as soon as you can. That's AAAtoday.com.
Okay, we were talking about injuries. And
1, 2, 3, 4.
I want to get to the Nuggets injury situation in a second. But you guys have seen Craig Berube's face, haven't you?
Yeah, it's like Moser face.
Yeah.
He's got this giant U-shaped cut from almost like temple to temple on the top of his head. And 2 like black eyes. And you're like, what the hell happened? Well, this podcast, Nasty Knuckles is what it's called, I think.
What?
Yeah, it's the name of the podcast. I don't know. What do you mean, what?
Nasty Knuckles. Who's on it?
I have no idea. Riley Cody?
It comes from a site called Bro Bible by a guy named Slice Bread.
The thing is, though, they found out what happened to him. They said it was an accident. And I'm like, what kind of accident could happen? So he was doing, like, I guess, an inclined. Look at his head.
Yeah.
He was doing, an incline press.
Looks like he had brain surgery.
That's what I'm saying. They said he was doing an incline press that was up with the bar, and he said lost control of it. The bar came down, not only clipped the top of his head, but Vic, it came down with such force that it said it peeled the skin down.
No.
That's why it looks like that.
Nope.
And if there's something that I understand about foreheads, and especially when you're working out and your blood's pumping, your forehead bleeds a lot.
Yeah, it does. It's thin.
And then
Really thin.
your blood's pumping. He said there was blood everywhere.
You've been there, right?
There would be.
You've been there, right? Brett, I'll talk to you because I'm not sure Moshe's experienced this. You've been at the gym, and you've done a bench press, and you accidentally overextended yourself, and you're stuck with the bar, and you can't move, and you're begging for help.
That slow drop as it continues to come back down to earth, and you're like, "There's nothing I can do here."
And it's not going back up. And now you're looking around, and you're like, "Okay, what do I do?" Because it's not coming up.
It's not help though. I'm not looking around for help. I'm looking around in embarrassment. I hope nobody sees this.
Oh, they see it.
Because
corner of the eye, they see it.
You got one option. It drops on your chest, and you do the slow roll all the way down to like your belly, and then you have to sit up. Like it's miserable. It's terrible. But yes, I've been there before many times. Because what am I going to do? Ask for a spotter like a baby?
Yeah. Moshe, it would be like you when you're picking up a big burrito at the gas station, and it's all over the place, and you need help because it's fallen. It's one of those big gas station burritos. You can't control it, and you're begging for help.
I said during the game the other day, Craig Berube, by the way, was a tough hockey player. He's a tough guy. That looks horrible. I said it looked like he got booted in the head by a Clydesdale.
It really does. I mean, just obliterated.
You know what I mean? Yeah, he just it was an accident. It's tough. He's a tough guy. Something. When I'm not going to talk Maple Leafs hockey, but something's weird with that club. I think the makeup of that team, even though they have very good players, I think the makeup is kind of funky-dunky.
Yeah.
That's my own opinion.
Hey, speaking of injuries, we welcome AG again to the reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks
Vic,
club.
This is a problem.
You think?
Now let me get serious about this. This feels like something that is. I don't know that this goes away. What is up with his hamstring? What is happening with the hammy? And shut him down till the postseason for all I care, because this is a problem.
You could see it on his face. He is concerned, and he is very disappointed.
Yeah.
And if you know Aaron Gordon, he's been working his ass off to get back. And sometimes you work so hard to get back and you feel fine, and then the same thing happens time and time again. And I don't know, and this is why I go back to injury luck. I don't know what you do here. When it happens 3 times now, these are 3 strained hamstrings in 8 months.
Yeah.
Okay, 3.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know how you fix it. I don't know if there is a fix. And I'm sure there are a lot of folks in physical therapy that listen to this show, doctors listen to this show. I asked around. I really did. I did my due diligence yesterday. Anybody who's been through muscle pulls, muscle strains, you get to a certain age and it becomes... It's more touchy.
Yeah,
it happens a lot. The muscles just don't respond. They're not as flexible. They're not as elastic. And I don't know what he does here, because my worry for Aaron, he's going to work to get back, all right? 4 to 6 weeks, he'll be back.
Yeah. Right.
You're going to be watching every game just every time he runs, right? You're going to be like that.
For sure.
And that's just human nature now, even if he's healthy for the playoffs.
Let's go back. Rest doesn't seem to even work, because this happened last season, and we saw him limp through the postseason.
And then early this season.
Then he feels good. Then he feels good. Then he comes back. Then he re-injures it. Then he's out, 7 weeks, and then he comes back, and he looks good. Then he re-injures it. Now reevaluated again in 4 to 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is a year-long thing. Yeah. This is not good, Vic.
You're going to get these texts, and again, CJ writes in, Aaron Gordon never heard of stretching. And
no, I don't think he has, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if you're joking. I don't know if you're just being a beef. Do you understand the amount of work these guys put in to try to prevent these injuries? And I've seen it. They go all day rehab. It's not like us. Hey, I pulled my hammy. I'm just going to chill for 3 weeks. They're working to prevent it again. Yeah. They're doing everything they can. I mean, they're doing science type stuff, and it keeps happening. And
I don't think, look, any measure they could take to prevent this for him, especially now that it seems to be more of a chronic issue, they're probably doing it. I think it's just maybe that's how it is. And you're just going to hold your breath every time that this guy takes off and goes on a full sprint. Like, maybe.
I would rather have, if you give me a choice, would you rather have a broken ankle or something like this? I'd rather break an ankle.
Well, when the bone heals, it heals.
Exactly right.
By a million. Listen,
exactly
I've broken things.
Yeah, break a finger, things. Break an ankle, break my face. Break my face.
Barubi
me. Yeah, Barubi me if you want. But when you start having chronic muscle pulls, the body makeup, your gait, the way you walk, everything's impacting it. And I don't know how you fix it. And it really,
you're right.
It really scares me, because do you know that the Denver Nuggets, I'm looking at this team right now, and here they are, 3rd place in the West.
Half game back at second.
Yeah, they're moseying along. They've won 7 of their last 10, playing good basketball, right? And they're doing it with whoever's available. Do you know that the starting 5 that they opened the season with, those starters that we haven't seen forever, they won 8 of their first 10 games. They're 8-2 as a starting 5. 8-2. That's pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
8-2.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them since November.
That's crazy. Well, Adam gave an update, by the way, with PhD on Jokic.
Yeah, no, he's progressing at a positive rate. I would hope that he plays before the All-Star break. The hope is, outside of Aaron, who's obviously going to be out for a while, those other guys, the goal is to see them all play before that break hits. When they do come back, they're going to be on restrictions. It'll be a math problem that I have to figure out.
So, I mean, that's part of it, but you just want to see this team as close as they can get to healthy now with AG being out. That reevaluated 4 to 6 weeks thing again. By the way, they also followed up, said, is Jokic going to the All-Star game?
Will Joker go to the All-Star game?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
He'll go to the All-Star game. Yeah, right. I mean,
the league's going to make that happen.
Guys, okay. I think he's got to go.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Hey, Joker, take a couple days off for the All-Star game.
All
League
right,
goes, yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Isn't that like,
man,
do you have to go to the All-Star game even if you're hurt? Is that part of the thing?
I think it is. I mean, they're.
So this isn't the Pro Bowl?
The Pro Bowl. It's not the Pro Bowl, bro. But I guess,
where they ask somebody, hey, you're a Pro Bowler, how does that feel? It feels like my back hurts now, is what it feels like, actually.
Yeah. Well, when it was a free trip to Hawaii for you and your family,
True.
That was one thing. Going to Santa Clara and hanging with Vic kind of sucks. So, no offense. But no offense. No, but in all seriousness, Vic, 6 weeks from now is somewhere in March, early March. I don't know what you have to do, and I don't know how long you can shut him down. Maybe you shut him down and give him a couple games before the regular. I mean, he's going to be reevaluated in 4 to 6, not playing, reevaluated.
It's not only that, guys. It's when you're missing a piece, right? A very essential piece. It applies pressure on the guys around him, and who knows if they can stay healthy? Because now what happens is, all right, Peyton Watson. As soon as other guys come back, Peyton Watson is going to fill that role left behind by Aaron Gordon, right? Well,
yes,
he's getting a lot of minutes right now. Well, how does that affect him down the line?
He's also like not really a 4 either.
He's not. It's a chain of events that's taking place that you just don't. You want health, man. When health is apparent and you have a healthy team and you're ready to roll, everything feels great. You can make do, but you can't fix this. You can't.
Yeah. Again, I go back to the Avs, and it's not. I mean, you're missing the guys. You're missing the leadership. You're missing the calminess. You're missing all of that. But you also put guys in positions that they're not designed for or not completely designed for. So now you're trying to patch here and elevate here and so on, and it's just off a little bit, and then you lose your mode. Things compound. The fact that the Nuggets are doing what they're doing, and Jamal Murray's having an all-star type of year, is kind of phenomenal when you think about it. It really is, Brett. I mean, this is really it's really an awesome thing.
Also,
by the way, when do we find out that Jamal gets his all-star or not? When does that happen?
Sunday.
Should be any time now.
Sunday it'll be broadcast.
Well, then let's get on it. I mean, just on the Peacock. Well, listen, find your peeps at the Peacock. Let's get the inside dope and let's get this over with because the guy's an all-star. He's kicking major butt.
You know what saddens me about and it's not sad. I misused that word. What irritates me is that the Nuggets were somewhat healthy if they didn't have this rash of injuries. If you look at the standings, Oklahoma City lost again last night. They lost to Minnesota. They're beatable, guys. They're not that team that opened the season like, oh, my God. They're beatable.
Sure.
And we're going to get our first look at OKC Sunday night. The unfortunate part about it is you're not going to have your full staff to contend against them. You're just not.
It's going to be hard to judge.
Do yourself a favor. Go to your text line real quick.
Yeah.
Look at the text from Loretta.
She on you again?
I mean, she's right.
Yeah, she's right. And because the Avs are playing poorly,
the Avs look like bleep.
They do. Because they're playing poorly doesn't mean you are excused to come in and act like a jerk on this show like you have all week.
What beef do you have with Loretta's text? She's correct. So what are you saying?
Yeah, why don't you like the truth? When the Nuggets play like crap, I say it. I'm not afraid to say it.
I have absolutely no problem saying it. They are not playing well.
So what's the problem? They'll fix it. They're fine. They're going to be fine.
So what's your beef?
They're going to be fine.
I don't like that woman's attitude. I just don't. I don't appreciate it at all.
Well, how would you like her to issue that statement? What's a proper sentiment that makes you feel good about the Avs right now? How should she put it?
The Avs are not playing well, but Moser looks so handsome on TV.
Would that make
Is that
you
what
feel
you
better?
want? Is that what you want?
You know what? I don't know what I want. I just don't want that.
Okay, yeah. Sound like an easy man to please. 303-504-0925. By the way, Vic had a chance to chat with MPJ. We'll get to that a little bit later in the program. But there is going to be a decision. Now, it's a good problem to have, but it is a problem with the Broncos and their secondary. I'll get to it next. Tune in all next week. Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. So this isn't an issue. This isn't a problem. In fact, it's a good problem to have, but it's a problem nonetheless. There are almost everybody that you wanted on this Broncos roster that you consider key and core pieces to your success. Most are under contract long-term. Find the names. Your Surtans, your Bullses, your Zach Allens, your all the different people, Benitos, that you think are essential to success are under contract. There's just a couple that aren't. One is John Franklin Myers, and we'll see what happens with that. But here's the other, and this is an interesting case. Jaquan McMillan, who I think played his ass off this year and has every year here in Denver. This was George Payton a few days ago talking about he's an RFA, but talking about Jaquan.
Great story. DMac, we got him as a college free agent. And I remember his first year, we started him outside against the Chargers in the last game of the year. And I'm just like, oh, man, he's 5'9". He's going to play outside against his receivers. And he played a great game. And you're like, wow, maybe we have something here. And then he's just gotten better. Run game, pass game. We're going to work through that as a staff in that deep dive and kind of go through that and just keep that in-house.
So, what's the problem? Here's the problem. If they sign Jaquan back, great. He's a great player who played really well, who's a hard worker, and he goes 110% every snap. So does Johnny Barron just sit on the shelf for another year?
Well, you have an excess in the secondary. There's nothing wrong with having too many players, I guess, if you can afford them. That Johnny Barron is on a rookie contract, so it's not as bad as holding on to somebody that's high priced. I don't. It's funny because when you mentioned McMillan and we talk about his background, how he's undrafted and all this, you're not in the AFC title game without him.
No.
You're not.
Nope.
He has something that a lot of players find it takes years to possess. He has a clutch gene about him.
Yes, he does.
A defensive back with a clutch gene. We've seen it several times now. Him making big plays late. Dude, you do whatever you can to hold on to Jaquan McMillan.
I agree. I totally agree. But it makes the choice of Johnny Barron even more confusing then. That we're going to go a second year of a guy who was drafted 20th overall that can't get on the field. And the reasoning isn't that the guy stinks. None of them think that. They think he's good, but he just can't get on the field.
But isn't that sort of the best case scenario, though? I mean, just because you draft a guy and he can't get on the field, it's not because that guy sucks. It's because the guy in front of him is playing so damn well. That's a best case scenario, isn't it?
Like I said, it's a good problem to have, but I do think it's a problem nonetheless. I'll give you, I know it's not an apples to apples thing. You know who faced a similar situation last year was Minnesota when they had Sam Darnold and they drafted J.J. McCarthy. And they looked at the situation. They said, we just drafted this guy. What was he, 11th overall, something, 10th? And they said, are we really going to sign a quarterback to a long-term contract to where he can't get on the field? Then what are we doing? Why did we make the choice? So they decided, we'll let Sam Darnold walk, and now Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl, and Minnesota's offense stunk. It's just, it's a weird situation to be in, is all I'm saying. But I think Jaquan McMillan, if you don't bring him back, I think it'd be foolish. He's really good.
I think if you had to revisit last year's draft, if they had to do it all over again now, they probably would have taken an offensive player, likely a running back. But hey, again, injuries happen, things happen. It's okay to have excess talent. It really is.
I mean, don't you want to keep it together as much as possible, though? Isn't that the idea on that side of the football? I think you need to get better on the other side of the football, but isn't the idea that you just try to keep it together as much as you possibly can? And I'm not saying just run it back, but this guy's a player. This guy's a really good player. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I would do all I can to try and make it happen. That's what I would do.
I think people are misunderstanding this. They're saying, what's wrong with depth? There's nothing wrong with depth, but you don't draft somebody 20th overall to be your fourth corner on the team is all I'm saying.
Yeah, not use him. Right.
That's all.
Although, but again, maybe if you're talking about Jade and his ability, maybe he's getting better and better, and you can afford to spend that money elsewhere to improve the other side of the football. It would seem to me if you're going to use a first-round pick on a guy, eventually he has to play, even if you like the guys in front of him.
Yeah, That's kind of how I feel about it now. There's also a lot of these coming here. Keep him and trade Riley Moss. I guess this is just going to be a hill I die on. There's always one guy for each team. You know, it was Porter for all those years with the Nuggets. It's Sammy G with the Avs, and I guess it's going to be
It was Will Barton.
Well, no, but the guys that I defend who catch grief all the time. Riley Moss is going to be the guy for me now. It has to be. Like, I really don't think that you guys understand how difficult the job is that he has to do every week and how well he did it. I don't think you guys get it. Riley Moss was, like, forget not even close to bad. He was really good. Really good. He had moments in which he got caught a little too handsy. Fine. Riley Moss is an incredibly good and capable corner that you can't just automatically replace with somebody.
I'll tell you what. You put any other corner on that other side of Surtain. Go ahead. Anybody. I don't care who it is.
Most we watched
That guy is going to get picked on, and that guy is going to have some PIs, and that guy is going to give up some plays, and that guy is going to make some plays. I mean, Riley Moss ain't a problem. He's not anybody's problem. I'm sorry.
How many different AJ Bouyes and who are some of the other corners that played opposite Surtain? It was Bouye, and who's the other guy that hurt a lot too?
How many years ago?
Just like 3-4 years ago. Because they tried over and over and over again Fabian Moros and all these different guys. How many of those did you see before Riley Moss was Damari Mathis? They tried that for a second. How many different guys?
Dude, the secondary's fine. This is not an issue. I mean, we're wasting our time talking about that.
Oh, but Vic, I hate when people talk about Riley Moss as if he's just some expendable guy you can get rid of and replace.
Everyone's got to have a piece, a pinata to bang on.
Ronald Darby was the other guy I was thinking of.
Yeah, Ronald Darby was a guy. That's correct. Darby.
The issue for the Broncos right now, and it's not even an issue. It's certainly. It perks your ears when you hear how many coaches, how much change for a team that went to the AFC title game in the coaching ranks. Now, a fourth coach is out. If you missed it, Pete Carmichael,
Richie
a long-time Sean Payton lieutenant, is headed to Buffalo to become their OC under Joe Brady. So this guy wasn't forced out, but he's out. That's four guys. That's four coaches off an AFC title contender.
You know, I've seen people bring this up, by the way. They're like, if you don't think coordinators matter, then look what happened to Dan Campbell in Detroit. Dan Campbell wasn't calling plays on offense, though. He lost his play caller. Sean Payton's the play caller. Now, those guys help game plan and they help set the table for the week. That part's understood. But it's a lot of guys that you're missing. But when you're a great team, doesn't this happen every year? Isn't this just part of it? When your team's good, guys get poached. You lose coaches.
Yeah.
That happens. Now, firing guys is a little different. Like you did, at least offensively, with Kerry Colbert and Joe Lombardi. That's a little bit different. But it's still, I think the biggest question to this offseason as far as the coaching ranks go is, I'm being honest, it's not even who the offensive coordinator is going to be. It's what's the responsibility of the guy who gets the job.
Who's the play caller?
Yeah.
That will be the question.
If it's Davis Webb, does he get the play sheet?
Who will make the call on 4th and short? Who ultimately will make that call? We have seen examples of long-time successful coaches who have decided to pass it down to somebody else. We've seen it.
Yep.
Now, there are still some who decide, like Andy Reid. I can't imagine Andy Reid not calling the plays.
Sure.
I can't imagine Sean McVay not calling the plays.
Right. Well, he's still a young guy, too.
I know, but I'm just saying, it's hard to imagine that, right? It's hard to imagine Kyle Shanahan not calling the plays. But we have seen history dictate that guys who have done it for a while give it up.
It's going to be hard for me to imagine Sean Payton giving up that duty and not on game day going,
Let me ask you a question.
I mean,
do you want him to? Do you want just step aside for a second and try and cast Don't consider the AFC Championship game for. Just give me one. Do you want to see him not call plays?
No, I don't.
Wait,
me too.
The way that question is phrased, I'm confused.
You're right.
By the
That's
answer.
a double negative.
Yeah.
Do you want him to continue to call plays?
Yes. Would you like to see Sean Payton,
Personally,
the head
I
coach
would.
of the Broncos, continue to be the play caller on game day?
I would.
Yes.
I think he's a great offensive mind.
I totally agree with you. I don't think he'd be the man he is, the coach he is, without that. I think it's wasteful. Now, can he change the way he calls certain things? Can he have some people with more advice behind him? Can he have some fresh ideas that he could sprinkle in? Maybe, yeah. But I think the ultimate play caller should be him. I do.
I think more than that, Vic. I appreciate what Sean Payton has done and the way he's gone about building this team. He's been very unselfish in that approach of focusing on things that, as an offensive coordinator, you'd probably want some playmakers, and he's pushed that away to make sure to fortify the defense and the offensive line and defensive line and all of that. I want him to be selfish this year. Go out and be aggressive in acquiring real and actual talent and then call the plays again and let me see if that changes things. Sean Payton's not a dummy, okay? He's not. He's not bad at play calling. He's not bad as an offensive mind. But there have been things that have been lacking, and I think part of that has to do with I don't know how talented you are at the skill position area on your team right now. It feels like you've been trying to make do with a whole bunch of guys who are okay.
You know, I look at Bill Parcells, and everybody knows that he gave it up late, and he became more of just kind of the overall seer of his football team. But I don't know that Sean Payton is wired that way. I don't know that he has the ability to step back and just stand there while somebody else tells his quarterback what to do on any given play. I don't know that that's in his DNA. And if somebody, look, whether he's having an epiphany or somebody is talking in his ear, I don't know. But I don't feel great about it. I don't feel great about any of this for some reason. For some reason, all of this
feel
to
great
me,
about what? What is this? What do you mean?
Well, just everything that's going on with the Bo Nix teleconference and Peyton's thing and you know, Webb interview. I just, and the guys getting their own jobs. To me, something feels off just a little bit. My spidey senses up a tiny bit, and it's probably nothing. It probably is. But for some reason, Vic, I got this spidey sense right now that's like, you know, something is just off a little bit. I mean, everybody's disappointed with what happened, and they should be. But you made it to the AFC title game as the number 1 seed, and you pulled a lot of rabbits out of your hat. It's a good thing. Why do I feel a little bit uneasy about the way this offseason is already going?
Well, because the magical ride came crashing down, and it came crashing down the minute Bo Nix got hurt, and it sucks. And we're trying to rationalize things. We're trying to make do. We're trying to – there are so many things that happen that make you shake your head that you don't know what to do. You don't know how to process it.
Here's what's weird, though, and I'm not saying I agree with Moser that things feel weird, but there is a weird sense around this. That if Bo Nix plays in that AFC title game, you go to the Super Bowl. Do we agree?
If you give me the
more likely than not,
yeah.
How about?
Yeah, if you give me the exact same circumstances, the weather stays the same, everything stays the same. There's no doubt in my mind that Broncos are in the Super Bowl.
They also aren't going to win that game 30-10. Because they've never done that. Their offense, if you had to give the offense a grade, take everything into account. I think things got confused because Bo Nix was so good when it mattered, especially late in the season. Overall grade for the offense over the course of this year is at best a C, right?
I'd even give it a B-.
Would you?
I guess.
There was a lot of bad offensive football.
You went 14-3. How do you give somebody a C at 14-3?
This is my point, though. This is my point, is that they were good for minutes. Mm-hmm. Majority of games, almost every week, the offense was mostly bad. Mostly. Until they had to be good, and then they were. And that's what confuses this. This is why offensive guys got fired at the end of the year. Like, I really think it's at best a C.
Man, you know, when you have a great defense, you have a chance to win any game you play.
Exactly.
I'm watching last night's. They played it. They replayed it for those. I don't know how I fell upon it, but I'm watching the replay of Super Bowl 48. Because largely that game is gone in my record books. My mind is, because I stopped paying attention halfway through that damn game. It was a blowout. But I actually rewatched it last night with interest. Like, oh, yeah, I remember that play. And Seattle just dominated the most electric offense in the NFL. They took that offense and made them cry, essentially. It was their defense that won that game. And that's why, had the Broncos advanced, I know Seattle's got a great defense. I get it. You got a chance, man.
You got a chance. I still think if I had to pick, I'd probably pick Seattle to win. But
they've been the favorite by far, yeah.
But to go back to it, Vic, would you say this Broncos offense currently constituted, talent-wise, is that in the top 16 in the NFL?
No, I put right in the middle of the pack. They need a run game. They don't have a run game.
Yeah, I think they're closer to about 20.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of different offenses that
I
you
can't
would
argue
choose.
that. I can't argue that.
And so it's like, to me, find the requisite talent that you found on defense. You have all pros on defense, and Nick Bonito and Pat Surtain and Zach Allen and all these different guys. How many do you have on offense? I mean, I guess 2 guys are up. Ironically, I just saw this article. They have a new award this year. Did you guys see this? It's called Protector of the Year that the NFL is doing. And the Broncos, out of the 5 candidates, have 2 of them. Quinn Miners and Garrett Bowles are up for Protector of the Year. So our offensive line's
Protector
at least
of the year.
At least okay, but you don't have how many all-pros are there outside of that? Tight end, wide receiver, running back.
Playmakers.
Yeah. It's just not there. That's what they need. They need them.
In the playoffs, the Broncos' best playmaker was Marvin Mims.
Or Bo. And that's what it's the reason why I think they win that game with Bo. Bo would at least run if given that opportunity in that game. So
I can make the argument, if you fix the run game and get a competent run game, Bo doesn't get as injured as he does. He doesn't have to do what he did in that game. He doesn't have to run off all the time. Hand it off.
Sure. A lot more to get to here. Chad Brown's going to join us at 9 o'clock, 303-504-0925. The Avs. Is this a blip on the radar, or is this an actual concern with how they played lately? We get to it next.
Oh, we played better tonight for sure, no question. More competitive, more involved in the game, more intensity. That's part of it. That's where the game starts. It's like a requirement if you want to win. I think we had that. Didn't love our game at times, and at other times I liked it, but we're just having trouble putting the puck in the net. We're having trouble keeping it out of our net right now, too.
Bednar in the postgame, the Avs still 7 points up on Minnesota with 3 games in hand. They have a big cushion, but you don't want to lose the cushion. They've just been playing really poor hockey lately, especially over the last handful of games. Now, the question...
You don't want to donk the cushion away.
Sure. The question is this just a blip on the radar, or is this something that has you concerned longer term? Now, the benefit to this is... All right, you're playing really poor hockey now. You're going to have a break here in a few days. You have 3 more games until you have the Olympic break where you're off for 3 weeks. Can serve as sort of a reset, get some guys healthy, all that different stuff. But there's one thing in particular that still has me concerned, but Moj, right now, blip on the radar or longer-term concern?
Well, you know me. I think it's a blip on the radar. I know this hockey club, and I know how good they are, and I know that when they're right, they're the best team in the National Hockey League. Right now, one thing you cannot do is, Vic, you know this as well as anybody, you cannot manufacture emotion.
Or desperation.
You cannot, or desperation. You can't. And the teams they're playing right now, Ottawa's a desperate hockey club. Montreal is playing great hockey. Mm-hmm. And you know, how good did their goalie play last night?
He was good.
Talking about Montreal, talking about Jakub Dobiš, right?
He was good.
Pretty good, made some really big, good saves. He's been not good. He's given up 3 per. He's got a save percentage at .890. I mean, not great. Yet these teams get amped. I mean, the Avs are going to face that all the time. And you know what? Tough. You're going to have to turn it back on. You're going to have to. Now, again, they're dealing with 2 Olympians out of the lineup right now, including your captain. And what have they done with Gabe Landeskog and Devon Toews in the lineup?
Yeah, different
They've
teams.
kicked some major ass. Right.
That's
and
why
so
those games, Moj, like the Vegas game at Vegas a few weeks ago, the Carolina game, I remember when they're down and you're like, okay, you could let go of the rope. You're going to lose this game. And somehow they battled back and found a way to win those kind of games. That's the desperation that is hard to manufacture when you're this good. It's hard. It's hard. And that part is, I think, lacking right now, right?
I'm not gonna suffer fools this morning. Just texted Chris on the text line. What does my hat say, boys?
Freedom Service Dogs of America.
Everybody thinks this is a Dallas Stars hat.
Oh, okay.
It's a Freedom Service Dogs hat.
Yeah, I doubt the Avs play-by-play guy would be wearing a Dallas Stars hat.
God, people, you know what? I swear to God, Vic. Yeah. And now I get to go to Detroit, where that's going to be really
the Avs
fun.
play-by-play guy is also for the second straight morning showing off his Barbie doll bed.
That is true.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's a real problem. No, listen, Brett. In all honesty, they're in a rut. You can't manufacture the emotion. It's looking awful. It's behaving awful. It's not great. Again, it all started. The Avs had won 10 in a row. Do you recall that? Somebody goes, "Hey, by the way, Mo, since your song, the Avs have stunk." Well, the song came out, and I don't want to hear it from you, my other band. I don't want to hear it from you. When the song came out,
no, you're out of you're not in this band anymore. You've been kicked out.
Good. Great. I'll win my own Grammys. When the song came out, the Avs won 10 in a row, dip holes. And then Devon Toews got hurt at Carolina. And then Landeskog got hurt at Florida. And since then, it's been a struggle bus, okay? So everybody's calmed down. They've built up this is why you jump out of the gate so hard and so well. They're going to be fine, but they've got to fix some things. You must keep grinding until you fix it. You've got the requisite talent. You've got the requisite experience. You've got the requisite coaching staff. You've got it. Do it.
There's a few different details. Like, I think just overall, taking this holistically, an 82-game season is a long season. You're going to have a stretch of play that's not up to standard. Like, every team goes through it. Vic, you just mentioned it with OKC. Are the Thunder a good basketball team? Hell yes, they are. They're having a bad stretch. Fine. That happens. especially with these injuries. Like, no disrespect to the guy, Moj. I think that he's a really nice guy. Middleton, that game just doesn't fit with the way the Avs play. It seems like it seems very McDermott-y to me, where it's like he's a big physical guy, but just can't skate like most guys can. Like, I don't know what happened behind the net when Wedgwood was like kind of trying to make a play and then got caught and then whatever. But overall, I think they're fine. There is one major concern. Like, one that I think can bite them in the butt bad enough to where these ultimate goals that you have with how good this team is, hoisting another Stanley Cup, if you can't get this power play below average, forget like good, it's terrible right now. If they can't get to just below average, because you aren't just not scoring, because the joke used to be, Moj, hey, at worst, what happens when the Avs go on the power play, it's 2 minutes that the other team just doesn't score. Well, they're scoring on you now when you have a man advantage. That's their 9th shorthanded goal that they gave up last night.
It's by far the worst in the National Hockey League.
That's the stuff where I'm like, in a 7-game series, with how talented they are, that can get you beat. When you can't produce on the power play and things get tighter in the postseason.
Here's a question. Has a team with the worst power play ever won a Stanley Cup?
I don't think so, Vic. Not that I know of.
Oh, they got some work to do here in the stretch run.
Let me, do you want to go through some of the stuff last night? I mean, every game looks different. Let's talk about that shorthanded goal. Oliver Kapanen, by the way, is an Olympian for Team Finland. They're on the PK, and he throws it in the middle of the air to center ice. That blanking puck. Nelly, give me a bleep, please. You got a bleep on hand? That mother puck lands and skids right into the stride of Nick Suzuki. Now, he made a great play. Here's what I want you to do, Brett. And I'm not saying, I'm not making an excuse, but you tell Cale Makar that he's lazy getting back on D, or that he blew the play, or what, and maybe he did. But I mean, you're like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Kapanen just flips it out in midair and Suzuki takes off. It skids right into his stride for a breakaway? Come on, man. The Jake Evans play, that made it 4-1. Wedgwood's going to play the puck, and Burns, rightfully so, backs off just a tiny bit on Jake Evans because Wedgwood's going to play the puck off the inboards. The puck hits the inboards and gets airborne over his paddle, right? So Burns is now going to try to play catch-up, blah, 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 wrap around to an empty net. You got to be kidding me. Kirby Doc is behind the net, Brett. Mm-hmm. He throws it off the – it's actually a terrible play. He throws it off the side of the net.
Moj, that's sports.
It hits the side of the net, hits Manson in the skate, and butterflies over Wedgwood's skate, which is
Moj
connected to the post. I mean, but I'm just saying that, like, when it rains, I'm no excuses, Vic. They gave up 7 damn goals.
You're right.
But I got an answer for you real quick.
Please.
I went to AI.
Please.
The worst power play percentage team to win a Stanley Cup, at least in recent memory, the Boston Bruins, when they won in 2010-2011 season, they were at 16.1 over the regular season.
That's about where the Avs are right now.
So they ranked 20th in the league.
15.8 and 16.5 all year long. It's not been good at all.
Ironically, the Kings the year afterwards had a 17%. The Blackhawks the year after that were at 16.7.
Yeah, well, I mean, they stunk.
The Blues in 18-19 were 14.3.
And yeah. Look, I'm a little bit frustrated by it too, and I don't know what Vic. I wish I had an opportunity to tell you right now what's going on, but it's everything on the power play. On some power plays they can't get set up. On some they don't shoot the puck enough. On some where they get 5 shots on goal in a single power play. Just some rando goalie who you wouldn't know if he hit you in the face with 10 pounds of meat is making sprawling, diving knob saves with his stick. I mean, it's everything all the time, and when it ain't working, bro, it ain't working.
Those are the mysteries of good teams that have fatal
Do you know what
flaws.
a knob save is? Do you know what a knob save is, Vic? Do you know what a knob save is?
I know what a knob is. I'm looking at one. I know what a knob save is, too, yeah.
Do you know what okay. I mean, Dude, what? 3-4 games ago, dude makes a knob save that hits the knob of his stick, hits the underside of the crossbar.
Most,
I mean, it's just
coping.
ridiculous.
I'm going to use
so
the word that I hate.
Yeah.
You're coping right now. This
you're
is
right.
some
yes,
serious
I am.
copium. Just
Yep.
stop coping.
Get me
Stop
to the
it.
Olympic break. Get me to the Olympic break, Lombardi. Get me there.
Yeah. I mean, you're coping the way we were after that Broncos game. Oh,
yeah.
How's it possible? Quarterback's going backwards. If the guy hits the gap, it's a 30-yard gain. Or if he turns his body, it's not a backwards pass. I mean, you're doing this. You're replaying certain moments, and it's killing you. I can feel it. It's killing you.
Yeah, it is. You happy?
I'm not. I mean, I don't like to see you upset.
Hey, what are you laughing at, Powder?
But just your entire disposition this morning.
Moj,
you do have a problem.
You should say knob a few more times, Moj. I don't think you said knob enough.
Moj, imagine if we were doing this show. I talk about this often, and these teams both really sucked. If you had that 48-point season again, how would you be able to even get through a radio show for the year? How would you be able to do this?
You see my window? I'll be doing this. Hang on.
Yeah, he's approaching the window. He's looking at it. He's opening the window. He's looking for a crack.
I'll fix that.
Yeah, and then he's got a rock, and he's trying to go through the window.
9 stories. That would do the job. I promise.
Yeah. Okay. So what we've come to understand then, you are not emotionally strong enough to do a radio show
chance.
And handle the Avalanche.
No chance.
And now I have nothing.
Yeah, you just don't have the emotional wherewithal. See, I never wear my emotions on my sleeves. I'm the same way every morning, win or lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Go polish your Golden Dome and then tell me about it. How about that? Because all you did was bitch and whine about Notre Dame football for 3 weeks.
Some of us are professional. We can handle wins and losses, and we come to the show with a professional demeanor, understanding that this is sports. Wins and losses happen for different reasons. Others are emotionally stuck in the undertow.
Vic, they gave up 7 goals. Let me give you an idea how things are going defensively for this team, too, because their gap control right now is poor, very poor. In the last 2 weeks, starting with the Predators game, what was the date of that game, Brett? Do you have a calendar in front of you? Let me look it up.
Which game,
It
sorry?
was the Predators game, January 17th. So what's today? Oh,
Coach,
God, my dead mother's
all your
birthday's
talking's
tomorrow.
not going to change anything. Your talk about knobs and talk. It's okay. It's all right. There's still tops in the division. There's still tops
Understood.
in the NHL. You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay, son.
Let
me hug
explain.
you.
Don't even think about touching me. Let me explain how it's going right now, Brett. January 17th, they lost at home to the Predators by a final score of 7-3.
Yeah.
And
it's embarrassing.
then against the Flyers, they gave up 7 goals. Against Montreal last night, they gave up 7 goals. So they've given up 7 goals in the last 13 days, 3 times.
Yeah.
Last season, they did it twice all year long.
Yeah.
That shows you right now that everything starts, and Coach Bednar will tell you this, in the defensive end. And if your defensive end ain't getting taken care of, then nothing gets taken care of, including the offense.
I think you're emotionally immature.
You're incapable of handling adversity.
Yeah. No, it's just I've explained everything to you. I don't know what else to say. Moose, what's wrong with the power play?
But nobody's asking anything. You're going off on this.
I know.
Nobody said anything. This segment was supposed to be about tennis.
Brett, at the start of the segment, mentioned power play. I guess I took it from there. Hey, is Chad Brown coming on next?
Yes, he is.
Good. Then I'm going to take off and go get on the bus.
Please do. Please, I tell you what, the best thing you can do right now, seriously, the best thing you do, shut off your radio, disassemble your Barbie playground there behind you.
Yeah.
Get on that team plane and just take a nap.
You know what I'm going to do, man? I'm going to come home.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get that Louisville Slugger that I have in the basement. and I'm driving immediately to Golden, Colorado, and I'm going to find you.
Mm-hmm.
And you ain't going to like it.
I'll be at the Super Bowl.
I'll have you talking to your aunt in Italy before you know it.
All right. Bye, Moj. See ya. Chad Brown joins us next.
The emotional child.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every week by Chad Brown. Chad, how you doing, buddy?
I am fantastic, fellas. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. So, last time we talked to you before the AFC Championship game, and just out of curiosity, the way the game ends, the way the season ends, did you have some sort of feeling as to immediately what the Broncos needed to do to improve and get past where they were this year? Was there something that hit you right away that was like, they need this?
I was thinking about some personnel additions. I was not thinking about firing the offensive coordinator, nor denigrating the starting quarterback's ankle stability. Those were not on my bingo card.
Right. So did that bother you? Because Moser was really upset about the way that he was more upset that Bo Nix contradicted Sean Payton rather than the opposite. What did you think about that?
I thought Bo Nix was within his rights completely to push back. If that's not true, then push back. Bo Nix is in line for a $250 to $300 million contract, whether it's here in Denver or someplace else. So to someone to put out some false medical information who has no say in any of that medical information, Sean Payton is the football coach. He's not the team doctor. He's not the team trainer. It is not his responsibility to go out there and tell the people about what's going on with Bo Nix's ankles. That's up to Bo and his team. So, yeah, I thought it was a massive overstep by Sean Payton. And Moj, I'm sorry, man, you're wrong. You're just wrong here.
I don't disagree with you, but let me play devil's advocate for a second. Every week, a coach is asked about injuries. Every week, a coach is on top of injuries. Every week, a coach is the mouthpiece to the injuries. And you don't think they did their homework on Bo Nix and all his surgical procedures? You say that they have no access to it. I mean, if he doesn't have access, who does?
There needs to be a clear dividing line between the coaching staff and the medical folks. Bill Belichick, it was to all his faults, from a medical standpoint, he would say, I'm not a doctor. When is this player going to be available, Bill? I don't know. When the doctors tell me he's available, he's available. Until then, I have no further news to report. I did not go to medical school. I'm a football coach. And so to your point, Vic, a coach goes up there and he reads the medical report from the medical people, but then he is not supposed to stand up there and opine with his thoughts about how severe something is, or who's predisposed to what, or what exact time frame someone's going to be back. That is up to the medical people. You as a football coach, that is not your lane, it's not your responsibility. The teams hire someone to do all of that. And so if someone wants to ask those questions, a coach should say, I've got this medical report, that's all I can do. If you would like me to get the doc out here, I can certainly do that. But until then, I'm going to read this medical report, and it's going to end with that information.
Do you think, here's what I believe happened. I think that word got back to Bo about what Peyton said in his closing press conference, and Bo's like, oh, wait, no. And he actually requested to have a press conference because nobody wants to talk to the media.
Well, Leahy said when he was on with us that he was scheduled to speak on Monday, but he couldn't physically get into the room or something with his scooter, so he did it later. That's what Leahy said.
Oh.
I don't know. Look, Jeff Legwald said it. I don't know.
That's fine. But he's at the complex. He's there.
Yeah.
It just gives me the feeling, Chad, that he organized this. He went out of his way to say, I wanted to address the media. And not many days where people want to talk to the media, Chad Brown.
If I were in Bo's shoes, I would do the same thing. If someone is putting out what I see as false medical information about me, I have a right to correct the record and push back. And that's not biting the hand that feeds you. That is just correcting the record. And again, from a coaching standpoint, there's lots of things Sean Payton should share his opinion on and share his thoughts on. Unfortunately, that's just not one of them. And this goes into that category where Sean Payton has put his foot into his mouth several times as the head coach of the Denver Broncos and said things he shouldn't have said, or said things about people he shouldn't have said them about. In some cases, they may have been true, but they still shouldn't necessarily have been said. Is it true? Is it beneficial? There needs to be a standard for Sean Payton before he says some of these things. Just because something's true doesn't always make it beneficial.
Chad Brown with us. So to the other stuff, he fires Joe Lombardi, and I'm always curious how this stuff happens. When you're the play caller, either on offense or defense as a head coach, and you fire the coordinator of the side of the football that you're calling plays on, it's always going to feel kind of like scapegoating, right? So what do you see behind the letting go of Lombardi?
I was in Seattle with Mike Holmgren, and Mike Holmgren was the play caller on game day. But Mike Holmgren did not install the plays during the week. And often Mike would get upset on the sideline because someone didn't run the play right. And I would literally turn to my defensive teammates who could see Mike Holmgren fuming on the sidelines while we were on the bench and the offense was out there. And I would say, Well, why doesn't he go in there and install the play himself? If he's got such issues with how the play is being performed, why don't you go install the play yourself? And, inevitably the offensive coordinator would turn over because Mike had gotten upset in multiple games.
Right.
So I'm assuming maybe that's the issue. You were not installing the plays as I wanted you to. Therefore, when I called the play on Sunday, it did not resemble the play that we talked about in the coaching meeting versus what happened on the field, and I saw the players perform. Now, there's lots of check marks in between because obviously we talk about in the coaches meeting, it gets practice on the field, we review the practice tape, then we talk about it again in another coaches meeting, then it should be talked to the players to get it correct. I'm guessing here, but I'm just trying to give my experience with a head coach who was a play caller who did not install the plays himself.
Gotcha.
And that frequently came up in Seattle.
Interesting. Hey, I want to ask you specifically about the Broncos' run game, because from what we're told, the offensive line is among the best offensive lines in football, if not the best. All their PFF marks and all this stuff. So why is it that offensive line, which gets all these accolades, can't get a push? What's going on up front? What is happening?
They are the highest graded PFF pass blocking unit. They are not the highest graded run blocking unit. And that's a different skill set unto itself. Just because you're a big man, you would think these guys are great at run blocking. But going backwards going versus going forward is a very different thing. So the only true road grader on this group is Quinn Miners. Everyone else is a little bit more of a finesse kind of guy. And I think that's works obviously from a pass blocking perspective, but when critical situations in the game, where you need to grind out some yards, a 4-minute situation to close out a game or a half, or a third or fourth down situation, a red zone situation where you just need to punch 1 yard out, this group is not built for that. And so it's not necessarily, something that can be coached into them. I think they can be coached to improve. But when you are drafting or getting your personnel together, you talk about what your offensive line group should look like. And the guys who are true road graders often aren't very good pass protectors. So, I think from a pass pro perspective, Quinn Miners, we've seen him whiff and miss a number of times. His skill set's going forward, not necessarily going back. I think he's more than good at both of them, but it just speaks to the choices you have to make if you're Greg Penner. If you're Greg Payton, sorry.
George Payton.
George Payton. There we go. I knew it was a G. Too many names in my head.
Greg Louganis.
Yes. There we go. George Hemingway at the University of Colorado. Yes, lots of people in my head. But if you're George Payton and you're drawing up this offensive line that you want to present to Sean Payton or this potential guy you want to bring in, pass blocking is going to be valued more than run blocking on this team. Maybe that'll change in the future, but that's the issue with this group is they are drafted for their pass blocking prowess, not their run blocking skill set.
So Davis Webb just withdrew his name from consideration of the Raiders job. So it sounds like he's not going to be a head coach this year. You have a vacancy at your offensive coordinator spot. I think a lot of people are doing the 1-to-1 that he's a hot, coveted name in NFL circles right now. Keep him on your roster and give him the OC job. But do you think Sean Payton would be willing to hand the play sheet to him? We've seen this happen. He's a disciple of Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells did this later in his coaching career when he got a little bit older. Do you think Sean Payton is capable of doing that?
I think he has to consider it. I would think if Sean Payton were to watch game tape of himself as a play caller 10 years ago, the plays got in with 22 seconds left, 20 seconds left. And now they're getting in with 14 seconds left and 12 seconds left. Mm-hmm. We all just get a little bit slower as we get older. That's not a dig at Sean Payton. That's just the reality of life. Vic can speak to that.
Trust me.
But I joke, but I'm also serious there. I don't think football has left Sean Payton behind. It's not something like that. But I think at some point you begin to lose your fastball, and it's best for you to hand some of these responsibilities off to other people. And you begin to provide suggestions and themes. Let's keep it on the ground here. Let's keep hitting them with the crossing routes. Hey, these man beaters are working. That's a conversation Sean Payton can have with Davis Webb, where that's the direction of the play calling, but not the individual play calls themselves.
You're so right on many fronts there, and it's even a more philosophical thing. The older you get, man, sometimes you get you get stuck. You get stuck because the way you did it is the way you think it works still. I think it's so important for older folk, us, Surround yourself with younger people, younger ideas, even if you don't like them, even if you don't agree with them, even if you think it's stupid. You have to have fresh material, Chad, and that applies to coaches, that applies to executives, it applies to everybody. I think having that mix is healthy going forward.
Absolutely. A wise man consults. And to consult with somebody younger who's a little quicker, a little sharper, may have a different mindset, I think that's the way you should do things. I would have to bet dollars to dimes that Davis would not have called that particular play call on fourth down.
What do you think he calls? What do you think he calls? What would you call? What would you call? Chad Brown, fourth down.
I'm running the football. But again, it can't be in a vacuum because I would run the ball considerably more all year long. And I would like to think that we would be better at that because I would have stuck to the run game more consistently. We would have gotten more reps at it. We would have been better coached at it. We would have been prepared for that particular kind of moment all year long. That's why you run the football, even when it doesn't say the situation here is to run the football. So that's what I would have done. What Davis would have done, I can't speak to it, but I think he would have recognized, hey, we ran this play, a very similar play earlier in the game. We scored a touchdown. I got to think that the Patriots went to the sideline and talked about this and were prepared for this and have a plan in place for this.
Chad Brown with us. You said you would have changed personnel. What's the one thing on offense, like the one position you look at most this offseason?
Tight end. Looking at the Rams, looking at the Seahawks, with their multiple tight end sets, the ability for you to dictate to a defense with those sets, typically the number of tight ends you have on the field, the defense has to match that with linebackers. You get into a personnel chess match with the defense with the more tight ends you have on the field. If they go base, then you throw the ball. They go nickel, you run the ball. Instantly, you have a personnel advantage by having a well-stocked tight end room the defense has to respond to. So this play calling device that the Rams and Seahawks used to great effect, Sean Payton did not have at his disposal. So imagine if you were to incorporate that into his normal play calling prowess, they would be an even more effective offense.
Can I bring something else up? We talked about this too. It just feels like you don't have a real playmaker. You got guys who are all right. Like Cortland Sutton's a good wide receiver. But there's a difference that I watched because they were back-to-back. You watched the AFC Championship game. I know the weather was a mess, and that affected a lot of things offensively. But when you watch Seahawks and Rams, they have guys on their roster that defensive coordinators are gung-ho all week. We're going to have to stop this guy. And guess what you couldn't do? You couldn't stop JSN. You couldn't stop Puka Nacua. They're too good. I don't think the Broncos have a guy like that. And I understand these are like two of the top 5 receivers in the league that we're talking about. But even when teams game plan to stop those guys, they're still wide open. I think you need to find people like that within this offense because you don't have them right now.
Even taking it a step further, Devontae Adams would be better than any receiver that we have on our roster. So I've long said I don't believe we have a true number one. And then so even within that, then who's our number two? It's been a rotating cast of characters in that role. So no one's established themselves as a number two. Cortland Sutton's clearly the number one, but for most teams, he would not be their number one. So to add a dynamic playmaker who can make plays outside of the scheme, makes plays because he is just such a baller, well, obviously that would be great. And with the dead cap money for Russell Wilson now in the past, perhaps they go out and seek somebody like that. Again, my first priority would be to shore up that tight end room just because it just does something to a defense that they can't answer for. But to get a dynamic playmaker would certainly be on that list.
Are you talking about adding another guy with Evan Ingram or no more Evan Ingram and getting different people in?
I think Evan Ingram could have a role in that room because you do need some guys, if you're going to go multiple tight ends, if they match it with the linebacker, somebody who can run past the linebackers, Evan Ingram can do that. But Evan Ingram left a lot to be desired this year. So he wouldn't be like, we got to keep this guy and get other guys. If he fits the rotation, great. But otherwise, I'm looking to restock that room with a bunch of dudes who can give me a run blocking threat, but also can beat linebackers in coverage. And if I got multiple of those guys, then we can start to dictate to the defense.
Chad, are you surprised Vance Joseph didn't get one of those head coaching jobs?
I am. And I haven't spoken to Vance, so I don't know the particulars. But not all these jobs were something I think Vance would want to go to in his second opportunity.
Agreed.
Obviously, in his first opportunity, there was some front office and ownership instability. He wasn't given the reign that most head coaches get as far as hiring his own coaches, as sometimes even playing the players he wanted to play. So to go into your second opportunity with any of those barriers over your head, I think he would have to say no to that. Until I get that kind of opportunity, he doesn't have to be able to get all the personnel. I think Vance would be okay working with the GM, but at least let me pick my coaches. At least let me dictate who gets to play on the field on Sunday. If I can't have that, then I don't want that opportunity.
Chad, one last thing for you. We talked about this earlier in the week, but Dion is implementing a fining system for his players in Boulder. If they're late to meetings, if they do things off campus that aren't allowed, whatever. Was it, Vic, anywhere from $500 to $2,500?
$2,500 to $500. There's some big numbers there.
What do you think about that?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Not necessarily pointing the finger at Coach Prime, but this is where we are in college football. Are they employees or not? If you start finding people, then they're employees. Yeah. Then they need the same protections and collectively bargained agreement that employees have with their employers. So you're putting the cart well before the horse in this one. I know some of these guys make some money. Some of these guys get NIL dollars, or some of these guys get rev share dollars, but not everybody on the team gets it.
What about the walk-on?
I was just going to say, right. If you're a walk-on long snapper and your car breaks down on the way to practice, you're like, $500? I don't have that.
Right. So I understand Coach Prime needs to have some guardrails around things, because apparently in the last couple of years, guys exploited their status without having punishment and repercussions. You've got to find a different way, because, again, this is such a legal, sticky wicket to find college kids who are not employees. I think it sets the program up for possible legal action, and that's certainly not what we need. We need some winning up in Boulder. We don't need a lawsuit.
Chad, you going to join me at the Super Bowl next week?
I will be there, yes.
Can I sit on your lap?
Radio Row has all types of fun things happening. A couple of years ago, I went around with a dog talking about, service animals to disabled veterans. Mm-hmm. And it was awesome. And everybody on Radio Row loved the dog and pet the dog. And we had great conversations, and it was fun and it was funny. I'm not sure if you sitting on my lap would be fun, but it probably would be funny. So at least we could achieve one of those.
Everywhere we go, I'm on your lap, and you just sort of take me around.
I think, Vic, you sit on Chad's lap, you put your hand around his shoulder, and you say, let me tell you about Groove Toyota for a second on the great deals that they have. Chad, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. See ya.
Chad Brown joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Drunk Takes in about 30 minutes. Stick around. Get the moves we're doing, get the touch. Don't get me wrong. I don't care what gender, race, creed, religion you are. If you don't like Shania Twain, get the hell out of here. Shania Twain is she's an angel. She really is.
She's still around?
Oh, yeah, she's still around. She's still doing, I think she's doing like Vegas shows, or at least she was a couple years ago. I'm not even kidding. I would be front row to any Shania Twain concert that exists. I love her music. Beautiful.
Thanks, Moj.
Let's go, girls.
Oh, come on, Vic. You're telling me that song came on, you were like, yeah, you know what? This makes me smile.
Sorry.
Puts me in a good mood.
Okay. It's not NSYNC or New Kids, but...
Hey, if you don't have a plan for dinner tonight, well, then check out Golden Flame Hot Wings, as they just came in and gave us wings this morning. I'm going to grab a few on the way out because they are delicious. Find your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out, gfhwings.com. So, Vic, last night, we had the return of Michael Porter Jr. to Denver. You were able to catch up with him in the hallway. Anything you want to set up before I play this?
He took a lot of shots. He clearly wanted to leave an impression, and I think his teammates wanted to help him leave that impression. He took 28 shots last night. Not another net took more than 9. So the game plan going into that game, give Mike the ball, let him shoot. And he made a lot, by the way. He had 38. He wanted 40. He wanted 40 badly. He never had 40 in his career, but that was the goal of that game, is get Mike some shots, and they had a chance to win that game. It got scary. He got into it a couple times in fun. It was fun, back and forth with Jamal Murray. They're good friends. In fact, afterwards, they were hanging around in the locker or in the hallways talking for a bit. So it's good to see them go back and forth during the game, and frankly, it's good to see Jamal get the last laugh because the Nuggets won. This was MPJ after the game.
Jamal, we're going after each other. All in good fun. Are you guys talking a little bit or no?
All in good fun. I don't even know what we were talking about. I think I told him he was lucky that I missed that shot. Or something,
Hey, what's going through your mind when you're watching that video? I don't know how much of it you got to watch because you're in a huddle.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'll probably rewatch it on Instagram. But it's just cool, the memories that I had here, and the fans recognizing that, and I'm going to see that was cool.
How bad did you want that 40 piece?
I don't really care about the 40 piece. I wanted to get that win, get the season sweep against these dudes, but they got it on their home court. But I was more worried about that.
Mike, what's it been like when you were here, man? You won a lot of games. You went to the playoffs. What's it like not winning as like you did here?
It's a process. I think this team has the pieces, and we're developing the culture, but we're young and we're growing. Just got to be patient, and it's a season in my life just to learn a lot, to challenge myself. And it's one of those seasons in my life that I can either look at it as a blessing and look at the good things that can come from it, or look at all the hard parts about it. So I'm choosing, to look at the good side of things.
He's such a genuine, mature guy.
He is. I like him a lot. And how you want to ask a question sometimes and how it comes out are two entirely different things. Yeah. What I wanted to ask to end that was, how does it feel to play on a sucky team? Yeah. You want to say it that way, but you want to be respectful at the same time. But you could tell part of him is like, this is awesome. I'm option one.
Yeah.
I'm the guy. Give me the ball. The other side of him is like, oh, man. Look at those
you want
dudes.
it to matter.
Yeah, those guys are going to the playoffs, and they have aspirations of championships, and I play for the Nets. So I get it. It's a conflict.
I think there is something. Look, he was the man when he was in high school. Number one recruit in the country. Couldn't really play when he got to Mizzou. Couldn't play his first year in the league. Barely played his second year in the league. And then when he did start to get consistent playing time, he was a third option, fourth option on a team that was vying for championships. I'm sure part of him for at least this year is like, this is pretty nice to be able to shoot whenever I want to. I'm the centerpiece of the team. It feels like the old days where I could just do whatever I wanted sort of thing. I'm sure part of him loves it. But yeah, losing takes a toll on anybody.
He did say, somebody asked him, what's the difference between the Nuggets and the Nets playing in the systems? And he said, well, when you played for Denver, you always ended up playing with Joker. You always ended up with a good shot.
Yeah.
Playing for Brooklyn, you end up with a fadeaway step back three-pointer over two dudes.
I think part of that he loves it, though.
I know.
I think he loves taking the contested shots like that.
And he's at his best when he does it that way.
Dude, he was fantastic last night. He was really,
It was fun
really
to
good.
watch. The Nuggets desperately needed that. I said that, yeah, man, nothing's a must-win, but when you look at the schedule, Clippers are in town tonight. They are the hottest team in the NBA. Say what you want about the LA Clippers. You can make fun of them. We've done it before. They are currently the hottest team in the league, ladies and gentlemen. So good luck tonight. And then on Sunday night, you got OKC for the first time this season.
Jamal was great last night late, by the way. A couple of clutch buckets. He was into it. He got the and one late in that game, gave a little roar to the crowd afterwards. I do think it's funny that people keep asking him about the All-Star game. And I think he's convinced he's in there, and he should be because he's been fantastic this year.
Listen, deep down, and he'll never show it. You know, he's an interesting guy. He'll never show it. He'll never let you have the satisfaction of knowing he wants to be at the All-Star game. He won't. But deep down, he wants it.
Yeah, you want to be recognized. Yeah. He hasn't really been recognized for anything in his career other than playoff moments and stuff like that. We all understand. I'll never forget, Vic, when they won, the confetti's falling on the floor, and the crowd just erupts. They're already loud, but they erupt into even like a louder roar. And Jamal looked up at the screen, realized it was because he was on there, and started to like tear up and stuff like that. Like anybody would want the notoriety, and he's a really good player. And for the love of God, can he get in so we can just stop the Joker's never had an all-star thing? Or an all-NBA player and all this or all that. Can we just have Jamal get this so we can push that off to the side and get that out of the way?
Jamal has proven this year he's a bucket getter. He's a clutch player. He's a leader. He does a lot of the little things. He's become an extraordinary passer.
Yeah.
If you watch him in situations, he got blitzed every time he got the ball last night. He got doubled every time. He's becoming very good at passing out of that double team. I asked him about it. He didn't want to talk about it too much last night, but if you notice, it's improved his passing game. He's got some dimes, my man.
Yes.
He can throw dimes out there.
And he was doing that even when Joker was healthy. He had a whole bunch of assists. The other thing, too, I think you have two people on this roster that's not named Nikola Jokic that could get postseason awards. Why the hell wouldn't Tim Hardaway be up for Sixth Man of the Year? He's got to be in that conversation.
And I want to say this again, and I don't know who to tell. There's no reason that Tim Hardaway should not warrant an invitation to the NBA's three-point contest at the All-Star game. He's been there. I mean, when I say been there, he's been in the league as a three-point shooter long enough now to be recognized. He plays for a contending team, so he's got both of those notched. What more do you want? Yeah. And he wants to go. A lot of these dudes don't want to go. He wants to be there. He told me as much.
Yep. And he's having, again, the most efficient three-point shooting season of his career so far. He's over 40% for the first time ever. And Vic, it's not like it's a small volume he's shooting of those. I mean, what is he? He's got to be taking, 7 a night or something like that?
Man, last night he had it going. And if he hits that first one, look out.
Yeah.
He had it going. He kept the Nuggets in the game early.
Yeah, he's averaging, Vic, 7 3-pointers a night on 40%. Pretty damn good. So a few other things here before we get to drunk takes to round out the show and have some fun.
Oh, by the way, we have to announce this because somebody just asked, do you know why the game was blacked out on altitude last night? It was not blacked out. It was on Channel 20 last night in the Denver metro area. Had a lot of people confused about that. And
well,
I wish
on my guide, it didn't say that the game was on there, so it was a little confusing.
That's not altitude's fault. That's your guide's fault. That's
Yes.
whoever put your guide together, DirecTV. Maybe Channel 20 should be a little more direct in letting people know they got the games, but the game was on Channel 20. It is very confusing on nights where the games are moved to 9 and Channel 20, not on altitude, but it was not blacked out. It was available. And tonight, by the way, I don't know if you saw this, but the Altitude's app will be available free of charge for tonight's Nuggets game. So
Sweet.
If you want to taste the app tonight, all you have to do is sign up for it, and you can watch the Nuggets game against the LA Clippers. Not going to be an easy one, but it is available free on the Altitude app.
So check that out tonight, either at the Altitude app or altitudeplus.com. Speaking of that game,
do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game, Nuggets and Clippers, 7 o'clock tip tonight, Vic.
All right, here's the way I look at this. And people may say, it's a back-to-back, it's going to be so hard. For some reason, and I can't understand it, the Denver Nuggets thrive in these back-to-back situations. They've had the most back-to-backs in the league in the month of January. 5. This is the final one in the month of January. And they've won, of those back-to-backs, they're currently, They're 5-2 in those back-to-backs. 5 wins, 2 losses. Tonight's the 8th and final. I think if you can muster whatever enthusiasm and energy you bring to those back-to-backs, you have a chance tonight against a red-hot Clippers team. This squad, I'm telling you, they're hungry and desperate. They're the only team in NBA history to go on a stretch 3-16, followed immediately by 16-3. I mean, think about that.
That's crazy.
That's absurd how they've turned it on. So the Nuggets are going to be understaffed tonight. They're not going to have the usuals. They're going to be missing 4 starters. Same-o. Find a way. I wish I could give you more, but find a way on the second game of a back-to-back where they seem to play their best.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So again, game tonight. You can hear pregame at 6:30. That is powered by Ramos Law with tip-off shortly after 7 o'clock. Another big game, by the way, this weekend, and we'll see who's available and who's not. Thunder for the first time this year, Sunday.
Couple texts coming in about the game again last night. It was on. Someone said, why can't you just simulcast it on both Channel 9 and Channel 20? That's not our job. That's theirs. That's theirs. If they got to let you know what channel it's on. All right, we have the game. Yeah. And I know it can be confusing, but I don't know what else to say. I mean, the games are there. Some nights it's on altitude. Most nights it's on altitude, and some nights it's on Channel 20. I guess we can all do a better job of letting you know where it is. But last night, it was not blacked out. It was available.
It was on. Plus, tonight, by the way, if you guys missed it, it's free tonight on Altitude Plus to anybody who has the app or jumps on altitudeplus.com. So go ahead and do that tonight if you're on the go, want to throw it on your phone, whatever. Altitude Plus, download the app now. Drunk Takes coming your way next. All right, get the drunk takes in just a little bit. Again, sort of the big news of the day. We discussed the Avs and the Nuggets from last night. The Nuggets taking on the Clippers tonight. But Davis Webb withdrew his name from the Raiders head coaching search. Whenever you see the word withdrew, do you buy that? Or is it, we are no longer considering you? You know what I mean?
It means A, you got another job or about to get another job, or B, you know that they're about to hire somebody else.
Yeah.
I'm withdrawing my name from consideration to be the new host of the Olympics.
Yeah.
I'm officially withdrawing. I wanted that, and, I thought about it, but then I said, I'm better off doing this morning show with freaking Frico, Moser, and you.
I am withdrawing my bachelor status from Margot Robbie's marriage campaign. I'm sorry.
Well, you are married.
Just can't do it. If she was single, things might change. My wife is well aware of this.
I got you.
Why is she aware? Because she knows it'll never happen.
Nelly, are you going to withdraw your name from any consideration?
Yeah, I was going to go the same route as Brout and withdraw. Or Brout, wow. Brout, Nate, Kane. And I'm going to withdraw consideration from being Sydney Sweeney's next husband.
Yeah.
It just didn't really work out.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see an end game there.
I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna settle. That's what
There's so much more room for growth in your current situation.
Exactly. Yes, of course. So Davis Webb withdraws his name from the Raiders job, and I think there's really just one main question, because to me this feels like he's going to stay in Denver and probably be named the OC. Probably. The question is, I think the more interesting one, is Sean Payton going to give up that play sheet or not? He sounded very introspective at that press conference the other day. And he's going to be chewing on that fourth down decision for a long time. Now, I don't think that's the reason for it. But I asked this question earlier. If you had to give the offense overall this year a letter grade, what would you give it? And I said a C at best. Because it was just way too inconsistent. Way too inconsistent.
I'm going to give it a C plus at least, because you won some games thanks to the offense at the end of games, so they give you something. B minus C plus is the grade I'm going to give, because they're 14-3.
Yeah. I mean, no, there's something to be said about the way that they would perform late in a game. And then there's also something to be said about why were you constantly in the situation where you needed that late in a game. Like, I think overall, Vic, the one thing that makes me nervous, and I know this is looking way ahead. One thing that makes me nervous heading into next year is the success that you had end of games, closing games out, feels really hard to replicate year over year. I just watched Kansas City a year ago do that. Yeah. And then this year, it all fell apart.
Opposite. Yeah.
I just think that's really hard. You're going to have to find a way to have comfortable leads next year if you want to have the same kind of winning record.
We talk about it all the time. There's a skill in winning close games. There's also a skill in losing close games.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs found both of them.
Right. And it's just like, look, sometimes it's just like, hey, we got a couple of lucky bounces last year, and then they didn't happen this year. It happens a lot. One of the things that I can point to of like, you went out and earned victories plenty of times late in games. And Vic, if you go back to that Buffalo game, it's like, yes, the defense forced 5 turnovers, and that's a large reason why you won. And that's not lucky. That's forcing turnovers. That's skill. But if Josh Allen hits Dawson Knox at the end of the fourth quarter, all that's for naught. And that is where some luck kind of comes into play.
Dude, luck is intertwined with sports more than anything we know. Luck in games, luck in plays, luck in injuries. And I think that last one, that's a bigger deal than people give it. I mean, because injuries are largely luck, aren't they? Aren't they?
For the most part.
Isn't it? I mean, unless a dude is just not being careful with his body. But
yeah, if he's not taking care of himself.
99% of the time, it's just a luck thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. And your championship hopes rest upon that. And when you think about it that way, God, it sort of sucks.
Yeah. And the Broncos have been very, very lucky with injuries the last couple of years, with the exception of Bo Nix at the end of that game. Like, that's the one really bad luck thing that you've had, because they've been healthy. They've been very healthy.
You know, you can apply that to the other teams too. if the Avalanche aren't fully staffed, their chances of winning the Stanley Cup go down considerably. If the Nuggets can't get right before the playoffs, they're not going to have the same chances that we think they do. They're not. Because they started the season with the starting five, of Cam Johnson, Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Nikola Jokic. That's starting five.
Yep.
They've played 10 games together.
It's crazy.
10. They're 8-2. That's it.
So Moser was still listening to the show. He heard you call him a freako. Did you see how he responded to you?
God, he's so violent.
He responded with an F too.
Why is he so violent? He's still in. If anybody listened to the last hour of the show, Moser had a crash out on the air. He is feeling it. This trip to Canada, it has hit him hard.
It was really for 2 straight hours.
So it's not just me, right? He's like in another world right now.
Well, the Avs have been on a bad stretch. I really think that has a lot to do with it.
His mentals aren't there, right?
Correct.
His mentals.
And I think he hates the cold and the snow of Canada, and that's wearing on him, like all of it. And
he also doesn't like that people are accusing the Colorado Wagon song of cursing the Avalanche.
Too, yeah.
You know what? He's not a good colleague.
Hey, by the way, did you see this, that our boy Nate Hackett has found another gig? He is going to be the quarterback coach in Miami for Jeff Hafley. I need to hear that again, by the way, Nelly. Or is that, maybe that's on Drunk Takes. I have no idea. But he has found another gig. He's the quarterback's coach in Miami now, so he'll be coaching who the hell knows, because I highly doubt that Tua is coming back. Let's hear this again one more time. Stephen Ross, please.
Enthusiasm, the knowledge, the background. Jeff stood out.
I'll never not laugh at that. Just racking your brain to come up with Jeff. But here's a question, just a quick one, because this is going to be an offseason where there's quarterbacks that seemingly have potential that people don't trust. So I give you a team that's in need of a quarterback. Let's say you're the Jets, okay? Take one of 3 options. Which would you most want to have? 1 is Tua. 2 is Kyler Murray. Or 3 is Geno Smith.
Holy moly.
I think those 3 are going to be available, right? So if you're a team that's looking for a veteran QB, which is the best of that bunch?
Well, the same price tags for each, or
let's just say same price tags for all of them. Yeah. Let's say they're all going to make $40 million this year. Let's just whatever.
I'll take my shot at Kyler Murray.
I think I would too. Because
I think it went south in Arizona, and it just a change of pace. I mean, he's only been in one place. I think it would be him. I don't trust Tua's health. That's the problem with him. I just don't know if he can maintain that health. And I think Geno's done.
I was just going to say, I think Tua is actually the better quarterback than Kyler is, but I don't know if I can trust that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But all of those, Geno is probably the odd man out of that list, but it's going to be interesting what people believe Kyler Murray and Tua still are as quarterbacks right now.
And, for everybody who says, well, Kyler's just too small. I mean, there's a small quarterback in Carolina who rebounded really nicely this season.
Yeah. I say this all the time about Kyler Murray, by the way. There's a difference between small and short. There are short quarterbacks in this league. Baker Mayfield's short.
Yeah.
But Kyler's not small. He's actually thick. Yes, Bryce Young is small.
But the way he runs, would it be fair to say the way Kyler runs makes him look smaller than he is?
It sounds like that is going under his feet the whole time. I don't know what that is.
It's like Barney Rubble, Flintstones. Twinkle toes.
He runs like Speedy Gonzalez almost. Do kids these days even know what Speedy Gonzalez is? What a shame. Let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us.
Dun, 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 dun.
And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
Sorry, my aunt called me from Italy. See.
Fratello, zia, come stiamo?
Zia, sei buona. Mark Moser tag, Maurice.
Tell her I said buenos dias.
Yeah, no, mo stiamo a fare la radio.
Cazzo sapevamo quando eri a Denver.
Ieri vengo all'Italia, credo Augusta.
Okay, that's yeah. We've had enough.
Oh, my Italian is so bad. It's embarrassing to have to listen to me speak that language. I'm so bad at it. It's embarrassing.
I just can't believe.
I'm embarrassed.
Tune into Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Sometimes you need subtitles. What's next?
Welcome to the show.
Hey, dude, in all honesty, the bus couldn't get to...
It's all right.
You don't even care. I know you don't even care.
Nobody cares.
You don't even... I know, you don't even give a shit.
Oh! I forgot about that.
He lost it, man. You could tell that was early in the road trip.
He was actually happy then. And then it just started slowly eating at him. What's next?
Let it be clear to all of you that if I hear any more accusations of theft, I'm going to take my man-sized hand and you're going to get the back of it on all your cheeks.
Is that Andy?
That's Lindahl. He didn't like us accusing them of being thieves. What's next?
But if anybody even dares to compare that banger with the trash you guys tried to assemble on the Avalanche side, it ain't even on the same radar. What the hell was that?
That is a weird
what was
noise.
That sentence structure? It ain't even on the same radar.
All right. One more, Nelly. Go ahead.
Dude, I had a hot pocket at the old building in the freezer, and I went in to go get it one day, and it's just gone. Like somebody just nailed my hot pocket hard. Just nailed it.
He still to this day doesn't know why it's so funny. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm going to start referring Hot Pockets in a different way, though. I like that.
You know what, though? I did laugh a lot this week.
I did, too.
When Moser is in that dark place that he lives in,
I really think the show's better.
It makes the show better because
really
he's so
do.
easy to he's easy to get going.
Yes. All right, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Remember, tonight, 7 o'clock, Nuggets and Clippers right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you. Yeah, one morning.
We've done this.
Backwards Slavkovsky, a shot that's deflected wide. Thrown back in front and they score. Canadians beat Quebec by a final score of 7-3.
Less than 2 minutes to go. This is a monster possession. Murray working against Danny Wolf. Goes to the left hand. He's in the paint. Head fake. Leans in. Layup. Got it! The foul as well. Jamal Murray, you the man. Brown gets double teamed. Bruce throws it in the nail. Over to Hardaway for three. The jumper's up and in. And Tim Hardaway Jr. has tied his season high in three-pointers made at 7.
So 7 for 11 from 3, 8 rebounds, 25 points, a plus 21.
Damn! Plus and minus 21. I like that.
A double dip that the Denver Nuggets end up saving for the state of Colorado, 107-103 over MPJ and the Brooklyn Nets. Nearly a career day for the former Nugget as he returns to the Mile High City for the first time since being traded in the offseason. Welcome into a Friday edition of the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside KJ Granderson behind the glass. Coach along shortly, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. A sensational game for Michael Porter Jr. He started off hot, 5 straight points for the Nets. He continued throughout. 13 of 28 isn't the most efficient from the field from MPJ, but 7 of 15 from beyond the arc. His career high was 39 back in 2021 when he was a member of the Nuggets, but you heard it there in the open, and we will get to the burning carcass that is the Colorado Avalanche over the course of the month of January. I promise we will get into that momentarily. But you got to look at how important Tim Hardaway Jr. has been to this Nuggets team, right? They improved now, to 10-6 without Nikola Jokic, and who knows when he's going to be back? Who knows? Hopefully,
maybe
in a game here pretty soon. They'll be back on the court tonight against the Clippers. Clippers have won 9 of 10. That is a resurgent LA team sitting at the 10 seed in the Western Conference right now. So coming off the second of a back-to-back, I think LA's on like a 3-day rest after going into Utah and beating the Jazz. So it's not like they have the altitude hangover blues. They're going to be perfectly rested going into this game. Tim Hardaway Jr. in 28 minutes off the bench goes 7 of 11 from 3, hits 6 of his first 7 shots from beyond the arc. And he's the reason why you get out to that big lead and you can sustain a terrible shooting third quarter last night. Yeah, it gets down to the nitty-gritty. You're trailing by 2 with under 4 minutes to go, but that was a game where you get a little bit of redemption. Jamal goes to the line, and he's solid. He goes 100% from the free throw stripe after essentially, I wouldn't say throwing away a game, but giving it away feels harsh to me when he doesn't go perfect on those multiple 3 free throw opportunities a couple of games ago, but he redeems himself there from the free throw line. Tim Hardaway Jr. is the story of that game, dude. He has been a unbelievable pickup in the offseason in terms of consistency. Sure, there's been a game or two where he hasn't been lights out from 3, but plus 21 is through the roof. And this all comes off of a day in which you realize that you're going to lose Aaron Gordon for between 4 to 6 weeks prior to a reevaluation of his hamstring injury that he suffered 2 games ago, re-aggravating that injury. So this season from hell when it comes to injuries for the Nuggets continues, but being 10-6 and staying exactly where they were prior to the Jokic injury, 3rd in the Western Conference, it is unbelievable. Now, you get into this wishy-washy area where when AG comes back, and when Christian Braun comes back, does this team have enough time to gel? The good news is, the guys who are off of this team, who are injured right now, outside of Cam Johnson, have been here. They've done that. They know they are predictable. It's something that Coach Bednar says all the time for the Avalanche. You want to be predictable to yourselves. You never want to be predictable to the other team, but to yourselves, you need to know what your teammates are doing, what the bench players are doing. Those 2 guys are entrenched in this system. So I'm not worried about the rust in terms of like, oh, they're only going to have 15 games in the run up to the playoffs to kind of feel themselves again. I'd be more nervous if they were off-season acquisitions. I'd be more nervous if they were trade deadline acquisitions. And now this Aaron Gordon injury, man, I thought they were going to probably move Zeke Naji at the trade deadline because he's been playing well and he's been a legit player for this team. Coach, how are you? Good to see you. He's been legit for them. But with this Aaron Gordon injury, 4 to 6 weeks, man, I don't think you can afford to trade Zeke Naji anymore.
You can't, and you need to play Deron Holmes, and you will be forced to play Spencer Jones. I know yesterday on PhD that Coach Adelman said they're going to start to play the numbers game here with Spencer Jones because he's played so much that now they've got to kind of strategize. It's time.
Convert it.
It's time. It's time. Let's stop playing these little games.
Stop playing games.
Let's stop playing these little games. Let's go ahead and convert them.
Right? He is one of those players that has kept you afloat. You must convert that contract. So people looking for the Nuggets to make a move here at the trade deadline, it's not like they were going to be able to make a big splashy move anyways. It would typically have been moving away bench pieces to bring in a second-round draft pick or open up a roster spot that you could do something with, I don't know, maybe next year in the offseason, right? It just ain't going to happen now. Like, this is the team, the roster that you see in front of you, that's the team that's going to the playoffs.
Well, Raj, let's just call it like it is. The roster additions that you're going to be making at the deadline are guys named Nikola Jokic.
Yes.
Christian Brown.
Yes.
Aaron Gordon.
Cam Johnson. Those are good additions.
Pretty good deadline for the Nuggets.
Right, for a north of 500 team, I suppose because you've had games where like Aaron Gordon has been in and you got those like, you got that taste of Christian Brown. I suppose we could just go with all of the injuries thrown into a big gumbo pot. They're like a game over 500-ish. Like, does that feel good? You can't just boil it down to the games without Nikola Jokic because they're 10-6, and there have been games where you've had a lot of dudes.
Aren't they? Are they a little
bit above that? No, they're above that. They're above that. I'm just saying in a general sense, right? Because they're 10-6 without Joker.
You've played, yeah, correct.
But you've had a lot of games in which you've had...
For the last 3 months.
Right.
Really.
You've had a lot of games in which you've had some of your starters, a majority of your starters. You've also had some games...
Zero.
Where you've had zero. And like
or
Jonas also hasn't been there either. So I'd say that they're like... In general, they feel like a couple of games above 500. So if you add those players, you add the Nikola Jokic's, the Cam Johnsons, the Christian Browns, and the Aaron Gordons of the world to a relative 500-ish team, you automatically elevate yourself to a true contender. Those are the additions you're making. They've been great, dude.
Can I tell all of our listeners a little life hack?
What's that?
You know, for a lot of us, times are tough. Money's tight. You want to go to a Nuggets game? You know what's a great one to go to?
What's that?
Tonight's.
Against the Clippers?
I looked at StubHub, and there's tickets for like $18 to go see the Denver Nuggets right now, who are a third-place team.
It might be a good game to go to. Talk
to me.
Might be a good game to go to. 38 points last night for Michael Porter Jr. was as good as you could have expected him to look. 1 point off of his career high. Well received by the fans.
He was like, I know these rims.
As he should have been.
These rims have been loose for me before.
Yep.
I like these.
Like he looked great. And it'll come down to MPJ and Jamal. Jamal goes cold and then he figures it out in the fourth quarter. I'll remember that game as MPJ versus Jamal and his 3-point shooting replacement, Tim Hardaway Jr.
Boy, is he good.
I'm happy that MPJ looked good last night against the Nuggets and still lost.
Also, Raj, can I just have my hands behind my back and walk up and poke my face in your direction so you'd slap me for ever even having the thought of trading Peyton Watson?
Yeah.
Gosh, man. It's so fun to see what he's been able to do.
He's so good.
He has been the biggest beneficiary, like Sean Keeler said, of the of the Michael Porter Jr. trade. Because there's been the void that's created for an opportunity for like a fringe swingman scorer, and he's working his way into becoming a shooter, a professional shooter that, oh, by the way, has awesome athleticism and has those same traits that you used him for in a title run on the defensive side as like a 7th or 8th guy.
He averages in his last 20 games, 35 minutes, 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 2.5 assists.
And probably, I bet the block shot number is pretty good too.
His block shots just over 1 per game on average over his last 20.
Yep, it's phenomenal. The guy's awesome. And this has been such a good time for him to come into his own. And you know who else has actually been coming into their own as well? David Adelman. The coach, David Adelman. You got to give a lot of credit. Do you think, and I love Michael Malone. I will not disparage that man. But do you think that Michael Malone and the way that he ran, hot, cold, all that, do you think he would have been able to sustain this team during this big of a time of attrition?
I don't know. Adelman is more adept to playing younger guys, but like at this point, Malone would not have had his hand would have been forced.
You know what?
You have to play the guys on the bench because of how many guys have been injured over the course of the last 2 months.
I think a good indicator of why that was not the case is non-Jokic minutes. I don't feel like the players like Peyton Watson, and you can say it's a completely different time period for Peyton Watson. He's not in his first or second year in the NBA like he was with Michael Malone. But the word that I think about with David Adelman that we're seeing in real time, being like a bit of a younger coach, different generation,
certainly
a connector, right, is empowerment. He empowers his young players. Like Spencer Jones has been empowered to go make basketball plays, empowered to shoot 3-point shots. Peyton Watson has been empowered to be an offensive player. And some of that is how you speak life into your athletes. I believe David Adelman does that at a supreme level.
Are we convinced he would have been that same way with a full bill of health? Because we've only seen like 15 games where David Adelman, even going back to his run in the postseason last year, has had a fully healthy roster.
But would we also say that Michael Malone, conversely, had a lot of moments where Jamal Murray was not healthy and missed time and had, inflammation, anti-inflammatories, man. He also had different situations with hamstrings and soft tissue injuries. And that was your number 2. That was your Robin to the Batman, right? And you never really saw next man up really step up at all offensively. And Aaron Gordon had his, Michael Porter Jr. earlier. I know later he showed availability, but Michael Malone had the opportunity to coach in a similar situation minus some of his stars. David Adelman has thrived in this spot. And I think as a result, my God, the Denver Nuggets are going to be a problem because of the depth that they've created when all this comes back together.
Peyton Watson's effective shooting percentage over his last 20 games is bordering on 10% higher than his career average. Like that's when everyone's healthy. How do you put him back on the bench? That's the big question, right? When everyone comes back, and we're talking about this team in April, right? On the stretch run right before the playoffs start. How do you keep that guy out of the starting lineup?
Cam Johnson, awesome 6 man. I don't know. I'm fine with it. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not taking Peyton Watson out of the lineup.
I mean,
the big issue was Peyton Watson can't shoot. When he has the ball in his hand and he takes a jumper, he can't hit. That's not true anymore.
Because now you have a 3-and-D player.
Right.
You always had the D with him.
Like, he is so good, dude. Whatever they need to do in the offseason, we've already gone through this ad nauseum of like, you're probably going to have to trade Cam Johnson in the offseason in order to keep Peyton Watson. And at this point, the answer is 100% yes. He's been phenomenal. Nuggets save the double dipperoo. The Avs suck right now. And I'm going to tell you why on the other side.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's tough because the passion's there with our team. I felt like we're trying to work in the right areas and obviously fall behind early and a couple tough bounces from there, but just feel like every response we had, then we gave them another chance and they capitalized on it. So that's just the way tonight went, but yeah.
Cale Makar following the Avs' third 7-3 loss in the span of 2 weeks. He would go on to talk about the turnovers on the power play and all the shorthanded goals. And he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing, he goes, they're mostly all my fault. Cale's been really bad this year, or not this year, this month.
Sure.
He's been great this year. He's been really bad this month.
Yeah, January's kind of been gross.
Kinda.
For everything Colorado Avalanche.
Kinda.
You know, this whole Olympic thing's stupid. As it relates to the Avs. Just solely I
don't think it's stupid at all.
No,
I'm
just
saying
saying
it's the best.
for how they're playing right now. Because their eyes and focus is not 100% on finishing the right way.
Oh, see, I disagree.
Okay, well, I mean, the
you
results
and
would agree.
I know, but the stats, especially the ones that I told you yesterday, would tell you that this happens almost every season, right?
Yeah,
when
the
they
January swoon.
It's the January swoon. In an 82-game season, you're eventually going to have a little bit of a letdown. And a lot of people at the beginning of the year were going, we hope the Avs aren't peaking, right? We hope that they're not playing their best hockey right now, and then they'll just coast in. I like that they're kind of crashing into the Olympic break because it forces a hard reset.
Gosh, don't tell my quarterback to throw picks.
It's a good point.
Don't tell my goaltender to let in goals. And don't tell my Avs to lose by a touchdown to a field goal in 2 games in the last week.
Fair point.
Was that
well taken?
Have we had 2 touchdown to a field goal results in the last 3 of them?
3 of them in the last 2 weeks.
I mean, can the Avs just kick another field goal and at least make it 7-6? And if you're saying you're reading it from the Avs perspective, it would be the number that all of our 5-year-old children are saying these days.
They are 5-6-2 since the calendar flipped from 2025 to 2026. Prior to
and
that,
in their last 10, are they not 3-5 or
3-5-2?
Yep,
3-5-2 in their last 10. Prior to the calendar flipping, they were 30-2-7. Since the calendar is flipped to 26, they have given up 45 total goals in 13 games. Prior to that, they had given up 84 goals in 3 times the amount of games.
You know what the Avs have done? They've done the thing that is respectable for people at January 1st, where most people have delusions of grandeur for how their life is going to change, like me.
They were going to do 75 hard, and then they went, oh, hold on.
Even
we
better.
Gotta put a pause on
even
this
better.
one.
The Avs coming off dominance and just owning life. The Avs were the person on December 31st that say, yeah, right now I am in the best shape of my life. And you know what I'm going to do? 2026 is all about just chilling, bro. Just relaxing. I'm just going to coast, man. Take it easy in 2026. That's what I see right now. Should we be worried? Should Avs faithful be concerned?
I'm concerned in the short term. I'm not worried about what this team can do in the long term because when we see Landeskog and Devon Taves, and I don't talk about how important Devon Taves is nearly
that's
nearly enough.
He is the most slept on member of this organization.
When you're the second best Canadian defenseman in the world, turns out you mean a lot to your team.
Like when we're all watching the Four Nations, we're like, oh,
he's good.
Oh, that guy? Oh yeah, no, he's a good Av. He's actually like the best, one of the best 5 defensemen in the world, at least on the international
two-way guys.
International stage. So Andy Lindahl, I've heard his take. He's told me this off air. I think he said it on air as well. Is that it appeared like there was such a reliance upon elite goaltending when you were going all the woodshed, in the months of October, November, into December.
What does he have to back that up? Just the numbers of the goalies being good?
Yes. I mean, them being 2 of the best goalies in the world.
Did it matter that they gave up the fewest shots per game in the NHL, which the goalies aren't giving up the fewest shots in the NHL. The The team in front of them is.
Do you have to yell at me? Can we get Andy on the phone? Like I'm
just saying. Continue.
I got to be really honest, man. Can I tell something? Like for all of you that are listening right now that are like, let's just say you're well-rounded sports fans. That's what I would call myself.
Yeah, you are.
But I
agree.
And we'll say that there's a lot of you just by all the numbers and the analytics that we design our programming here in Sports Talk Radio, frankly, in any major sports market is football is really important, right?
Yes.
Can I be really honest with you that last night was the official start to me and the Avs and Nuggets, like all in.
Even prior to the Super Bowl.
All in. Yeah, because of freaking, I'm not Patriots. Well, you and I had a chance to be there next week. Like, no, make Vic go. That should be his penance for being so mean on the air at times to people like Mark Moser, are very sweet individuals. Don't deserve that.
Oh, don't take that away from us. It's my favorite thing in the morning is when Vic makes fun of Moser. There's nothing funnier on these airwaves.
But it really does feel like the actual page has been turned. Anklegate is kind of over. We all yelled into a microphone, rightfully so. It wasn't nothing, to use a double negative. However, I am done talking about what Sean said about Bo's ankle and what Bo said about Sean talking about Bo's ankle. I am ready for Avs and Nuggets season. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Are our listeners with me?
They're with you.
Can we go win? Yeah! I need it. I need a parade. I need 2.
You got to get healthy to have 2 parades.
Me?
And not
is it mental or physical or both?
It might be both.
Okay.
You got to get healthy to win 2 of these things. And I think it's so very clear that those 2 injuries mean everything. And people go, "Oh, it's next man up." Like, how are you not the same team when you lose your second highest paid defenseman, when you lose a $7 million player in Gabe Landeskog, who is so very clearly important to how this team plays? You can't be the same fan that looks at the team without a captain the last 3 years, the team without a gritty 2-way winger who's willing to fight and go into corners and win net front battles and do all the things the right way to win games. You can't be the fan that goes, well, you didn't have that, and he matters a lot, right? Like, having a captain matters a lot. And then when he comes back, the team is historically good to start the season. And then when he leaves, you can't be the fan that goes, oh, next man up mentality. Either Gabe, he matters, or he doesn't. And it's so abundantly clear, not only over the course of the last month, but
5
the last
years, brother.
3 years.
5.
What do you mean 5 years? He's been injured for 3 years.
I'm just saying the sample size, like of him on the ice.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And
fine.
him off
that's
the ice.
fine. Totally
fine.
fine.
It's a really clear.
He matters.
You're in the laboratory and you say, okay, here is the sample with Gabe. Here's the sample without Gabe.
He brings Nate down in terms of his
100%.
His pouty energy.
Can we just call it like prickly nature?
Sure. He brings
because I don't want Nate to be pouty. I want to root for him, and I hate pouty.
He brings
Can I go prickly?
up.
Can I go prickly, Raj?
Sure, you can go prickly.
Do you think he's pouty?
Yeah, he's a pouty. He's a little. No, I almost cursed.
Whoa!
When things are going poorly and Gabe Landeskog is not on the bench with him, he can turn into a little B word sometimes.
Bro?
Sure. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Now, again, you can get away with that when you put up 150 points for the large majority of the season. Last night there's one play that happened that ended the game, right? Colorado wasn't good. Wedgwood was terrible. The bounces weren't great. The power play.
Wedgie pretty much put it all on himself.
I mean, he had 2 horrendous plays back to back.
Seeing it, brother.
And he went behind the net to play a puck when he shouldn't have, and then he got scored on from behind the net. It just wasn't good for Wedgwood. So he put it on himself. Kale put it on himself for the shorthanded goal.
Did Wedgie
I
think Wedgie discovered that the substance that a lot of people grow is legal in Colorado yesterday.
Huh?
I'm just kidding. He's played like he was on.
Oh, okay.
He was influenced. I like it. I got to let you cook because you are pissed right now. You are legitimately angry right now.
They were still in a game last night, much like they were against Ottawa, and then at the wrong time, a turnover happens, Ottawa goes down, the game's over. The same exact thing happened last night when they were markedly better than they were against Ottawa the night before, but still Not great. They get to within 2 goals with 15 minutes remaining, and they're starting to kind of feel it. They're putting pucks at the net. They're moving quickly, and there is an odd man rush for the top line. Marty Necas played the worst hockey game he has ever played in Colorado last night. He was awful.
He had a couple of playoff games that might say, hold my beer.
This one was even worse. He was running into players, was finding himself on Nathan MacKinnon's side of the ice in the offensive zone, in the defensive zone, running into players in the neutral zone, throwing pucks where no one's going to be. Necas was just downright terrible. They go down on a 2-on-1, 3-on-2 break after Wedgwood makes a really good glove save in the slot. Necas gets the puck on the far side and tries to force a puck on the odd man rush across the zone, even though a Montreal player, I think it was Alexander Carrier, had slid down. Tries to force a puck through the middle instead of either just shooting or dropping to the trailer. That puck then bounces out to Brent Burns, who walks in thinking he can take a slap shot. Who's in front of him? Big Josh Anderson. So Burnsy, instead of faking the slap shot and walking around to sliding Anderson, decides, screw it, I'm shooting this thing. And Burnsy's been bad. Legitimately bad over the last month. Hits the guy in the shin pads. This is not those 2 plays, not the plays that I'm most upset about. The next one is, after that shot hits Josh Anderson, Nathan MacKinnon's on the far side of the ice, and he literally watches. You can see his head track the puck. Watches the puck hit off of Anderson's shin pads, up into the air and into the neutral zone. And he just watches it, and he goes, oh,
where?
It's going the other way.
Where?
It's going the other way. I wonder what that puck's going to do. And instead of getting on his horse and being, the fastest player on planet Earth, he just watches the puck go to the neutral zone. And what happens? Montreal goes on a 2-on-1, and then Marty Necas has to go, oh crap, I guess it's my job now. He wasn't F3, he was F2 at that point. Has to get back through the neutral zone. Necas is fast, and he does all the work. He skates for 150 feet to get back into the defensive zone. And instead of going to the open man, Carrier, who blocked the original pass and works his butt to get down the ice, Necas goes to Cale Makar, who's already defending the puck carrier. They're just not thinking. They feel disinterested. And you know what? You don't win cups in January. And that's the reason why I go, they need to get to Italy so damn fast because they feel checked out. They're playing good, gritty, playoff-ready teams like Montreal and Detroit over the next 2 games, and San Jose, who's knocking on the door. Dude, if they don't figure it out over the next 3 games,
just don't go over, man. You got to get points.
Oh yeah, you got to find a way to get points. You have to find a way to score on the power play. But the attention to detail and the care factor right now is nothing. It pisses me off.
You know what pisses me off?
But I still have faith in the team in the playoffs.
You want to know what concerns me? Is guess what could happen technically in Italy if you limp all the way into this break. Who's to say that you have every one of your players back healthy when you come back?
What do you mean?
They're going to be playing. How many Avs players are playing in very highly competitive? And I get it that the style of hockey is
different.
Is
IIHF
different.
is different.
I get that, but still,
It's
you're playing hockey, right? You're still playing hockey at a very high level against the world's best, and there are teams that are, quite frankly, versions of an NHL All-Star team on the ice that you're going to be competing against.
8 of them.
8 Avs players, all pretty dang influential. Am I right?
Yeah, all of them.
So,
other than Kiwi.
So you can't play with your food and lose this incredible lead that you've built that now is shrinking and dwindling. And I know you have
on pace for 125 points.
Okay, then the coast into the just everybody start your Italian vacation right now.
Oh, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
So you want everybody?
The way that they're playing.
You want them all? You want them to get 0 points going in?
I didn't say I want it, but at this point, just get to the break. Like they need a hard reset. That's all they need. They need a hard reset. They get 3 weeks off in quotation marks.
My brain doesn't.
You got to reset.
I can't wrap my brain around
because you didn't coach a sport that has 82 games, man.
Yep, I can't.
Nuts.
I can't do it.
It's so, and you talked about it yesterday. It's so different because the do or die lifestyle in football is so week to week. You have so few opportunities to make your mark. Whereas over the course of the 82 game season, especially when you have teams like the Nuggets and the Avalanche who are in championship windows, everyone goes, well, even if you win 70 games this year, you know what doesn't matter? The regular season.
Okay, so...
And then when they suck, people start to say, what's going on here?
So right now, the Denver Nuggets have much more of a reason to be doing what the Avs are doing than the Avs.
100%. 100%.
And at what point, we all love the guy. He's got great lettuce. He's a great dude. But at what point, like, is some of this on Bedsy?
Oh, it's
as the coach to say, like, how am I going to get my players to respond to a period of time that is not just bad or not just below the standard, outright embarrassing? That the onus is on a coach. And I
will agree with you there.
I know it's not one game. Like, I'm not reacting to one game.
No, you're reacting to a month.
To an entire month of the season, granted, without Gabe and with an in and out Devon Taves. When was Devon Taves' injury? It was like first week of January?
It was either late December or early January.
Okay. I mean, clearly those two players from a presence standpoint, those two are stabilizers.
January 4.
Those two are stabilizers, right? Taser is a great a blue line stabilizer.
And then in the rocking chair.
Yep. Just dependable. Almost so dependable you forget about him.
Yes.
Right? And in a sense, Gabe's that way too. Like, you took for granted, all of us did a little bit, Gabe Landeskog's presence on the ice. But still, man, like, the game of all professional sports are all predicated on how well you respond. And the locker room has to respond, and the coaching staff, the head coach, has to be responsible for pushing the right buttons to get the team to respond.
I completely agree with you. And for me, the first button to press is maybe you start the third line tomorrow against Detroit. Maybe you start your second power play unit on your first power play just to piss Nate off a little bit, just to piss Kale off just a little bit. Because you know what? You get 3 weeks away from those guys. And you know what they're going to forget 3 weeks from right now? When on a Saturday morning game in Detroit, you put out Arturi Lehkonen and Brent Burns and Sam Malinsky and Val Nichushkin and like Gavin Brindley on a power play. You're going to forget about that in 3 weeks. But what it might do is it might piss you off that game. It might piss you off for Saturday's second or third power play. It might piss you off for Monday night's game when you return home to Ball Arena. I agree. There are buttons that Jared Bednar has not pushed properly. I don't think he's on the hot seat. He's on the hot seat if you don't win the West, and that is a big, big task. You got to win the West.
It all comes.
But you're not on the hot seat until then.
It all comes down to the quest for Lord Stanley and what that looks like. That's all it is. But right now, it does kind of matter. It does matter because how you do anything is how you do everything. And if you're showing these types of signs that pouty Nate is going to drag down this team unless he has stabilizing Gabe and stabilizing Taser, it's concerning. Because Gabe Landeskog cannot be fully depended on. Unfortunately, I wish he could, but the reality is he can't.
If you're looking for something delicious for dinner tonight, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. We have them outside right now.
Smells so good.
Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame. You can find them in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. That is gfhwings.com. I'm going to go have some for breakfast right now.
Same here.
Are you playing this for a reason? This song?
No, I'm not, man. Just switching up the rotator a little bit.
It's very interesting.
What is this?
Magic Johnson,
What do you mean?
the song.
I've never heard it.
It's all good.
Is it like a real, like, is this real music or is it one of those fake? Who's this by? Anybody?
I don't have it off the top of
KJ?
my head.
Red?
Red? Hot Chili Peppers?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, that didn't sound Red Hot Chili Peppers-ish. There it is. There's a little of that.
There we go.
Mhm.
There's my chili peppers.
Where's my man Flea at? Is he slapping it yet? Come on, Flea, get in there. Anthony? That's it. Yeah, let's go.
I don't know.
Let's
You
go.
know what? This just has Steve Nelson written all over it right now. This song.
I
But
truly have never heard this song before.
with Magic Johnson, he made his return back in 1996 to the NBA after his, 4-year retirement, something like that, today. 19 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, and a win over the Golden State Warriors. That's why I was like, oh, look at you knowing your sports history, KJ Granderson. Coach, back to the Denver Broncos.
Football!
And back to Davis Webb. Pulling his hat out of the ring for this Raiders coaching job. What's going on?
Well, because I heard a clip yesterday of Scotty Hastings basically saying that I don't really know anything about football and evaluating talent. I'm going to pick fights too. And so this morning I was listening to my good friend who I love, full transparency, Brett Kane. And he said something, and I've come from this industry, so I can't fault Kaner. But he said something that Davis Webb pulled his name out of consideration from the Raiders, and this is Kaner's words, was that the Raiders really wanted him. Okay, first things first, all right? I'm going to ask everybody out there. We'll say you make $500,000 a year, okay, which is pretty awesome, right? All of us are like, dude, I would take that. And somebody else, if they really wanted you in that position, they were going to give you $12 million a year and guarantee that for at least 4, maybe 5 years. Okay, so a package that's roughly $50 to $60 million all in. Do you think you just say no? I don't really. I really want to go back to the Broncos with the chance of being the coordinator. He pulled out of the Raiders job because the Raiders are going to hire Clint Kubiak to be their next head coach, and they're waiting until the Super Bowl situation is figured out. That's why he pulled out. Also, I think there are some tea leaves to show that Davis Webb is most likely going to be the play caller, hopefully, for the Denver Broncos. And that would be absolutely the next right step for a coach that the league does view to be on his way towards really big things. But I am not as certain as some are that the decision that was made by the Broncos and or Sean Payton to fire Joe Lombardi is as binary as Davis Webb is no question the next play calling offensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos. I think there's way more gray matter, if you will, between where we are currently and Davis Webb being play calling offensive coordinator. Sean Payton has never given up that responsibility in his career. Never. You really think it's just going to be like
Parcells did it?
He did. And that could happen. It could happen. Do we think that Sean Payton's going to allow somebody else in the building to say, hey, you got us to a place where we are 14-3 in the number 1 seed, and basically you won the AFC regular season championship, which, whatever. It means you got home field. Oh, by the way, you're going to stop doing the thing that got you to this place in the first place, which is calling offensive plays. We're going to make you do that. You really think Sean's just going to be like, yeah, that's good? A lot of people are speculating that ownership, either the Greg Penner or Kerry Walton ownership group said, you got to get rid of one of your cronies. And Joe Lombardi, who's been with him for more than 12 years. I don't think that's the case. I did at first. The more and more I hear it and see even what Joe Lombardi said, I think that Sean Payton himself is just like, I think he just wanted to prove to everybody in the building, I'm still in charge here. I am in charge, and there's nobody who's on scholarship that's just showing up for free and riding my coattails.
So then why was Joe Lombardi here?
Your mic's not on. Your mic's not on.
Why was Joe Lombardi here in the first place?
Because that's his boy, dude.
That's coattails.
Yeah, but
so why are you waiting? Why are you waiting until now?
He decided to change his mind. I mean, what did Joe Lombardi himself say? All we can go off is the words. What did he say? What was the word?
He's in one of those moods.
He's in one of those moods.
Hate that.
That sucks. So I don't know. I mean, you want Davis Webb to stay here. Best case scenario from the coacher, this guy, Mike Sanford. I just talked about myself using a nickname and my own name in the third person.
It was your Von Miller take.
Yeah, it was me. Him. I am him. I'm not, clearly. But best case scenario for the Denver Broncos, Sean Payton leans all the way into being game day decision maker, big picture, takes a majority of the draft day responsibility to get his offensive players to where they need to be, makes big ticket decisions in free agency to get either the right running back, the right receiver, or the right tight end into this franchise. And he gives away the play calling to somebody that I think is lock in step with his quarterback, and that is Davis Webb.
And that's the thing. I've seen a lot of text come through over the course of the week. So someone just now goes, can you please explain what Davis Webb has actually demonstrated to make him such a hot commodity?
Preseason play calling. Cool. To me, that's all I needed to see. And I know it's preseason, but he's already developed the quarterback that guys like me, idiots, morons on radio said is the distant sixth best talent in that 2024 draft class. Davis Webb, we go to practice. Who's with Bo Nix every single minute of every single practice? It's Davis Webb. Who's coaching the individual drills? Davis Webb. Who is in the position meeting room and takes whatever is in Sean Payton's brain and is able to disseminate it clearly for his quarterback to be able to execute it. And guess what? All things considered, there is only one of the 6 quarterbacks that today you have to admit has outperformed Bo Nix in that 2024 draft class. And frankly, I hate to say it because the guy looked like buns at Empower Field a week ago on Sunday. It's Drake May. He is a Super Bowl starting quarterback that is going to finish in the top 2 in the MVP voting. So whatever he did last year doesn't really matter anymore. He's in the damn Super Bowl. And then after that, you could say maybe Jaden Daniels' 2024 season is similar to Bo Nix's 2025 season in the sense that they both got to the championship game. They both won a playoff game. I think Jaden Daniels won 2. Is that right? Because he ended up in the wild card round. And then the other 3 quarterbacks are what they are. So what has Davis Webb done? He's developed Bo Nix. Because would any of us look at the play calling and say, tell you what, man, the play calling has been
It's a good point.
Immaculate.
Brett would also go in on Joe Lombardi earlier this week saying, like, I've seen him as a play caller because he was the play caller in Detroit for a couple of seasons. And he goes, what you saw this year with the dink and dunk screen heavy offense, that's Joe Lombardi. He goes, that's not necessarily Sean Payton. That's Joe Lombardi. That's what Brett saw in Detroit. And I think this is a welcome, if this is actually where they're going, where Davis Webb is elevated to play-calling offensive coordinator. This should be an exciting thing for Broncos fans. You want to see deeper downfield throws? You want to see more penetrating offense rather than throwing behind the line of scrimmage and hoping someone breaks off a Demaryius Thomas-esque wide receiver screen? This is how you start to do it.
You want to see Optimus Bo?
Is that your next evolution in the Bo bot?
Optimus Bo.
I love that.
Is the fully optimized iteration of Bo Nix where the person that is who's like the main guy in Transformers?
Shia LaBeouf?
No, not the actor. The super whatever.
Isn't it Optimus Prime is like the biggest, most important one?
Yeah.
Bumblebee is the one that Shia LaBeouf's sports car turns into. We're also not talking enough about Megan Fox.
But Optimus Prime,
that's a first round.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Just depends, right? Like
different strokes for different folks.
I mean, are you? Are you the? Do you run your organization like, say, the New England Patriots did in the Belichick era? You're not afraid to take some risks, because I think that's a risk. I think that Bo Nix would be optimized because he would have a play caller that is genuinely invested in seeing to it that every single play call, to the best of his ability, if this is Davis Webb, would fit what Bo Nix does well and what he knows well. That's what I want.
Tonight's Nuggets and Clippers game is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Starts with your pregame powered by Ramos Law at 6:30 p.m. You can also watch tonight's game on Altitude Plus for free. It's a free preview even if you do not have a subscription. Download the app or you can watch it on altitudeplus.com. Some breaking news in the NFL about 5-10 minutes ago. The Vikings fire general manager Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah. Is gone after 4 seasons in Minnesota. That's your latest around the front office firings in the National Football League. Hour 2 coming up next, 11:20. We'll have KJ's NFL notes.
Let it breathe. Let it breathe, Raj.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You know this one. This is a California song.
Well, we had the boss in here.
We had to wait on that one.
It wasn't the boss. It was the boss.
You know what's not great is when the boss comes in and asks you a question, you go, I don't know.
Yeah, I just saw that. That was not a great first impression right there for you with the boss. At least me watching you, I was like, dude, bro, you just got to make something up, man.
It's better than saying something incorrect.
All you got to say is something that's not inherently incorrect that sounds really confident.
I literally went, I don't know. Make sure you guys tune in all next week as Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here and go anywhere. You can find them on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. He hits the road early next week for Super Bowl 60 between the Seahawks and the New England Patriots. You have a feel about that game yet? At all?
Yeah, I think Seattle's they're gonna beat him. I don't think it's gonna be like a 40-point Super Bowl or something stupid like that. I think Drake May's gonna play better than people are gonna think he's gonna play.
Injury?
Yeah, the old shoulder's a little concerning. But I still say that the Patriots defense and special teams units are good enough where this thing will be a watchable Super Bowl that ends up kind of like, it'll be watchable until about mid-fourth.
That's all I care about. Yeah. I'm cool with that.
Commercials, have a good dip. I'm going to watch it. I'm over it now. My emotions have restored that I'll watch the game.
You a big dip guy?
Love dips.
What's your favorite dip?
Dog poo dip.
What is that? Whoa. That's not a real thing.
Yeah, my mom's been making it for like 30 years. And I think Colorado.
Why does it have that name?
I think in Colorado, they just call it like a really beefy queso. Where it's like, it's almost so beefy that it looks like it could potentially have been emitted from a dog when they haven't had a really good day of eating. And it tastes awesome.
I hate that.
You've never had dog poo dip?
I've never had something. I would not eat something called dog poo.
I'll invite you over and Melinda Sanford will create.
Is this something that you guys know about? 303-504-0925 dog poo dip?
Here it is right here, buddy. It's on Food Network.
Okay.
It's a Food Network recipe.
It does kind of look like something that Tito has yacked up in my room.
Yeah, speaking of which, Paisley. Oh, gosh. Don't want to tell dog stories, but I'm going to tell a dog story because I never do.
Be my guest.
So my daughter, Amazon package comes in. She opens up 2 different boxes and then leaves whatever the other box it was to get her stuff. She got like LED lights to decorate her room. Cool, whatever. I go take my daughter then to softball practice, indoor softball, whatever, hitting lessons. And I come home. My dog was left alone for 22 minutes. I come home and all I see is my dog on our couch with her tail tucked between her legs and 3 heart-shaped Valentine's Day boxes of chocolate.
Oh, no.
And ate every single bit of chocolate that my wife had ordered. I didn't even know the chocolate was coming. It was in the Amazon box, and my dog somehow,
just
some way
went to town
and deleted 6 ounces of chocolate.
Just Russell Stover for breakfast.
Allegedly kills dogs, right? Chocolate can kill dogs. So I had to do the thing where you shove like hydrogen peroxide down their throat and make them vomit. Even worse than that, she wouldn't vomit right away. So 2 hours later, I look at her couch and every single bit of the chocolate was there that had gone through her body.
And you're still okay with eating something that looks like that?
It's not dog vomit dip. I'm okay with
I've
dog
never
poo.
heard. No one on the text line has ever heard of that dip.
Have it for Super Bowl. You'll thank me later.
I will have it for the Super Bowl, and I will
And if
thank
you've
you
had-
in the future.
if you've had-
it's like a queso fundido with
Yes.
chorizo.
Yes. With a lot
Doesn't that sound a lot more appetizing?
Yeah, but how many
Queso fundido. I didn't even say it properly.
queso fundido
Thank
con
you.
chorizo.
Thank you.
The problem with that, man, is I could have said that in two syllables. Dog poo. So I just go ahead and go to your Google machine. Dog poo dip. People call it dog food dip. It's dog poo dip. Have 1 beers, and you'll forget that it's called dog poo dip. You'll just love it.
Are you concerned over the amount of coaching staff turnover that Denver's had over the past couple of years?
No.
Where Sean brings all of his dudes in, and it seems as though they're kind of outside of like Rizzy, they're all gone. That Saints Mafia that came.
Yeah,
in.
but I think Johnny Morton's coming back.
To do what?
Senior offensive consultant, senior offensive analyst,
I
whatever
don't want
it might
him
be.
here.
Why not?
Because he went to Detroit and didn't do anything.
He's not going to be the play
that
caller.
offense turned into nothing.
He was here in 2024 when you
It's
went
the
to the playoffs.
same thing as like what? Why does Deion Sanders bring what's his guy Pat Shurmur up to Colorado? It was never good when he was with the Broncos. So why do you want him calling plays and being your offensive genius up there in Boulder? It turns to crap. I don't want him. I don't want Johnny Morton back here.
So this is twofold, right? Sean Payton is very strongly in charge, very firmly, I should say, in charge of the Denver Broncos offensive football to this point. However, he likes to surround himself with known lieutenants that he can trust. And those guys have helped him along the way. Do I think that they're all extremely necessary for Sean's Denver Broncos to have success at this point, 3 years in, where you've already established that you are the head coach of a team that was the number 1 seed in the AFC? No, I don't. I don't think you need that. So Zach Strief played for Sean in New Orleans. He's not part of like the old school cronies, but he played for him. Davis Webb is a bit of an outsider, but I think Davis Webb himself he's done a really good job of like earning the trust, I believe, of Sean. We'll find out. If he's the OC, then he has earned the trust of Sean, and they have a great relationship, which I think is going to be the case. Pete Carmichael, man, he's been a 31-year NFL football coach, including some years as the offensive coordinator. Pete Carmichael just got hired, breaking news, just got hired 3 hours ago to the Buffalo Bills to be the OC for Joe Brady, where he will be the Joe Lombardi of the Buffalo Bills in name only. Title, offense coordinator. Joe Brady's going to be the Sean Payton running the show. You know, look at some of these other coaches that have been with Sean for a long time. Darren Rizzi obviously is part of that. Last year was Johnny Morton. Last year was Mike Westhoff, right? Remember Westhoff was he was old school Saints OG. Had been there since the beginning. But really, I mean, outside of that, Sean is Joe Vitt, senior defensive assistant. That is another Sean Payton New Orleans part of the mafia, if you will, the Saints mafia, and then of course the last one would be Darren Rizzi. I think that Sean's been willing to part ways with these relationships that have gone on for 25 plus years in order to do what's best for the Broncos franchise.
I think it shows growth in Sean Payton. And I do believe these little stepping stones of getting rid of the guys that you have ridden with for the better part of 2 decades.
And they're not terrible. Like, they're not terrible coaches. They didn't have much input.
Right. At
Yes
some
men.
point,
right? They're yes men.
At some point, you need to bring on the brainiacs. At some point, you need to bring on the guys that you know you're going to lose as a hot head coaching candidate, right? Look what Philadelphia just did. Philadelphia just brought in who? Quarterbacks coach from Green Bay, former NFL quarterback, Oregon State Beaver, Sean Mannion. Sean Mannion will now be at 33 years
Do you
old.
realize how many years he's actually coached?
2.
Oh my gosh.
2 of them.
And he's going into maybe the most scrutinized position in sports.
In the city. Offensive coordinator, play caller for future Bronco, A.J. Brown and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Correct. Future Bronco backup quarterback, Jalen Hurts. I'm just kidding.
That's part of the trade now, too.
I don't know.
What are we doing?
It doesn't appear like that's going all that well.
Is he going to do the same exact thing that Nick Sirianni just did? Knowing that, like, I absolutely have to have a guy who is through a lot of circles, even though he's very green, right? Very green. 2 years in the NFL as a coach, and Davis Webb isn't far off that. Is he 3 or 4 now?
Yeah, I think it's 3 or 4.
But still very young. Is he going to go in that same vein of, it's time. It's time for me to be the CEO. I'll have my input. Let Davis be a wonder kid. 2 years from now, he's gone.
Ironically, this is what's unique about Davis Webb. I'll never forget this. And it's probably what happened with Sean Mannion. When Davis Webb got hired as an offensive, he was just a quarterback coach. 2023, got hired as the quarterback's coach. I had a good friend of mine that used to work for the Broncos in personnel. He's no longer with the Broncos. Tell me, hey man, I have heard that that's the next one out there. The next big thing.
The next quarterback whisperer.
And in my mind, I'm like, dude, he's never coached. That was his first coaching job. 2023, Sean Payton, year one, was the first year that he had coached. He played for the New York Football Giants in 2022.
The year before.
Which is, it's interesting.
I think he started a game in that year. I'm almost positive he started a game in 2022. He did. He was 0-1. He lost the game 23 of 40, 168 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. He also rushed for 41 yards and a score.
Did you know that Davis Webb?
They lost by 6.
Davis Webb has the best touchdown to interception ratio in the history of the National Football League.
What is it?
1-0. It's perfect. 100%. I mean, 1,000%. Like there's nothing negative there.
Never won a game, though. Never won a game. He had one start. It was that 2022 start. He came in and had 2 rush attempts the year prior in Buffalo for -3 yards in 2021. But he did have a start in 2022, the final week of the season. They lost to the Philadelphia Eagles by 6 points. And he was pretty good. He had 200 total yards, just over 200 total yards, and 2 scores.
All right. Tell me this. Would you choose your fighter, Davis Webb, NFL starting quarterback stats? Read them.
Just from the start?
Just go completion, attempt, completion percentage, yards, touchdowns, interceptions.
23 completions, 40 attempts, 57.5%, 168 yards passing, 1 touchdown, and a quarterback rating of 76. He had 6 rushes, 8 total in his career, for 38 yards and 1 touchdown. Or
fighter B. Career 21 of 38, 55.3%, 346 yards,
Whoa.
1 touchdown, 1 interception. No sacks.
Is that Sean Mannion?
Choose your fighter.
I'll take the guy who didn't have a turnover. Thank you very much.
You don't like 346 yards on just 38 attempts?
I do like that.
You don't like the bomb? You don't
not,
like big plays?
I like not giving up the football. What happened in the AFC Championship game? You give away the football twice, you lose, and now we have to watch the Patriots go to Super Bowl 60.
I choose fighter B.
Who's fighter B?
Me. Those are my college stats at Boise State.
I'll always take Coach Sanford. KJ's NFL notes are next. Every day here on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Make sure you tune in all next week as Vic will be live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road, online at cooffroad.com. Mr. Granderson, what do you got first today?
Well, the biggest story obviously has been Davis Webb and where will he go? Well, let's see if we can't untangle this whole web that has been created around the Broncos offensive coordinating search. So Davis Webb, as you guys detailed earlier, he withdrew from consideration from the Raiders head coaching job. So that's step one. Earlier this morning, we found out that defensive pass game coordinator and assistant head coach Jim Leonard is believed to be interviewing for the Ravens job. Ravens defensive coordinator job today, according to Ian Rappaport. Bills and head coach Joe Brady, they have brought in Pete Carmichael Jr. to be their offensive coordinator. He was Sean Payton's lieutenant and the Broncos senior offensive assistant, and he's been around with Sean Payton for a long time. According to
31 years almost.
Exactly.
Total NFL experience. Not all of which have been with Sean, but most of which have been.
A lot of it has been, pretty much just over half. According to Mike Klis, Broncos head coach Sean Payton interviewed Ronald Curry for the offensive coordinator position. Curry was Sean Payton's offensive assistant in New Orleans for 6 years, from 16 to 21. They tried to get him in 23, but it didn't work. And Klis thinks that there is a chance that he could maybe make his way here. So here is Mike Klis's official prediction. Johnny Morton as the senior assistant.
Basically back to what he was in 24.
Right.
That's what he was.
Davis Webb as OC.
Ding. Can I do your little ding? There you go.
And then Ronald Curry as the quarterback/pass game coordinator.
Cool. Let's ride.
You mean the guy that was the quarterback's coach for the best quarterback in the NFL?
I don't know that he was the actual coach. I think was he a receiver coach?
The quarterback's coach in Buffalo.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I was thinking about his time at New Orleans.
QB coach and passing game coordinator in 2021 to 2023. He did start as an offensive assistant and wide receivers coach for the first 3 years of his tenure.
You know what's interesting about Ronald Curry?
What's that?
I remember this because my dad was coaching at USC at the time. I think Ronald Curry's about 46 years old. He was the number 1 ranked prospect in America as a quarterback. He ended up signing with the University of North Carolina, Tar Heels. It was like a massive, massive coup. It's like, oh, North Carolina's going to get serious about football. And he kind of like just semi-flamed out, ended up getting moved to receiver, and he actually had a career as an NFL wide receiver. He's a tremendous athlete.
I'm reading his Wikipedia page right now. Curry also excelled at cornerback and kick returner in addition to his quarterbacking duties. Michael Vick was in the same high school district as
Newport
Curry
News,
and was overshadowed by the accomplishments of Curry and Curry's team.
They call that the Tidewater of Virginia. There are some ballers right there. Hampton Roads.
The legendary Bobby
Newport
Bowden.
News.
Legendary Bobby Bowden is on record saying he's the best high school quarterback he's ever seen.
He was unbelievable. I remember it. He was a legend in my eyes as a fairly young. How old is he now? 46?
46.
Okay. Gosh, he's only 2 years older than me.
Played 6 years in the NFL. His last 2 seasons, practice squad stuff with Detroit and St. Louis.
Raj, can you Google him real quick?
I have him in front of me right now.
Do you have his like a current picture of him?
Yeah, I do.
Like of him as a Buffalo Bills coach?
Yes.
Do I look younger than him?
You look younger than him, yes.
Like 10 years?
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks. I just want to make sure. Because
I
he looks old.
We spent the whole time building the guy up, and now you got to tear him down?
I mean, he just hasn't aged great, you know? I'm aging fine, Raj. Don't look at me. I'm aging great.
You are aging great.
Fine wine, man.
KJ, what's next?
Sean's old school. You know, you're going to do 6 days on, 1 day off.
As he takes a bite of a Krispy Kreme donut.
Goodness gracious, man. What is happening with you
Don't
this
tell on
morning?
me. We get in trouble from our program director for eating on the air. I wasn't actually eating on the air. I was preparing for the break.
He's preparing his donuts for the break. There you go. 2 Broncos offensive linemen have been named finalists for the NFL's inaugural Protector of the Year award. Left tackle Garrett Bowles and right guard Quinn Miners, a.k.a. DeBelly. They are among 6 candidates for the award, and the other candidates are Dolphins center Aaron Brewer, Chiefs center Creed Humphrey, Lions right tackle Panay Sewell, and Bears left guard Joe Tooney. The winner will be announced at next week's NFL Honors Show and will be chosen by a panel of former NFL offensive linemen. LaCharles Bentley, Jason Kelsey, Sean O'Hara, Orlando Pace, Will Shields, and Andrew Whitworth make up that panel. What's the likelihood a Bronco comes home with the award?
I think it might be the belly. The belly is the best interior offensive line protector. Really, really good. I mean, Garrett Bowles, there could be a sentiment in the direction of Garrett Bowles because of all the crap that he sustained by, frankly, not being very good and also being known for being a guy that gets holding calls.
At the beginning of his career. Yeah, he's turned into a legit left tackle.
Dude, he's unreal.
And he's always healthy.
And he puts a ton of work in, too. The guy's a grinder. Not to mention
Who's
he's
the guy that New Orleans took that year in the draft? The other offensive lineman. He was an all-pro early.
Kyle Turley?
No. He had a weird, was it Ryan Ramczyk? I think it was the same draft. Ramczyk was taken by New Orleans.
I don't know much about Ramczyk. I remember Kyle Turley.
I think Ramczyk was taken at the same time. And he was an early all-pro, if I'm correct. But hasn't played since 2023.
So that was a Garrett Bowles. You're saying Garrett Bowles same year?
He was drafted in the 2017 NFL draft, and I think that was Bowles' year. Yeah, Bowles was taken at 20th overall, and Ramczyk was taken
32nd
with the final pick of the first round.
Dude, there's some things that you have no idea about that are so simple. How in the world do you remember New Orleans Saint 32nd overall offensive tackle that flamed out?
Well, because I remember the first 3 years of Bowles' career, you'd look back to that draft and you go, how did you leave that guy on the table and you took Bowles out of Utah and he was a transfer player?
Yeah, I knew there was a reason.
And he was a first-team All-Pro, Ramczyk in his third year. He's out of the league now, and Garrett Bowles is when is Garrett Bowles going to retire?
He does. No time soon.
I could see him playing for another contract. He's 33. The cliff comes soon.
36, 37, right?
And he now has as
takes
many,
great care of himself.
He now has as many first-team All-Pros as Ryan Ramczyk had in his career. Ramczyk had an extra second-team All-Pro, and Bowles is now part of the number one blocking offensive line in terms of pass protection in the league.
You know what I like when my left tackle is a committed member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, because he is not ruining his body with one beers. It's a good thing. It's a good deal.
I don't know the personal traits of Ryan Ramczyk, but
no, that's Garrett Bowles.
No, what I'm saying is
Ramczyk's
been out of the league for 2 years.
Loves one beers.
Maybe he loves one beers.
He definitely is a one beers guy.
He is a Wisconsin guy.
If
so facto.
And where is Bowlesy from?
Is he Utah?
Yeah.
We're on to something.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be a terrible draft pick.
Lehigh, Utah.
Now a better draft pick. KJ, what's next?
Sean's old school. You're going to do 6 days on, 1 day off.
Josh Allen officially had surgery.
You said that wrong.
I'm sorry.
There's a long dramatic pause between SH and A.
Let's make sure we get the guy who says it right the first time.
Josh Allen.
Thank you.
He was on crutches as he entered into Joe Brady's introductory press conference, and he obviously was on crutches in a walking boot, and he had surgery on Monday. The surgery was done on a broken bone in his foot, which was the 5th metatarsal, and it stemmed from an older injury that was re-aggravated during the Week 16 win over the Cleveland Browns. He said yesterday, quote, "It's a little painful right now, but it wasn't a crazy surgery, so not too long of a recovery. OTAs, I'll be back, and it shouldn't hinder anything," end quote. But he also had this message to say yesterday as well, Broncos country.
I'd be lying to you if I'm sitting here saying that I feel like I had part in it, because if I make one more play that game in Denver, we're probably not having this press conference right now. We're probably not making a change. And in all honesty, we're probably getting ready to play another game.
Yeah, it sounds like what we were talking ourselves into had the blizzard not shown up for the Denver Broncos in the second half, or if Sean Payton had decided to kick the field goal. A lot of ifs, ands, or buts. But the bottom line is that you're enjoying Cancun. You're spelling the word metatarsal at press conferences, not playing in the Super Bowl. we understand. Josh, you just did it a week earlier, bud.
Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Who gets a Super Bowl? Only one of them.
None.
So that's going to be when it's all said and done, there's probably going to be 5 MVPs between those 3 players.
Throw Bo Nix in there.
Okay, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
That's nuts, man.
I think that's true. And that's not just orange-colored glasses. Like, did you watch all of Joe Brady's press conference? Good offense play caller. Just not feeling the conviction, man.
Does it feel a little hackety? Not as cheesebally?
It's like Hackett tougher. A little bit tougher.
I mean, he
Like
was
tough guy.
responsible for like the best collegiate offense in history. Now, I know the difference between college and the NFL is large. 0, man. None of those 3 quarterbacks get one done.
I'm just glad that I just got a text. Did you see this one? On behalf of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and your audience, I thank you for using the correct name of our church.
I thank you for keeping Garrett Bowles healthy and on the field.
I thank you for being really nice neighbors the year that I coached in the state of Utah at the Utah State University, the Aggies.
Go Aggies.
Go Aggies.
Pew,
Logan,
pew.
Utah. Cool place.
KJ?
Sean's old school. You know, you're going to do 6 days on, 1 day off.
The Minnesota Vikings have fired GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah after 4 seasons with the club. It did come as a bit of a shock because he just got an extension in May of 25. So after going 9-8 last year, they have decided to cut ties with him. But let's look at his overall tenure. He went 43-25 in that stretch, and he had 2 playoff rosters in that stretch. Obviously, they lost in the wild card rounds in both of those times they appeared with him as the GM. But nonetheless, Adam Schefter's reporting that throughout the season there was talk about an underlying tension in the Vikings building and in league circles. And one league source told him that it had been ugly in Minnesota. And that's ultimately what led to the firing. As far as who will take over his role, they're going to keep it in-house right now through the draft. And then they will make a decision beyond that in regards to who their next GM will be. Why do we think the Vikings waited so long to make a move that was brewing for a while?
I wonder if there was just some dynamics inside the building that needed to kind of play out for some things to come to the surface. And sometimes that happens. It's interesting, like a lot of these buildings with ownership groups, and I've told you this, I've used the analogy of the epic show Game of Thrones, right? Like where there's little fingers kind of working the behind the scenes.
Have you watched the new spinoff series yet?
No. I never finished Game of Thrones.
It didn't end great.
I started it and then I coached college football for a long time.
Yeah, you don't have the hours to watch Game of Thrones.
It became challenging.
Okay, sorry, Littlefinger.
There's just so many different people that are it's jockeying for who's going to be in the position to maintain the throne or be next up for the throne, or I'm going to take whatever shady angle I need. And so, man, we as sports fans, we as sports media members, a lot of times all we see is the final product. But sometimes these franchises, sometimes these owners, sometimes these athletic directors in college don't always get all of it exactly right. It sometimes ends up being who played the game the best. And so like a situation like this, we don't know I don't know everything that happened in the Minnesota franchise, but gosh, it's gone downhill in a hurry. And what I would tell you is that it appears that KOC, Kevin O'Connell, is a really good football coach and has the ability to be a very good quarterback whisperer. There were some things that were just missing along the line from a personnel standpoint over the last 2 years.
It probably boils down to you traded away the dude that has the Seahawks as the number 1 seed and an overwhelming favorite in Super Bowl 60 for JJ McCarthy, who can't stay healthy and when he's on the field has looked kind of lost Like the only time he looked good was in the preseason prior to his rookie year.
There's been some games that he looked pretty good in big moments. Like he's got, I wouldn't say he's got Bo Nix big like.
And sorry, not traded. He allowed Darnold to walk.
Yeah, I mean, mistake, right? It was a mistake. I didn't think it was a mistake. Consider me a moron. Yell at me. Say I'm an idiot. I still don't think that the stories are completely written yet on J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. Sorry, like maybe that is my own. I'm trusting my eyes in the collegiate evaluation and the combine performances of both those players.
Now, we just talked about the 2017 NFL draft. If you had written the story of Garrett Bowles and Ryan Ramczyk, the two offensive linemen that were taken in that first round.
Don't forget that Garrett Bowles broke a leg in those first several years.
If you had written the story,
also like, is he ever gonna amount to anything? I know it's a different position, right? It is, but like
in that position demands excellence. At least now in the NFL, the quarterback position demands excellence immediately.
Yeah, it does.
There's no longer like, hey, we'll see you in year 3.
You know what's wild about 2024 draft class, the quarterback position? Every single one of those 6 players has been brilliant in an NFL game at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Has been like, oh yeah, yeah. Like how many times have there's a Michael Penix Jr. game where he is putting on a bit of a laser show and he's healthy and all that. And I text everybody like, told you. But then I got to live with the fact
that his knees are just made out of dead people.
They are, man.
KJ's NFL notes.
I see dead people.
Are brought to you, not by Bruce Willis and it's not Macaulay Culkin. Who's the kid in Sixth Sense?
Oh, Sixth Sense kid.
Who's the Sixth Sense kid?
That's his name.
That's his name?
Sixth Sense kid.
Haley Joel Osment?
Sweet.
I think that's his name.
He's Sixth Sense kid.
NFL Notes brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It's a Friday. We'll wrap things up. Coming up on the other side, pop some tops. No NFL this weekend because Lord knows we're not watching the Pro Bowl. We'll let you know what you should be tuning into here in the Mile High City. Bunch of like miscellaneous things that have happened over the past handful of hours. You see Lindsey Vonn, who was going to the Olympics as a 41-year-old, had a crash yesterday.
No.
Yeah.
Like she's done?
She suffered like a left knee injury, and her knees have been atrocious over the last 10 years.
She looks like she has spent her entire life swimming around the barrier reef and just getting eaten by great white sharks in her knees.
Because of all the
surgeries.
All the surgery scars.
It
I
was
was like,
funny.
where are you going with this one?
This was pretty cool. There was one of the original Australian rules football players that came over to punt in the NFL, played for my dad's team that he was coaching at, which was the San Diego Chargers in the late 90s. And Darren Bennett was like in his 40s, but he looked like he had lived 2 full lives because he played Aussie rules football, which is a pretty gnarly game. And then his second career was like, okay, I'm an NFL punter. And so I'll never forget, he had the Australian accent and the whole deal. He was like, mate, you see my knees, mate? Had about 15 shark bites in, mate. It was awesome.
That's a great name for a surgery, a shark bite.
Yeah.
I love that, man. Absolutely love that. Yeah, so it remains to be seen whether or not she'll actually end up racing the Olympics. She had a crash. I think she had to be like airlifted off of the top of the mountain because the conditions were so bad.
A lot.
Yeah. I wanted to see her
Michaela
race.
okay? Schifrin?
Michaela Schifrin's still buzzing.
Good.
Vale Zone.
The best.
Yeah. I mean,
Colorado's
she's quite
great.
literally the very best skier of all time.
Who wins, fighter A or fighter B? Greatest athlete in Colorado sports history. Christian McCaffrey or Michaela Schifrin?
Michaela Schifrin.
Who wins in Mortal Kombat?
Christian McCaffrey. It's just a that's
you what? You're such a pig.
Oh, come on. What are we doing
Just a
here?
chauvinist.
What are we doing
You
here?
have no idea what Michaela's
I'm watching the Farmers
ski blade
Insurance
could
open
do
up here, and
in Mortal Kombat.
Brooks Koepka's back on the PGA Tour. A sad note. I talked about Macaulay Culkin because I had the name incorrectly. Talked about Macaulay Culkin. It was
Sad,
actually
man.
Haley Joel Osment that was in The Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense good.
Speaking of Macaulay Culkin, his mother in Home Alone, Catherine O'Hara, the mom in Home Alone,
Schitt's Creek,
and in Schitt's Creek,
which you're allowed to say on air because it's SCHITT
That is correct. That is
apostrophe S. It's very different than the other word.
Catherine O'Hara passed away this morning at 71.
Sad
Stuff.
Great actress too.
Oh, she was funny.
And everything. Good. Played a character fantastically well. And talk about being like multi-generationally relevant. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
She was in one of my most favorite recent shows has been Seth Rogen's The Studio on Apple TV. And she was in that. Fantastic as well.
Have you seen Bert Kreischer's new
No, but I
series?
hear it's great.
Oh.
He's a riot, man. I hear it's great.
Like Anne-Marie and I watch it and we're like, is this you and I when we drop off our kids at Valor? Like we are so not appropriate for this crowd. I am the head coach. I still don't really fit in, you know?
Where are you going with this?
I'm going the fact that I'm like, I grew up in public schools. I've pretty much coached at public schools. I've been a college guy. And now I'm around like really, like high-end, high-class people. And I'm not, would you say I'm a high-class person, Raj?
I think you carry yourself with enough class.
I can. I don't always, which is why we pop tops on Fridays, right?
We'll get into that in just a little bit here. Avs and Red Wings will be back at it tomorrow. It is an 11 a.m. puck drop 10:30 pregame show on Altitude 92.5. You can watch that game on ABC. Eric Johnson's going to be
Let's go, EJ. Get us
in
a dub.
between the glass.
Get us a dub.
Yeah, there's nothing like the hatred of the Red Wings and the Avs to spark some energy back in that team.
The Wings are still red, but they're not the right hue of red. They're not a great hockey team.
No, they're very good now.
They're not great.
They're the second best team in the Atlantic Division.
The Atlantic Schmantic. We all know this whole thing's going through the Western Conference.
It is going through the West. Well, the West or the state of Florida.
Correct. Because hockey, Florida.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Those two
Why
things
wouldn't
go hand in hand together.
It's perfect.
It's cold down
Do you
there.
think the Panthers will be back back and buzzing when it comes down to cup time or no?
I'm more confident in Tampa Bay. Tampa has looked really good over the last 2 months. And they're doing it. You know how I hate using the word excuse because I think it's more of a reason why the Avs have played poorly. Devon Taves and Gabe Landeskog being out. Tampa's done all of this without Victor Hedman and Ryan McDonough.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
They sound like they're like the Nuggets.
Right. They're doing it despite.
Mm-hmm.
They're winning despite. And the Avs they've just hit this weird malaise, and we need to get them to Italy. You have to find a way to get them to Italy. The Nuggets will be back at it tonight against the LA Clippers. And we haven't seen the Nuggets injury report come out yet today, and it feels a little late. And I wonder why why that might be.
Why are you doing this weird inquisitive face?
I just don't. My Brian Windhorst fingers are up in the air right now.
We all know it's going to Shams. It's going to Shams, not Windy.
Well, I know that, but the meme makes me think.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a little late for the injury report.
Dude, stop. You've got to be joking.
I'm not. I'm
Are
just
you
saying.
Look at you over there. Just a joker. Just a goddamn joker.
Why would you not have the injury report out yet? Come on. What's going on?
You know what?
What's changing?
I'll tell you this. George Payton, I know what he's looking for tonight. What's he looking for there, KJ? Or might be looking for goddamn joker.
Who are you going to get? Evan Ingram's on another. He's on another contract. He's got one more year.
I'm talking about what George Payton's looking for at Ball Arena.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Oh, yeah, way over my head. Holy smokes!
I was like,
wake
what
up.
just happened?
All right, KJ.
I'm trying to get myself into my first Nuggets game of the season. Take my family to Ball Arena because I told you I turned the page. Last night was a page-turning night. Touchdown and a field goal. It's how the Avs lost. I'm pissed off at them. And watching the Nuggets continue to find ways to win basketball games, even if it's against bad teams. I'm in, man.
Now, the Clippers have been a bad team. They are not bad right now. They've won 9 of 10. They are finding a way to get back into it. They're the 10 seed in the Western Conference. It's not going to be. Last night was an easier opponent. It just so happened that Michael Porter Jr. had basically a career day coming back to the city of Denver. Brooklyn's a 12-win team. LA's won 9 of 10 to get back to within 2 games of 500, and they're above the play-in line now. That's a run them up and down the court type of day.
Yeah.
Especially when Denver's coming off the second leg of a back-to-back with all of these injuries, all of these starters out. You got to get out to an early lead, man. You have to have another Timmy game, another
talk
Jamal
about it,
game.
man. Gosh, Aaron Gordon, another 4 to 6 weeker.
We did talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, probably before I got here.
I did talk about it in the first 8 minutes of the show before you walked in. It's so true.
For everybody out there, I apologize for my tardiness today. It is the very final day that Division I college coaches can go and recruit high school athletes. So I was looking out for some youngsters, trying to help them out. Little throwing session that I was running. So I was running to here late. And so it's over. And now I can officially turn the page to Avs and Nugget seasons. And as we get ready, there might be something that I'm going to pop the top to.
Let's pop some tops, Coach. Coach, what you watching this weekend, brother?
Ball Arena, in person, popping, no bubbles, Surfsides.
Nice.
Tonight.
Gotta love a Surfside.
And I'm hoping that if it's not the Loch Ness Monster, maybe it'd be a Joker. Just hoping. Just wishful thinking.
Trying to find a goddamn Joker.
Nuggets tonight, 7 p.m. tip, 6:30 p.m. pregame show. I'm popping my tops to some NHL action over the weekend. Yeah, the Avs and the Red Wings play early on Saturday. That's going to be a fun game to watch. I'm tuning into a hockey game held at Raymond James Stadium on Sunday.
How is that going to work?
I don't know.
How's the ice going to hold up?
No clue, but the Lightning and the Bruins are playing.
What time is that? Is that a nighttime?
Navy Federal Credit Union Stadium Series at 4:30 p.m., 6:30 Eastern.
Okay,
so I'm going to tune into a game where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play football.
So there's a pirate ship, an ice rink.
Yep.
And a lot of skate blades.
Yep.
And the high temperature on, Saturday, you said?
Yes? No, Sunday.
Sunday? Beautiful. It's going to be 46 degrees.
That's perfect.
That's awesome.
I'm watching some outdoor hockey. Can't wait for it. That's going to do it for us this week. For Coach Sanford, for KJ Behind the Glass, I'm Raj. Don't go anywhere. PJ. What am I doing?
PJ Fleck coming up next.
Get me out of here. PhD's coming up next. Glorilla, save me.
Oh, what's going on, boys? I just saw. Oh my God! Have you looked at the forecast for the next 10 days here in Colorado?
No.
I just saw that.
Oh my God!
I'm only going to be in town for 3 of them.
I saw a tweet. I forget who. It was like, I hope everybody enjoyed Denver's winter. It was in the second half of the AFC Championship game. It's supposed to be.
Ryan Cohedisberg. That was a solid tweet right there.
Yeah, RK. Okay, that's a good one, RK. But that's well said because it's supposed to be in the 50s to 60s. I mean, like that for the next 10 days. Sunshine. Nothing. Just sunny and 60 here in February, basically.
Big fan of global warming, boys. I'm a big fan.
Is that what it is? Is that what you and
big fan over here?
That what you and Bianchi talk about in your meteorological? I almost got that word right. Yeah, the meetings.
Sure.
Anyway, it's gonna be great. How's your back?
Killing me.
Oh, no better from last night.
Nope.
Saw Scotty last night. He was just kind of limping around, trying to get through things.
I have a feeling that's what the rest of the season is going to be.
Oh, come on, man.
I did buy a gravity bed, so I'm getting every morning, getting on that gravity bed, and it feels better.
What's a gravity bed?
Tyler.
Oh, Tyler, what's a gravity bed?
Well, I'm. Are you talking about your actual bed? So you got the moving
No,
platform?
the little triangle thing you sit up in, secure your feet, and then bend back, and you hang basically upside down or
No
close
kidding.
to.
And you sleep like a bat?
No, you don't sleep there.
You got an inversion table?
An inversion
Same
table,
thing
yeah.
as
Oh,
I call it gravity.
okay, same thing.
Inversion
Okay,
table,
gotcha.
yeah.
Just picturing you sleeping upside down
No,
would be hysterical.
No, I am sleeping in my zero gravity position, which if I get sideways on that, then I wake up, my knees killing me.
Oh, my God, Scott.
But
Oh,
so
my
I got
Lord.
this inversion table for Christmas, and so I've been hitting that now that I'm home, and that helps for a little bit.
Well, how many weeks is it going to take for us to look at things to reevaluate you?
Oh no, I'm playing injured.
Oh, you're okay. You're
no.
staying in the game.
No, I'm playing injured.
Hey, let me ask you a dumb question. You ready for a dumb question?
Yep.
Just right off the bat, just a really dumb question.
Yeah.
So Jokic can only miss one more game, and then he won't be. If he misses 2 games, he won't be eligible for any of the awards.
Yep.
How long do you got to play in an NBA game to get credit for playing in that NBA game?
Let's just use Spencer Jones, for example. He's got 50 games that he could play in the NBA in the 2-way contract, and they count sitting on the bench as a active participant as a game.
So would you, guys, no dumb question.
Activate him and sit him on the bench?
Correct.
Nah.
Yeah, probably not.
Why not?
Because Joker doesn't care. That's why.
I get it, but what's the difference? What's the difference? He's sitting there one way or the other.
The difference is if he stays active and wins the things, he's got the Supermax deal. Although I think he's already qualified.
You think?
And you'll have to pay him $75 million and 77 instead of 70.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, now you explained it brilliantly, so that's okay. We're gonna have Mike Fratello on. Now we're gonna have he calls the Clippers games. Is that right?
Yeah, he does a handful of games for the Clippers.
Okay, a handful of games.
Yeah.
So when we have him on here in about 14 minutes, we're going to talk about when you guys almost came to blows and fought, or
I'll bring that up.
You'll bring that up.
I'll bring that up.
Okay.
We didn't come to blows, but I
don't know. You've told the story like 100 times,
I'll bring that up too.
Getting in his chili and cussing him out, and blah, blah,
I
blah,
told him to FO.
No, okay, right. I just said getting his chili, but
you told him to find out, right?
Yeah, FAFO. Well, All right, so you're going to bring that up.
I'll bring it up.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if that was like no-go territory or not.
No, I'll bring it up to you.
All right.
I'll ask if he remembers that.
Well, that's coming up in a little bit. Tyler, we got some Broncos news.
All right, what do we got?
And if there's anything updated, Dan, let me know, or Tyler, if you know anything else. But here's what's cooking. Davis Webb has, told the Raiders to pound sand, right? So he's out. But Sean Payton has moved on from another compatriot of his. First it was Joe Lombardi. Now it's Pete Carmichael,
who was
well,
like,
I'm not sure if that's the right way to phrase that one, though, DMac. And I'd be curious if you know something I do not, but I'm not sure if moving on is the right way to phrase that one because he got a promotion to go get the offensive coordinator job with the Bills. So that could have been his choice to leave rather than.
I stand corrected. What I meant to say is he's not here anymore. He's leaving.
Okay.
He's leaving the Broncos for the Bills.
Just clarify because everybody else had been fired.
Okay. Well, this guy, Pete Carmichael, he's going to the Bills to be their offensive coordinator with Joe Brady, which is ironic because Sean Payton was talking to Joe Brady about being his offensive coordinator. Meanwhile, the quarterbacks coach for the Bills, Ronald Curry, also is a Sean Payton buddy. He was interviewed. And now Mike Kliss is speculating, follow me on this, that Curry comes in as the quarterbacks coach. Davis Webb becomes the offensive coordinator for the Broncos. And Johnny Morton comes back in as like a special assistant to fill the role of Pete Carmichael. So your offensive staff would be Morton, Davis Webb, Ronald Curry. That would be your new sort of offensive base. That's speculation from Mike Kliss. What do you think about that formation there, boys?
Is Davis Miles covering the calling the plays?
I would assume he would be.
Oh, well, then I'm okay with that, whatever you do.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the big question. If we're not changing play callers, that we're just shuffling chairs here, that is not going to be much of a difference of anything.
Right.
But if we are giving up play calling duty, and if Davis Webb is going to take that over, well, now it's significant. So, I believe the Broncos got to interview one more minority candidate, unless I'm mistaken there. So they got to go through the Rooney rules and get unfortunately, it's just semantics in today's world. They're just checking boxes so they can hire Davis Webb. We all know what they're doing. So they'll get that done. And other than that, though, man, I mean, they're all guys that have been connected in one stop or another, and they're just bouncing from team to team and finding a new variation of getting the band back together.
Yeah, no big deal.
Oh, I think it's a big – what do you mean no big deal?
Huge deal if Davis Webb's calling plays.
It's a huge deal if Webb is calling plays, but we don't know that. We're just speculating.
I'm just speculating, but why would he take this job if he wasn't calling plays?
Well, why would he get out of the running at the
Correct.
Raiders? That was what we said in our little meeting today. And that's huge for him and a huge in his advancement as far as being a head coach at probably a pretty young age. Say he comes back there, changes the offense, they go from averaging, Tyler, 23 points a game to next year average 28, 29, get to another AFC championship game. Davis Webb's going to be one of the hot names to be hired as a coach next year.
Yeah, so why does he pull his name out of the hat with the Raiders? Because he probably knows he's not getting hired, would be my guess. It feels very, very obvious that the Raiders and the Cardinals are both waiting on Clint Kubiak. So Clint Kubiak's probably going to be able to make a decision between those two teams. If he likes Mendoza, he probably chooses the Raiders. But with how it applies to Davis Webb, so now there are other teams out there still, by the way. There were the teams that I was aware of that requested Davis Webb for offensive coordinator interviews were the Bills, the Eagles, the Giants, the Ravens. Bills and Eagles have both hired coordinators. Giants and Ravens are still out there, to the best of my knowledge. So that leaves two other outside the building options, which creates pressure on Sean Payton to pass off the play calling duties. So I do think that this is going to come with some form of play calling duties to Davis Webb. Now, here's the question, though, boys. And Scott, I'll ask you this one since you're the biggest skeptic of Sean Payton. If you're Davis Webb, say you got an opportunity to call plays with the Ravens, just throwing it out there. You got that opportunity, and then Sean Payton comes to you and he's like, hey, you know what? Since they're going to let you call plays, I'm going to let you call plays here as well. You're Davis Webb, Scott. Are you really believing that Sean Payton's going to sit in the background? Are you really believing it? Are you believing that Sean Payton's going to let you call 3rd and 10? Are you believing he's going to let you call that 4th and 1, or is Sean Payton chiming in and telling you what to do?
Well, my belief could be different than him because he's had a working relationship, close forever and ever. So he may come to the belief that he would. Would I trust that? Nah.
Right.
No. But he might be listening to the show and heard you saying that Jackson ain't ever going to win nothing. Why would he want to risk his beginning of his career on a quarterback that may be closer to being done than great?
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just tossing the Ravens out there theoretically just because I know that's a team that had requested him. But I do think that's something
it'd be
that
interesting if
Davis
he'd go
Webb
to the
needs to consider.
Giants. That would be an interesting take.
I think what would happen is Sean's going to have a hard time giving it away, but he will give it away eventually. But it'll be a struggle. He'll say the right things, and then he'll catch himself. And he'll have to be reminded, nope, you're supposed to give this away. And eventually he'll get there. I remember one time I was a Little League coach. This is Little League stuff. But I was working in the afternoons, but I was the head coach, but I had to have another guy help me out. And I would always get to the games just a little bit late after work. And I told the guy, hey, it's your team to coach, right? I just set it up and organize it, do the practice, whatever. But it's, game days is your day to coach. And I'll never forget, we're like 5 games in, and guys, I can't help myself. I get in there and I start doing ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. And the guy looks at me and goes, what's the deal? Am I coaching this team or not? I go, I am so sorry. It was my bad. It was absolutely my bad. He was 1,000% right. But I kind of couldn't help myself, and I had to be reminded. But once I was reminded, I was able to sort of whatever. So that's what I think is about to happen. He's going to hire him. He's going to tell him something. He's not going to be able to help himself. Something's going to happen to remind him, oh, no, I got to do this, and then yada, yada, yada. It'll move on. But let's face the truth. He's 62 going on 63. He's talking about being old and driving in the rain. I ain't the same guy anymore. It's the right move if he wants to just evolve and stay as a head coach for a long chunk of time. I mean, Pete Carroll, how old was Pete Carroll? 73? Yep. When he finally got blown out here? So Sean Payton has a decade, possibly, of being a head coach if he can figure out how to be the CEO rather than the play caller. Guys, you tell me, is that worth changing? Is a decade worth of work worth changing?
It is worth changing, but it's still an ego thing that he hasn't had to do that in 25 years.
But he'll have problems.
Did Bill Parcells ever give up play calling?
Eventually,
he
yes.
did. He was actually kind of famous for it at the end, Scott. But it came down to the end before.
But how many years?
Forever. It wasn't easy. It's always a difficult thing to make that transition. Right. But isn't Sean Payton in that transition time if he still wants to be a head coach?
Yeah. Should be.
Not necessarily, DMac. Here's the thing. Are you doing it for Davis Webb, or are you doing it because Sean Payton no longer feels like he's a capable play caller? Because those are two radically different things, If you're doing it because of Davis Webb, well, I could make an argument that although, okay, cool, I understand it, that might not even make that much sense, because if Davis Webb has a lot of success, he's out of here in a year or out of here in 2 years anyways. So did you just pass off the reins for no reason? So you really got to be making, this is like a long-term decision for Sean Payton. And in the big picture, he is still pretty young. I mean, if we're talking about a decade of football left, that's hard for any man to give that up.
Well, we'll see what the next adventure is, and we'll see when this news breaks. It could be at any time. We'll be here for it. Meanwhile, Mike Fratello, this should be fun. We have heard the Mike Fratello story more than one time, which has always been delightful, and Mike will join us. How old is Mike Fratello, by the way? How old is Mike?
I don't know. That's a good question.
He's got to be he's not 80, is he?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see how he sounds.
No, he sounds good. I talked to him this morning.
That's awesome, man. Mike Fratello joins us next. We have breaking news. Huge breaking news from Shams. Tonight, Nikola Jokic returns. Nikola Jokic is scheduled, according to Shams, to play tonight against the Clippers. Also, you go Sunday against Oklahoma City. You go the rest of the season, let's hope, which would still make him eligible for all the awards. Scott, Tyler, and we'll get Mike Fratello on here shortly. We'll start with Scott. What is your reaction to this gargantuan piece of breaking news on January 30th? We got it in before February hits.
Well, let's go back and just think. Somebody on this program said, I think he'll play before the end of this homestand.
All right. All right. You patting yourself on the back?
I think all said he's not going to play in back-to-backs. You and I talked yesterday and said they got to beat Brooklyn.
Yeah. So, I have all sorts of thoughts about Brooklyn, but yes, and they almost did, but they did.
Yeah, but they did. And you didn't have to play him. So now guess what? It's a back-to-back, and guess who's going to be fresh? And you could play him. I didn't think you'd want to play him if he was ready. His first game back, here's OKC.
Okay.
But now you're going to have Lopez and Zubats.
The Clippers are 9-1 in their last 10, the hottest team in the NBA.
Yeah, on 16 of their last 19 or something like that.
They're under 500 still, but they are rolling of late.
Do you know they started 5-21?
That is insane.
They kicked Chris Paul out of the organization, right? Remember that? There was talk about firing Ty Lue and
insane.
They have righted it, but probably a guy who's playing like an MVP right now is Kawhi Leonard. He's back to balling again.
I asked Adelman yesterday how the All-Star break would factor into all these guys that are banged up. And, now you look back on the response and clearly he knew Jokic was going to be back right away. But, it wasn't just Jokic. He said that he expected all the guys to get some run before they get to the All-Star break. So, look, man, this team weathered the storm in a fantastic way. And you get Joker back, you're going to start getting the other guys back. They're going to be on minutes restriction. And hopefully you can take advantage of this next about a week, I guess, before they go to the All-Star break and start ramping up those minutes. So by the time you come back, you feel like you got your basketball team.
Did you have a sense, Scott, being around the team, watching Jokic work out on the court, so a little public, did you have a feeling that tonight would be the night?
I had a feeling he'd play on this homestand.
Did you think he might have played last night?
Well,
or there's a possibility, like maybe.
I don't know how many conversations I had.
You getting something?
Fratello wants to know the number to text in at because he's having issues with his phone, but he'll call in. So did you text your number? All right. I thought he'd play on this homestand. Somebody tried to poop at me a couple days ago. So, they said it's going to be But it goes back to everything we said about Christian and everything else, Valanciunas, and boy, what has his presence meant to the team?
Has been tremendous.
You see them ramping up on the court, and all of a sudden they're doing their regular workout times before a game, and I'm like, and I don't know if you were
I wasn't that early. I wasn't that early, no.
If you'd have watched his workout yesterday, in fact, I talked to Mike a while ago, and he said, hey, I had a buddy at the game last night. He says, Joker looked great in his little warm-up.
Okay.
He said, is he going to play tonight? So we were talking this morning about 9:30 or so. And he did look great. And I said, Coach, I tell you what I saw. I saw him really working on left-hand hooks, so he's not jumping off that left leg. And I said, I don't know if you want him to get just even great with both hands. He's always good with it, but now great.
Yeah.
But am I surprised he's playing? No. Because he's looked too good. He looked great in his warm-ups the last two games.
Well, I am fired up. My wife goes to me, well, what are you doing tonight? I'm like, it's a Friday Nuggets game, and Sunday they play the Thunder, and we don't have a show on Saturday, so I don't know. Maybe we can spend some time together.
Why don't you take her to the game?
Oh, she doesn't like basketball. She's trying to figure out the Avalanche right now.
Big Rob.
Scott.
Gets tickets to the suite.
Scott, shh.
Lick her up a little bit. Hotel room downstairs.
Now I'm just going to go to the game. What are you trying to kill me here? I got. This is it.
Take the wife, get in the suite, get you a hotel room downtown.
Will you just shut up? Now I get to go to
Kim,
the game.
if you're listening.
I got a legitimate excuse.
Well, she could go too. Maybe she turned into a fan.
Then I got to think about her being this, that, the other thing.
We don't want to think about her.
No.
Well, Kim, I'm trying to.
Yeah, really, seriously. Just ease up. She'll take care of that back, though. She'll straighten that out. This is amazing news. This is amazing news, man. So
I'll probably be on a minutes restriction. We'll see what that is. I'm assuming you still start him and bring Big Val off, but Val's on a minutes restriction. I wonder now how close Cam is and Christian Brown also.
We welcome to the program the Czar of the Telestrator. That was the greatest nickname. Greatest nickname. Mike Fratello joins us. And, Coach, we just got the news that Nikola Jokic is going tonight. I know you're doing the game for Clippers TV, but what's your reaction to that one? How about that?
Well, as you know, timing is everything, and I'm happy for Jokic that he's back to the point where they feel well enough to allow him. I'm guessing he'll be on some type of minutes restriction.
Yeah.
But when you lose an MVP type player, not only for the team and the fans in Denver, for the NBA, it's not a good thing. You never want to see that caliber of player missing games because people pay a lot of money to come and watch these guys play. Teams rely on him, and he's such an important part of the Nuggets organization, such a great player that I'd rather see him wait one more game. I think they should rest him.
Well, we're hoping Kawhi doesn't play tonight too. So let's.
Is that a possibility that he won't go?
Well, probably will.
I haven't heard anything as far as him missing. A little bit of tape. I think guys have worn tape before and played in games, but we'll wait and see. But I'm happy and sad to hear that Jokic is back. Okay.
And we were talking this morning, Coach, and you were mentioning. I asked you what was the turnaround. 5 of 21 you started, but you were talking about Kawhi Leonard, and you used those three little initials MVP too. He said he's played like an MVP the last month. He's kind of helped revitalize this club for you guys, hasn't he?
There's no question. The game went to an entirely different level, and that was both ends of the floor. He's down in the stance again. He's got his hands in. He's getting steals, deflections, block shots at the defensive end, and those lead to easy baskets for the Clippers, which they need. They're not a real high-scoring team. So by him digging into the defensive end, at the offensive end, he's just been incredible. His shot-making ability, gets to the line, makes his free throws. He's now up the number of three-pointers that he's shooting per game by almost 4 attempts a game. And those all add up to extra points and W's for the Clippers. When you start out 6-21, you take any win you get. I was kind of interested when I looked at the home records for these two teams tonight, Scott, and both at 13-9 at home, which is a little bit unusual, but both have lost a lot of games to injuries and you get involved in close games, and they can go either way. The difference in their records, Denver winning 19 games on the road, the Clippers just 9. So obviously it's a big game for both teams and big for Denver from the standpoint that you're welcoming back your MVP. Big for the Clippers because they're trying to stay in that playoff hunt, coming back from 15 games below the 500 mark. To get back to 500 is hard enough in itself. But now they've worked their way. They're at the 10 spot in the Western Conference and hoping they can add enough wins to get up and be competitive for a playoff spot.
Coach, we've all been very pleasantly surprised with the way that this Nuggets team has weathered the storm without Jokic, without AG, Christian Brown, and it's a radically different roster this year. What are your thoughts on the bench of this Nuggets team and the way that they've weathered all these games without their stars?
Well, bench so important to teams having successful seasons, and let's just use last night's game as an example for Denver. Their bench outscored Brooklyn's bench 48-27. and the guys like Hardaway Jr. and Strother coming in, and Brown. Those guys are key guys, and think back to the championship seasons and their contribution during those times, the ones that were on the team at that time. And you come in again, and these are guys who could start for certain teams in the NBA. When Denver's at full strength, you take Valanciunas and drop him down with that second unit. That's a pretty impressive second group. So they could go 9-10 deep and be very productive with all those guys. So your bench has to carry at certain times. Ty Lue had to turn to guys that in training camp you never thought these guys were going to get in the game. But Jordan Miller's game has really expanded. Kobe Sanders playing extremely well. Cam Christie getting an opportunity to play. Giannis Niederhauser at the right time, right place. Ty Lue has shown enough confidence to go to this youngster, put him in a game, and he has been productive. He may not play for 3, 4, 5 games in a row, but when Ty puts him in, he's done the job he asked him to do. So that's what helps to put a streak together, or in Denver's case, for them to still be in the third spot in the West. With those guys missing the games as they've missed, it's a great testimony to the roster they've put together, to the guys who have to step up, and to the coaching staff for what they've done during these times.
So what you're saying is Niederhauser is to Ty Lue what I was to you, right? I mean,
nobody can ever be what you were to me. I mean, it would be – that's a hard thing to match, okay? Those kinds of players come along only once in a coach's lifetime, and I had that experience with you. I think, were we together in 2 places, in New York and Atlanta? My goodness.
Yep, you were the assistant to Hubie in New York. I got traded to Atlanta, and you were in fact, I'm going to tell a story. These guys, I've told the story before, and I'll bring it up. Because we talked about Bo Nix, and we talked about Russell Wilson, and we've got Sean Payton, an old-school NFL coach here. He's old school. He's a Bill Parcells disciple. And he challenged Russell Wilson a few years ago when he was quarterback here, and Russell just turned around, put his dauber down, and left. He did it to Bo Nix last year, and Bo Nix came back at him, and also now this relationship has been pretty successful. And I always said, I think coaches challenge players, and I brought up this story. I want to see if you remember it. You were always hard on me. I mean, I always tell everybody I was your whipping dog. I remember one time we got beat by 23 in New Jersey, and I'd made a pass with 2 seconds left. I came in the last minute or two, and Tree's rocking off, and he's going to yell at you. And the first guy he yelled at after getting beat by 23 was me, and I played like 2 minutes. But I think you were always challenging me. We were in a game, Sacramento, a game at home. I thought I played well. I said something out loud. You wanted me to front Oberdink, I think, and he was holding me, and I was saying it for the coach or for the ref on the base. I said, hey, he was grabbing my leg. I deflected out of bounds. You call out. I get traded or subbed in. Come on the bench. You go. Did you say he was holding your leg? And I go, yeah. And you tapped me on my knee, and you said, well, just sit there so you don't get your little boo-boo hurt. And I think for the
that's not something I would say.
And I think it was the first. That's how I heard it, and that's the first time I ever came back at any coach ever in my life. And I said, maybe the F word or whatever. And you said, well. Long story short, and you'll remember this game for sure because we go to Cleveland and we're fighting for Cleveland in the playoffs. The management was killing us. They wanted to get in the lottery. And so they weren't doing anything for us. Weren't signing 10 days. So we go to Cleveland, who were fighting for the playoff spot, and we got 8 guys. I played and actually played pretty well. I had a double-double. And then we go to New Orleans because that was the year we're having those home games in New Orleans. And I see you in the hallway, and you said to me, he goes, I hurt your feelings a little bit in that Sacramento game, didn't I? I go, yeah. And he goes, but you didn't let it bother you. You came back and played your butt off against Cleveland. And after that, you never picked on me. No. We were great. And so I'll ask you, I don't know if you remember the story, but I think coaches challenge guys who want to see if they're all in, if they're committed, if they're ready to go for the team. And I felt that was your moment to me.
There are times where coaches definitely pick that moment for some reason or another. And, sometimes you picked a bad moment. It's not the right time to do it. But you hope that you have the kind of guy that can take it and comes back, okay, and wants to prove his point. There's nothing wrong in your mind and saying, "Oh yeah, is that what you think?" Well, let me show you who I am really, and that's what the coach is looking for: the character, the heart that's inside that guy, and how he's going to respond. And look, I don't know if you remember this in New Orleans or not. We had Sidney Lowe, who played at NC State, played in the NBA, has been a coach now in the league for years. Sidney was my assistant eventually in Cleveland. But there was a night when we were playing one of those 12 games in New Orleans, and we got into an overtime, and there was a defensive breakdown in the overtime, and we lose the game. And as we're going in the locker room, Neek says to Sid, if he says something, just don't say anything. And we got in the locker room, and I said, would you mind making the rotation when you're supposed to? Because that guy just made the shot that won the game, that type of thing. And Neek grabbed Sid's knee and just Neek encouraging him to just relax and sit there, which Sid did. Well, then when we were back to the room and I watched the game, I realized that it wasn't Sid at all that was supposed to make the rotation. It was Neek that was supposed to make the rotation. So we got in practice the next day. We started the practice off by saying we always came around the circle, and I said, guys, I want to just say something before we start. I said, Sid, I owe you an apology. That wasn't you that made the rotation. I look at Neek, and I go, it was you, Neek, that was supposed to make the rotation. If you don't mind, would you please do it the next time? And everybody kind of got a little chuckle out of it. I apologized to Sid that way. Eventually, I hired him as my assistant in Cleveland. But, coaches don't always do the normal things, but you got to be yourself. And that was to me. If I'm wrong, I've got to tell you that I'm wrong.
But you also want to know what guys are made of, right? I mean, you
Well, first of all, Coach, do you remember any part of that story that Scott just told?
I can tell you, I remember beating Cleveland because that was a big game.
No, remember, guys didn't show up that morning for the plane. And when I said, where is everybody? Joe O'Toole said, they're sick. And I said, they all got sick overnight? We were okay yesterday, and they all got sick overnight. And we did some juggling with the lineups. And I remember what I said to you guys in the locker room before the game. I said, we're going to beat them because right now they are so tight in that other locker room because, like you said, they had to win that game for that playoff spot. And you guys went out and played your tails off. They were so tight. I remember Lonnie Shelton missing a layup underneath the rim. All he had to do was put it on the glass and make a layup. He shot it right over, hit the backboard, shot it over the rim. And you guys wound up doing an incredible job to win that game in Cleveland. And I had a phone call that night asking to come to the office. The superintendent called me to ask me to show up in the principal's office.
Yeah, they wanted to get in the lottery. They weren't helping Mike and the staff at all. They weren't signing 10 days. They weren't doing anything. They weren't helping. And
wait, hold on, time out. Coach, were you told to lose games?
Here was how it was put. Would you rather have Scott Hastings on the roster or Patrick Ewing? And that was really a hard choice.
It was that draft.
Scott's done a whole lot for this organization, I said, and I left it at that.
All right.
Hey, let's put it this way, though. My ending to that story is be careful what you wish for because your lottery pick was Concac. That's almost
Oh, that's too funny. You're funny.
I think we passed on Karl Malone, didn't we?
You might have, yeah. I think he might have been in that draft.
Coach, have a great call tonight, and we appreciate you being on.
Hey, I love you to death. I would ask you, I don't know if you want to share a story, Mike. Remember the Hotels.com commercial with Joker and Peyton Watson? They're sitting by the pool. Mike was at that hotel. He said he wakes up in the morning. He said the pool was closed. He didn't know why. He looks out his window, and their Joker was doing the commercial.
Should have been a walk-on.
Yeah, you should have had a walk-on, Coach.
We could have come right out of the room.
What's going on?
To the commercial would have been great.
Awesome.
All right, have a great call tonight. We appreciate you joining us.
I love you to death,
Look
Coach.
Look forward to seeing you.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, that's Mike Fratello reacting to the news that Nikola Jokic is back. How about that? So we're going to rally up all of our basketball friends here today, Scott. Let's get a reaction from as many people as we can.
The fans got to be excited.
Let's go. Yoke is back. Are you kidding me? It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, how are you feeling? The new year is here, and improving your health may be one of your big resolutions, but when you're tired, low on energy, you're not sleeping that great, well, all right, maybe it's low T. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help with that resolution because symptoms are just maybe signs of low testosterone. This year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. All right, so with low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, all that sort of stuff. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You can call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
McCollum trying to save. Here comes Jokic. Look at the handle. My goodness. And he's fouled.
Yeah,
Sacramento trying to drive in. There's Jokic, that man again. Jokic with the block shot, his second tonight. Oh, what a pass by Jokic. A look away, as good as it gets. Now Jokic going to step back. And he hits.
You're kidding. Basketball's a game of runs, but Denver has the ultimate. Who needs an ace when you have a joker?
Jokic just gets it off in time. It's up. Oh, it's good. Of course it goes in. Jokic from downtown. Anthony Davis just stares at him.
Now Jokic sling it across. Rivers for three, and he gets it.
Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line of 2-pointer.
Here we go. Aaron Gordon looks in, throws it off over to Jokic. 2 seconds. He's across the timeline from 45 feet.
Got it at the horn! Nikola Jokic buries the Golden State Warriors. For the second year in a row, Denver stuns the Warriors with a last-second three-point shot. And the Golden State Warriors can go ahead and take that L on the way out. Oh, man. What a shot by Joker. That was from the logo. Final on the big board, 130 to 127.
Let me just read carefully Sham's statement, okay? Let me read it carefully.
Did you jump the gun or did he?
Let's read it because I'm hearing. So let me just read it, okay? Nikola Jokic out since December 29th with a knee injury. Plans to return to tonight's game against the Clippers at home. He's now in a position to also play Sunday against Oklahoma City. Plans.
You're good. Don't worry about it, bud.
He's officially listed as questionable for the night.
Which he moved from out to questionable.
Yes.
Because he was out yesterday.
Correct. So I just want to, I still think, things got to go okay. It feels to me like he will go as long as everything feels okay in that process.
During the warm-up and everything else.
So I'm just holding out, Tyler Scott. There's just,
a chance he couldn't.
If you made a sign and you're from Sterling and you're 8 years old and you got glitter and you said, this is my only Nuggets game and I came to see Jokic and he doesn't play, I don't want you crying. Because there's a possibility that he could be in a sharp houndstooth coat like he was last night. How about that outfit last night?
I'm telling you.
Oh, I tell you what, man. Looked like somebody's mother from 1985 with the shoulder pads.
Did you guys notice that Joker's a double bubblegum stick kind of guy?
Yep.
He one stick isn't enough for the big man. He's got to get 2 of them suckers in.
So, aside from being Natalie attired, he plans on playing according to Shams. So I just want to cover all of our bases here so we're spitting the absolute truth through the way we know it.
Yeah, he's gone to questionable. And then probable is the next advanced step.
Yeah, probable is
you're
usually going.
play.
Yeah. And even questionable is
better than what it's been because it's been just out.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the key word there is plans. So if everything goes well, but hey, listen, maybe things don't go well. I don't know. Maybe there's a little fly in the ointment. It's just not quite there. Who knows? We'll see how things go. What actually is that process, Scott, in terms of am I going or not?
They'll do all the rehab. They'll do all the stuff. They'll do all his exercise he's been doing during the day. Go home, take his nap or whatever he does in the afternoons, and then they'll get in early. He usually works out real early compared to everybody else. Like usually an hour and a half, around that time, hour and a half before the game. And he'll work out in the last couple of days. He's actually worked out against live defense a little bit. Probably got to see how that goes, and then he'd come back in. I'm sure he'll ice it or do what they do and whatever they do, and then some more treatment. And he'll say, does it hurt? Does it feel okay? And, will you play? He's going to have to carry, Zubats and Lopez, 2 300-pound dudes, so that knee better be okay.
What do you think, Tyler? Think he's going to go, or where do you think it's at here?
I think he's going. I mean, I understand you're getting hung up on the word plans, but Shams hasn't put that out there without pretty good information and covered his tracks a little bit, I suppose. But I'd be shocked if Shams puts that tweet out that we don't see Nikola Jokic on the court.
Okay. Excited. Chris Dempsey from Altitude TV. What's going on? Altitude Plus is free, or what's the deal?
I got a thing which would be interesting if Joker does end up playing tonight. Tonight in the Altitude area, if you've downloaded the app, you get the Altitude Plus app. They don't charge anything. You can watch the game free in this area tonight.
That'd be awesome. That's a cool deal. Altitude Plus
for
is a
those
great
people
app.
who could have taken their wives out tonight, and you get the Altitude Plus app, you can watch the game for free tonight.
Hey, last night was such a fascinating game, and there's a lot of elements to sort of discuss, but I want to just talk about one thing real quick, and we'll get into other things as we go, and Chris Dempsey will join us in terms of Jokic and everything in a little bit. I thought it was fascinating amongst everything to hear Jamal Murray say this about how he used to be rotated and now he is being rotated.
Just establishes a rhythm. I don't have to wait till the second quarter to try to find it. It's like whether I miss or make in the first, I've played till I've sweat, and I have a rhythm most of the time. And if I don't, at least I've had shot attempts and I've had a chance to find it. Whereas I'm coming in a second quarter, let's say 7-8 minutes like I used to, and then I'm still trying to find it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're playing through other guys, and other guys can carry that load, but I don't get to have that flow like I've been having. So I think that for me, it's just a huge difference where I can come in the game and actually have a sweat going back to the bench. You know, that means a lot. So
Jamal Murray with Michael Malone had been pulled in a few minutes after the first quarter to rotate with the second unit forever. And now we're hearing from Jamal, he feels more comfortable playing more minutes in the first
like 9
quarter.
or 10 straight. Like he's played the entire first quarter also during this time.
When did this happen?
Well, new system, new people.
Okay, how did we go so long without doing the best by Jamal Murray?
I do not know. Jamal probably need to say something. Or maybe, I don't know.
Don't you think that's kind of remarkable? He is having his best year ever.
And they're playing him more minutes consecutive to start a game. So it allows him, as he said, and that's a big thing for players, is to go out there and get a sweat. If you play 4 or 5 minutes, you might not get a sweat depending on stoppage and fouls and everything else. So you're playing 9, 10 straight minutes. Like he's come in, usually he goes out like at 2 to 3, or he'll play the entire first quarter, and then come back in with 6 or 7 and play the last 7. So I guess consecutive minutes, and that matters. I know from a bench guy going in and playing 2 minutes, and then coming out, and then come back into the second up 2 or 3 minutes. You're lucky if you do anything.
Tyler, don't you think that's kind of remarkable that all of a sudden we're hearing like, oh, after a decade, it's better for me to play a little bit more and then come out rather than what I was doing for years?
Yeah, you wonder where was the communication, and if there was communication.
A little bit.
You know, why were the decisions made to run the minutes the way they had previously? Look, good news for him, though, is he's got a coach now that, and I'm not implying anything about Michael Malone, but he's got a coach now that is about as open as any coach I've ever seen or heard of to communication back and forth with his players. So, I think a lot of guys are probably feeling very grateful to have David Adelman as the coach right now so they can communicate things like this.
All right. Hey, we'll have Chris Dempsey on. Vic will join us a little bit later. Don't forget, Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. We are reacting to the huge news that tonight there is a very, very good chance that Nikola Jokic returns to the lineup. His PhD on 92.5. If you're looking for something delicious for dinner, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. We had a delivery of Golden Flame Hot Wings this morning, and that got decimated. I didn't touch one. It was gone by the time I got here. And
I picked a bad day to not be working in the office.
I guess so.
They got wings today.
There's going to be another delivery in about an hour. Now, they're not going to be, donuts like you inhaled yesterday, Tyler, but they are golden
by the way.
Flame.
Hey, how'd that all come out for you?
Scott, I was feeling a little bit bubbly. My body was a little bit shaky. I think I had some sugar overkill in the body, a little bit shaky. But went to the gym, had a solid gym bro sesh. Worked out a few of those extra carbs, and woke up this morning and still felt bad.
A reminder that tonight's Nuggets-Clippers game will be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That got a little bit more interesting, huh? Pre-game starts at 6:30. It's powered by Ramos Law. You can also watch tonight's game on Altitude Plus for free. It's a free preview. Even if you don't have a subscription, download the app or watch on altitudeplus.com. It's a tremendous app. It's got all the games there. If it's a double dipperoo
night, you can watch
them both at the same time. It's really, really cool. All right, Chris Dempsey will join us in just a pinch to talk about this amazing development that Jokic plans on playing tonight. Scott, 10-6 without Nikola Jokic. Why do you think tonight is the night?
Why do I think it's tonight? Because I think it's time. I mean, you're right at that. You're at over a month. You're over 4 weeks gone since it. His body looks like he's really been working. I've seen him on the road a number of times in the room with a lot of people around him working, so I know he's worked at it. I think it's probably just time.
Tyler, what do you expect then tonight? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I also will say you had to make a decision in terms of when to bring him back. If you're going to bring him back before the All-Star break, or if you're going to let it go all the way to the break and give him a little bit of extra rest. And if you're going to bring him back before the break, it does feel like you better get a nice little run out of it, right? Like, it doesn't feel like there would be a huge point to bring him back for just a game or something before the All-Star break. So that also makes sense just in terms of timing. Like, bring him back for tonight, and you'll have a nice little run here. And, Scott, as you talked about yesterday, there are games to be won right before the All-Star break, and it would be nice for the Nuggets to go on a little tear here and, walk into that break feeling pretty good.
It would be nice to just go on a little bit of a run, and it is wild that the record is 13-9 at home. I mean, and then you have Oklahoma City coming up on Sunday, and hey, listen, I understand you don't have your full complement, and Jokic would be on some sort of minutes restriction. I mean, Adelman said that last night, right? I've got to figure out the math on how to get everybody back involved. But what a difference it's made since Valanciunas has been back. It's been huge. And now Joker plans on being back. Chris Dempsey from Altitude TV joins us. Chris, what's your reaction to the news that Jokic may go tonight?
I mean, what a day. I think it's great news. And quite honestly, I was listening to you guys a little bit as I was driving back here to my place. And I think, look, as a beat writer, as a former beat writer, I understand the language that Shams put in that tweet, and because you're right, but you want to you just want to put something in there just to make sure that if it doesn't go the way you're saying, that everybody doesn't just look at you and like, oh, you were just very wrong. So you say plans to because it gives you a little extra wiggle room in case something goes wrong. But I'm here to tell you, also as a beat writer and as one that was, with the rise of guys like Shams and Woj and Mark Spears and Chris Haynes and all these guys, Mark Stein, all these guys who started to get local news before the local reporters, you start to understand how to read tea leaves. And the thing about this basketball team, and this is very specific to the Nuggets, I don't know about any other one, is that when a player is out significant time, the way Jokic has been, or like say Aaron Gordon or Christian Brown, when they go from out to questionable, they're playing that night. And, it is now, look, is there a % chance that they could walk out there, something that might not feel great, and, they experience a setback that would keep them from playing? Of course. But I think that's par for the course for anybody who walks out and does a warm-up. If they tweak something, they're probably not going to play that night. But out to questionable equals playing, and so I expect Nikola Jokic, barring some major setback in a warm-up, to be able to be on the court here tonight. Do I expect him to play starters minutes? Nope. So will Jamal, and this was also a very interesting conversation that you guys just had, with Jamal saying, hey, look, I like to get a sweat. I like to be sweating before I sit down. I don't see why that has to change, because I think what you would do is just switch the way that you rotated them to, early this season you had Jamal coming out early and Jokic playing the entirety of the quarter. And then he comes out and Jamal goes back in with the second unit at some point in the second quarter. I would just reverse those two. I would see, I wouldn't see why you would keep Jamal. You would keep Jamal playing the entirety of the first quarter or most of it, whatever feels great to him. You take Jokic out early, and then you insert Jokic back in midway through the second quarter.
Yeah, I was just saying, you kind of the minutes we saw Val get last night, you may see Joker get, right? Come out about the 6-minute mark, come back in a little bit in the second quarter, and I got to believe the minutes are probably 24 to 30 tops.
Yep, I would agree 1,000%, Scott, because obviously you don't want him out. You don't want to just overload him, on his first few games back. So you ease him back in. He can fairly well split the minutes with Jonas Valanciunas for the foreseeable future, maybe probably through the All-Star break, and then after the All-Star break, get back to more of a normal, minute load.
Well, and look at the next two games you play, Chris. You're probably playing against two of the biggest teams you're going to play, for a while, right?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that so for David Alleman, he'll just have to resist the urge to want to play Nikola more than he should. He is, the training staff says he should play in these instances because. Now that you want to play him a lot against Oklahoma City, you want to play him a lot against a team that's playing great now all of a sudden in the LA Clippers, but you just can't do that now because the bigger picture still is that you need everybody, all hands on deck, healthy and ready to roll for the playoffs, not for these games here in late January. And so, it'll be interesting to see how he rotates them. But certainly they still must play it cautious, even though the competition is going to make you want to do something a little bit more normal.
Jim, any updates on other injuries?
No, not really. Christian Brown doesn't feel like, Christian Brown and Cameron Johnson, it doesn't feel like that they're particularly close to being back just quite yet. They're in similar spaces to what they have been, I would say, in the last, week or so, a week to 10 days or so. And then obviously Aaron Gordon, 4 to 6 weeks. Really feel bad for him for that hamstring injury, cropping back up again for the same time period that he's going to miss again. So, this is the one that's a big one right now. Look, everybody's coming back at some point in time, but I think we're a ways away from everybody else.
Well, Chris, and and I know you guys pay attention to it all the time too. You see guys start warming up, as I tell these guys here, when all of a sudden you see them in public with a basketball in their hand playing and warming up, before games. We've seen Cam's ramp up also. Joker's ramp up the last week or so. So I would say Cam's probably closer than Christian, because I've not seen Christian out on the floor before a game warming up at all.
That sucks.
Yeah, and he had an actual setback, right?
Yeah.
So, they brought him back, and it turned out to be too early for him. So we'll see. I think you're right, Scotty, in terms of the order of those two. Yeah, it feels like Cam would come back. It's not even feel. I would expect that Cam would come back before Christian at this point. Cam's, look, it was a similar injury to Jokic, right?
Yeah.
A bone bruise as a result of a hyperextended knee, but except for his was worse than Jokic's. And so, we'll see about him. But you're right. I mean, once you start seeing them out there, doing more than just spot shooting, maybe moving around a little bit more. These teams don't have a lot of practice time, so there's not a lot of, you would normally like to get them into some practice. Let's do some contact stuff. But especially in this January schedule, these games it's so dense, right? You get these days off. It's maybe odd day off, but you're mostly playing like 3 and 4, 4 and 5 all the time during this month. So what we see prior to games is a really significant marker in terms of what they might be doing to come back, because there's just not much else happening on those days off.
There is a amazing twist of irony tonight. Can any of you guys, Tyler, Dem, Scott, can you name what the amazing ironic twist is for tonight's game?
I cannot.
Scott, can you?
No.
Tyler, you want to take a shot?
Huh?
It is, Dan, Serbian Heritage Night. I kid you not. Then this is not just made up. This has been promoted all year. It's been planned all year. But tonight at Ball Arena, amazingly, is Serbian Heritage Tribute Night for the Denver Nuggets. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
I mean, are you kidding me?
Well, we go to Chicago at the end of that trip. That'll be there. They have that.
Yeah, but they always plan out with that. But
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way you could have predicted Jokic is going to return on Serbian Heritage. We can have Serbian Heritage Night any night.
DMac, did he already know when it was? I mean, it was weeks. If you're telling us that this has been planned for weeks, and he's like, you know what? A really nice night for me to return might be Serbian Heritage Night.
Can you believe that?
Wow, we should have kept a hold of that right there.
How about that right there? So use that on television. I'm sure you will.
Is there a North Carolina night coming up? Maybe, and then we'll know Cam's going to play.
All
right.
That's pretty amazing.
Chris, we'll see you on TV tonight. Thanks, pal.
All right, guys. We'll see you.
That is crazy. By the way, that was tipped off by one of our texters. You guys are awesome. Thank you for paying such close attention. I saw it on the text line, Tyler and Scott. I was like, that cannot be. I go to the promotional calendar of the Nuggets, and there it is.
How many of those we had this year? Don't we usually have about 7 or 8 of those, Scott?
Not for the Nuggets.
I mean, not. I don't mean at home, but I mean just across the league.
Yeah. In fact, one of the last road trips we were just on had one. Where were we on?
Well, there's usually a handful of cities that time it out with Jokic for Serbian Heritage. I know Chicago
will have one. Milwaukee, I think, had one.
Yeah, and they always do it when the Nuggets are there. But literally, think about this for a second. And you're not going to do it on opening night and closing night, whatever. So there's probably, I don't know, 20 or so nights that could possibly be Serbian Heritage Night for the Nuggets.
And tonight's the night.
And tonight's the night.
Hey, Joker takes this serious. He doesn't want to let the fans down.
Holy cow, that is crazy. Do you think he knew?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. That's interesting, though.
I know his family comes in for the holidays. I know that because I saw Mama Jokic actually in, but that was a couple weeks ago or so.
Yeah, when they had their Christmas.
Yes, that's right. The Orthodox Christmas. But I don't think there's. Come on, man. How would he know? How would he seriously know?
I don't know.
All right, well, celebrate Serbian heritage
We're
tonight.
all Serbian tonight.
We're all Serbian tonight. They should. Wouldn't that be awesome if they played the Serbian national anthem tonight?
Right.
Wouldn't that be amazing if they actually did that?
Would it be crazy if he, after missing, 15, 16 games, comes back and drops 32, 12, and 10?
We're all Serbians tonight, and you can hear the game right here on 92.5. You can watch it on Altitude Plus, on Altitude TV. You can't even make this shizzle up. Jokic is back on Serbian Heritage Night. It's PhD on 92.5.
We start with breaking news out of Denver. Let's get right to our senior insider, Shams Charania. Shams, Nikola Jokic has missed his last 16 games. What's the latest with the Nuggets as they host the Clippers tonight?
Hannah, I'm told Nikola Jokic is returning to the lineup tonight against the Clippers at home. He's missed the last 4 weeks plus with a knee injury, and the Nuggets actually went 10-6 without Jokic in the lineup. But my understanding is Nikola Jokic has been chomping at the bit to play. He wanted to get back out on the floor here this week. This now opens up the window, Hannah, for him to be eligible for his potential 4th league MVP and All-NBA honors if he's healthy for the remainder of the year. And also, it puts him in position to play in Sunday's showdown against the Thunder in Denver, which will be a matchup of the MVP frontrunners with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Nikola Jokic.
Wow. Vic Lombardi will join us in about 20 or so minutes to react to this news, and we'd love your reaction too. 303-504-0925 on YouTube. On Twitch, if you want to reach out to us, that would be great. Let's just recap. What's your reaction? Let's just start there. What's your reaction to this news?
Well, listen, you know it is going to happen inevitably. It's like when is it going to be? When is it going to be? When is it going to be? And then all of a sudden it happens. It's like, God, it
feels like fast.
Feel like fast. But
Yeah.
you heard Sham's report, and listen, he's just like Adam Schefter. They have contacts. What he say? The new Buffalo coach. We were talking to Adam yesterday. Yeah, I was just talking to him yesterday, right before he got the job, or 2 days ago before they announced the job. I mean, that's the kind of context these guys have, and Sham's the NBA equivalent, right, of Adam Schefter. So he's probably got great sources. I'll just say that. Seems like it's sudden, but you knew it was going to happen inevitably. It's the funny thing is, anybody else, your expectations would be always going to be a little rusty. And now I think our expectations, can he get 30?
Right.
That may be a little bit, off the spectrum, but who knows, right?
Tyler, your reaction?
Probably not. I mean, it's probably not off the spectrum. Triple-double, that's just what the dude does, right? Reaction. Cool, man. Cool. You got it back a little bit earlier than what I expected it to be. Adelman told us yesterday it was going to be before the All-Star break, so I didn't really pin him down to see what exactly that meant, but I didn't expect it to mean within 24 hours we're going to get him back. So it's good stuff, man. I mean, the Nuggets have been able to really surprise a lot of us without their guys. I can't believe the amount of injuries we're talking about in the season they're still having. It's actually, you know what this is the equivalent to in the NFL? This is the equivalent to what Kyle Shanahan was able to do with the 49ers last year.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Kyle was able to even get to the playoffs at all was an outright miracle. The fact that the Nuggets have been able to weather the storm the way they have is an outright miracle. And honestly, winning games at more or less the same pace that they were winning before the injuries happened.
Well, not quite the pace. Here's the interesting thing.
I mean, but it's not all that far off, Scott.
Well,
I don't think
they're 3-4 at home without Joker, so they got a losing record there. But they're 10-6 overall.
Mm-hmm.
But think about that.
That's crazy.
Well, that means they're 7-2 on the road.
That is bananas.
That's the amazing part, Tyler, is right there. 3-4 they've lost at home, and they had some losses earlier at home where they had the one-off 3-game road trip, play one game at home on a back-to-back, then go back on the road trip, and then come back and play. They lost 4 one-off games at home, so their record at home is not good. But yeah, 10-6 is pretty amazing, and to think that they've been 7-2 on the road.
That's incredible.
That right there is harder to believe. You'd figure you could get by at home, but they've struggled at home.
They're 13-9, same record as the Clippers at home. But remarkable, they had the best road record in the NBA, and they've more or less held water here without Jokic, going 10-6, which is frankly great. If you look at the standings, and have you noticed Oklahoma City's hitting a bump here and there? They're not perfect. They got 11 losses. Remember when we thought they were not going to lose like 10 games the whole year? Well, they got 11 before the All-Star break. So all right, fine. The Nuggets are in third place in the Western Conference, 5.5 out, a half a game behind the Spurs. Now it is tight. The Rockets are just 2 games behind the Nuggets, and the Nuggets are 2.5 in front of the Timberwolves. Look 3 games in front of the Lakers.
Look between 2 and 8.
It's super tight.
It's like a game and a half, maybe.
Once you get to
or 2-6, then I guess
it's 2-7.
2-7.
2-7. And then it kind of drops off with Golden State at 8, and it kind of goes from there.
And they're going to be in trouble now, too, because they lost Butler.
But, yeah, I mean, the difference is 3.5 games from 2 to 7 and 5 games from second to first.
Which isn't that much.
It's not insurmountable. I mean, crazier things have happened, and we'll see Oklahoma City on you know what Oklahoma City's reminding me of a lot right now? The Avs. You got out to this kind of insane start that it was just really,
playing with everybody.
Yeah, man, it's going to catch up to you eventually. It just people get hurt or you get burned out or whatever. Winning is exhausting.
Yeah. And
it's a lot easier to lose.
The Avs probably need that Olympic break.
Oh, my God, desperately.
There's a bunch of teams probably need that All-Star break.
So last night, I want to just get you to the spirit of this Nuggets team. Maybe that's the overall picture. They're up by 19, Tyler, Scott. They are killing the Nets. And Michael Porter Jr. scoring at will, but
looking like he's about to put a 50-burger up.
Oh, he was going in that direction. We'll get to that in a second. They tie it up. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me when they tied it up. But look what the Nuggets did. Just kind of relaxed. They settled in there. They got, Jamal Murray is, I don't even know what to say anymore. The dude's having the year of his life. And they settle in, and there they go. Katie Wingy joins us right now. Katie, we're talking about last night and the composure of the team. But first, let me get your reaction and what you've seen with Joker in terms of the news today that he plans on returning.
Pumped. How is everybody not, jumping over a fence about this? It's incredible that he is, ready to be back. I think what I can provide is a little bit of insight as to how he's been attacking his rehab, what's been kind of going on behind the scenes, just being on road trips, seeing him at shoot-arounds and practices and that sort of thing. He really has approached this like he approaches games, like very business-like mentality, wanting to do whatever he can to get back for his team. Immediately after, I feel like the injury happened, he was already doing anything that he could possibly be doing, whether that be just be stretching, going up and down stairs, getting on an exercise bike. So I know that he's been really attacking this process head on. And so it's not super surprising to me that he's back as quickly as he is, but it's going to be, you forget, right? You get into this rhythm of, okay, we haven't had him for 4 weeks. The Nuggets have found a way to survive. They've had other players step up, and it's like, oh, yeah, we have the best player in the world on this team, and now we get to watch him play again.
Katie, you just talk about that in the work ethic, and I've said it here. You were witness of this also. We watched him board the plane in Miami. Remember, he got hurt right before halftime in Miami, and we're flying to Toronto. He could barely walk up the steps to get on the plane, remember, to go to Toronto. And then by the next day, I'm in the hall or in the lobby reading or something in the morning. He's got his little, whatever tight thing on over the knee.
Sleeve.
He's like sleeve. And but he's walking normal up and down. And I'm saying, so in 24 hours you've done that. And then how many times did we see him in the weight room over the last handful of road trips, right?
Yeah, every time we were in there, he was in there working out with Felipe and Klaus and Nico and that strength and conditioning staff. And he was always off to the side working with Jason Miller, who we know is kind of his guy, his athletic trainer that he trusts immensely to get him back to who he was prior to the injury. So Nikola Jokic is such a unique human being, such a unique player. And I think the way that he went after getting healthy again was the same thing.
Katie, what would you expect the ramp up to look like with the workload?
I can't imagine it's, more than, 20 minutes tonight, maybe a little bit more than that. But the ramp up in terms of what it looks like behind the scenes, the way that it typically goes with the Nuggets is you do kind of all of your individual stretching, working out, rehab, the bending of the knee, the flexion, that sort of thing. Then you get to spot shooting. Then you get to more game speed type shooting, still no contact. Then after you're able to do that, you think about like working in some plyometric type stuff, going side to side as opposed to just front and back, jumping, leaping, up and down, testing the knee in that way. And then from there, you go to contacts and you play the 1-on-1, the 2-on-2, the 3-on-3. I'm not totally certain that he's gone through that extensive of a, hey, we're going to check all of this off, because I do think there's a different level of trust with Nikola Jokic knowing his body. I don't think he's, playing 5-on-5 or super concerned about, hey, what does it feel like to be getting up and down? I know my body. I know what it feels like. I'm ready to get back into games. So I think they're doing what they need to do to take the proper precautions to make sure that he's at 100%. And that's something that David Adelman talked about last night too, was just, we're not going to bring him back if he's not ready to come back.
Right.
100%. They're not going to risk anything here. We are thinking big picture. And I know a lot of people were kind of talking about, well, to be eligible for the postseason awards, you got to play 65 games. And they're not thinking about that. I don't think that it's something that they're overlooking, but they're not making a decision based on, we need him to be back so he can be eligible to win MVP. That's absolutely not what this is. They're not rushing him back in any way, shape, or form. I think there is just such a level of trust with him of, okay, you've done everything you need to do. You feel like you're, quote, back to normal. Let's test it. And since they don't practice, Hastings, we talk about this all the time, their practice is games. Like, this is going to be his scrimmage, his test of how it feels.
Yeah, and going back to the MVP thing, listen, he's probably not going to play back-to-backs, and they got one coming up Tuesday, Wednesday next week. So
Yeah, but you said he just has to be dressed for it to count as a game.
Yeah, but I doubt if they I don't think
We'll see.
I don't think they'll do that. I think if he ain't playing, he ain't playing.
Yeah.
I would say this. Everything from this point forward, and again, because they're not practicing and not scrimmaging, it will be day to day.
Yeah.
They will see how his body responds and how he's feeling. And, think about when we were stuck on that plane for 8 hours in Memphis, there's no way that you could have played a game the next day. You're stiff. You're sitting in a chair. Your knees are tight. You just don't know what the season is going to bring and what travel is going to bring and what weather is going to bring and all these different things. So I think you just give yourself this tiny little window of, okay, whatever happens, happens. If this works out, great. If not, we're protecting him.
Go win a Finals MVP, and you'll be fine.
I'll take care of it.
Come on now.
Katie, did you know it was Serbian Heritage Night tonight?
I did, because we are actually having one of the Serbian Heritage dancers on our pregame show to teach us some of the moves. And I thought, how strange that we're going to be doing this without Nikola Jokic playing. And then I thought to myself, once I heard the news, how perfect.
How perfect.
The universe looking out for us of, no, we're not going to have Serbian Heritage Night without the Joker.
Wait, you're dancing a Serbian dance tonight? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, so at halftime, there's, and Scotty knows this, but almost all the arenas that we go to on the road, particularly on the East Coast, they always have Serbian Heritage dancers and Serbian Heritage nights when we go to these arenas. So a lot of times pregame, they will do the Serbian Heritage dances. And the Nuggets finally started doing it. I think last year was the first year that they had the dancers come out.
Okay.
And so they will be performing at halftime tonight at Ball Arena, but they're going to come early and kind of watch warm-ups. And so I'm going to be talking with a couple of them, I believe, on the pregame set prior to the game, and they're going to teach us a few moves.
Katie, are you going to dance, Scott? Or is it going to be Katie, Morrow?
Got to do it, buddy.
This will be Katie and Dempsey upstairs.
Okay. I think it's me, Dempsey, and Vic, but Hastings, you're more than welcome to join us.
Scott's pretty good. Scott's best thing, Katie, is when the little kids are on the dots and Scott goes on the dots with the little. That's actually the best thing with Scott. But
the size advantage he has over the kids,
the kids on the dots,
dramatic. It's jaw dropping.
All right, Katie, have a great broadcast tonight. How exciting, right? We'll see you on Altitude.
Thank you.
All right,
see you, Kate.
On Altitude and Altitude Plus, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as well. We're going to have Vic on here in about 10 minutes. I want to play this. It's actually a little bit longer, but it's pretty cool because it's David Adelman. This is really interesting. Talking about what their philosophy is through this whole thing because it's been up and down. You don't know what you're going to get. It's been complicated. But he is throwing some very traditional thoughts of what happens in a trash can. And then, Tyler, we have to play Genuine Laugh or Fake Media Laugh with Scott Hastings.
Oh, I got tickled.
Oh, did Scott get caught up in
one? We got that coming up. But first, here's what Adelman said, which is pretty interesting.
That's who we've been over the stretch, and it's a really, really fun style to coach. You know, guys that they believe when they show up they're going to win the game, and they do everything they can to find a way to win it, whether it's ugly, pretty, whatever it may be. It all counts the same in the end.
What is the talk on the bench when you do give up that lead, though? Is it like that? Like, just settle down, we're fine?
Yeah, and I think it's instead of, all the movie, let's go, all that crap, it's more like, all right, what can we do better, to flip this, as opposed to all the rah-rah stuff. Sometimes that's needed, but I think sometimes it's more take a deep breath and why aren't things going well? You get 2 minutes and 40 seconds or a minute 15, whatever it is, to talk. And be an adult and talk to each other. It's my job to organize it, come in and give a message, but these are grown men that play this game and are some of the best players in the world. There's a responsibility to leadership as a team communicating in timeouts. And the guys have been great all year. I think it was 16-4 to start the third. I call timeout, and you didn't see anything. You just saw them saying, we got to, let's pick it up, got to play better, got to screen better, got to cut harder, I got to be up with Mike more. Let's talk about solutions, not just whose fault it is or, like I said, some rah-rah crap. That stuff doesn't go a long way in a 48-minute game.
Guys, that is one of the funniest things to hear.
The funny thing, because he was serious when he was saying it, right?
But this stupid rah-rah crap. What do you think? You think Hoosiers is real? You think that any of this this rah-rah
And that's what I've been
crap?
saying all the time. Hoosiers the worst movie of all time.
Right. All this, we got to win it for Jimmy and, whatever the rah-rah. Come on, let's go, guys. He's just like,
Can
no.
I tell you?
Yeah.
I loved playing for Pete Carroll, but the thing that drove me the most nuts about playing for Pete Carroll was the rah-rah stuff. It drove me nuts. I went out there with Ben Hamilton. Ben and I were both on the offensive line in Denver, and it was very different. It was very quiet. We were by ourselves, and then we go out to Seattle, and before every game, Pete Carroll would have this mosh pit in the middle of the locker room, and he'd be walking around pulling guys out of the lockers, tossing them into the mosh pit. Ben and I would start go hiding in the hallway because we weren't into the rah-rah stuff. And it is, I can only imagine in football, it's like you only got to do one of those rah-rahs per week. But in basketball, oh gosh, you can't do that. Come on.
God, it's like every basketball movie, right? Timeout! And the coach brings them to the side and bring up the strings and the music and the clipboard. And guys, I'm looking in your face and the music swells and we're... And Adelman's just like
I said, some rah-rah crap. That stuff doesn't go a long way in a 48-minute game.
48-minute game.
So that's the truth.
Rah-rah crap.
Yeah. And but he did say, listen, there are times okay. But how about when something's going bad, let's figure out what it is and let's give solutions.
Yeah.
Not rah-rah,
Right.
solutions.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's how maybe that's disappointing for people to hear. Maybe fans actually don't want to hear that. Maybe fans love the rah-rah crap.
No, the fans can be the rah-rah.
Okay, all right.
Let them be the rah-rah.
There's plenty of rah-rah going on.
On the bench, just be truthful. Let's be honest.
So, all right, real quick question here. Are most benches at timeouts relatively quiet?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, nowadays it's different. It used to be the coaches just come in immediately. Now the coaches go out and meet for 30, 45 seconds, and you'll have the defensive, offensive coaches saying, hey, do this, do this, do this. You'll get a couple guys go, come on, man, we got to pick it up, pick it up. You've seen film of Joker. It didn't look like he was rah-rah. It looked like he was teaching, right, and coaching. So, I don't know. There's always rah. There's always time. Come on, man. Come on, let's go. Let's
A
go.
little rah-rah.
Yeah, that's a little rah-rah.
Not make a rah-rah.
No.
All right, I have another clip that I want to get to you about how to play defense against MPJ, and we do have, was it authentic or was it a fake media laugh, starring Scott Hastings?
It was loud either way.
Okay, that's all coming up.
Okay, that's all that matters.
That's all coming up. Stick around for it. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been a customer for a very long time at Phil Long Ford, and I think the relationships matter. That's why I go back there every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it over 5 times. Every time I need a new vehicle, I go to Phil Long Ford because I know these guys, I love these guys, I trust these guys. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to respect your time, and you're going to get the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. One-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to drive all over the state looking for that newer pre-owned vehicle. Just go to Phil Long Ford because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is a Phil Long Ford. Phil Long also has an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
A reminder that Vic Lombardi is live from Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road online at cooffroad.com. Speak of the devil, Vic Lombardi joins us, who will be on the Altitude TV broadcast tonight. Vic, what is your reaction to the news that the Joker, the plan is for him to play tonight?
I'm surprised and not surprised, and I'm sure Scott has the same reaction.
Yep.
I'm not surprised that he's playing because we expected it to be around this time. I am surprised that he graduated from not even on the injury list, no sign of anything, to, okay, ready to go, which begs the question, how long have they known this, and do they keep him off that list just to keep from reporters badgering, right? Is he going to play tonight? He's going to play tonight. They just wanted to avoid all that and just throw him out there when he's ready to go. So pleasantly surprised and obviously stunned and happy that the Nuggets have the MVP back in uniform again.
Well, and you've been down the floor the last couple of games, and you've seen him. His warm-ups have been kind of ramped up because I think you came over, I don't know if it was last night or the game before. I said, boy, Joker's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah. He's looking great, but you know how it is. You know how cautious they've been, and rightfully so. It's an injury, the first major injury of his career, guys. I mean, before this, what has he had? He's had sprained wrists. He had a hamstring.
Shoulder.
He hasn't had much.
Elbow.
Yeah, this one scared him, Scott. You were there. We all saw it. It scared him. It scared a lot of people, and I think the fear of that injury really hit home. I mean, here we are, though. We're a month later, a month after the fact. It happened on December 29th. And the Denver Nuggets, without Nikola Jokic, without Cam Johnson, Christian Brown for most of that stretch, without AG for most of that stretch, without Jonas Valanciunas for most of that stretch. Think about that. They went 10-6 during that stretch, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, and
nuts.
And we were talking about it a while ago. Think about this. During that stretch, 10-6, they're 3-4 at home, which means they went 7-2 on the road without those guys.
That's insane.
7-2.
Yeah. I can't make sense of it. I don't understand sports anymore. In fact, I am turning in my sports card. I have no idea.
Well, it's kind of funny. We found out also tonight they're having a Serbian Heritage Night at Ball Arena. And isn't it funny that it looks like Joker may be coming back? And they didn't used to celebrate Serbian Heritage Night in Denver, but they're doing it tonight. Then now he's going to come back tonight?
Insane.
Yeah, it all falls together. They better celebrate Serbian heritage. They do it in every other city he goes to. They usually sell those games out. Hell, even if you're not Serbian tonight, show up and dance. I mean, there's a reason to.
All right.
What do we do on Serbian Heritage tonight? How do we celebrate this?
You do that little dance with those little clothes they wear, and you dance around a little bit. That's what you do. You fit in nicely, Tyler.
Wait, what's that drink? The Rojka? There's a little. I'll figure that one out.
Yeah, Vic will be all over that. Pregame with that.
Vic, how do you think the Nuggets have dealt with this non-Jokic time overall? How would you summarize it?
I think it's been brilliant. I think Coach Adelman and his staff have. I mean, you cannot ask for a better management. It's not just non-Jokic. Again, it's almost degrading to say it's just one player because it's 4 starters, guys. 4 starters have been out of the lineup by and large for the entire month. So the fact that they got through it with a Scotch tape roster, really, and I'm not trying – listen, again, when I say stuff like that, I don't want the rest of the roster thinking I'm talking down to anybody. It's just unexpected. For a team missing its starting units to survive the month of January, which, by the way, was the most jam-packed month of the schedule of the entire season.
Yep.
For them to survive it with 5 back-to-backs, by the way, if they win tonight, back-to-backs in January, there will be 5 of them. If they win tonight, they will go 8-2 in those back-to-backs, which, again,
that's crazy.
Is preposterous.
Okay,
but you're doing it tonight against one of the hottest teams in the league.
When Joker went out, what place were they in the Western Conference?
They just dropped to 3rd.
They are in the exact same place.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy when you think about it.
Well, but all those teams, San Antonio's starting to pop back up now.
Yeah, but third is third.
But all those teams were going 5-5, 6-4, 4-6, all around you, and it was a perfect time. If there's ever a perfect time, But listen,
right.
they were
think
10-6. They're probably 12-2 if Joker plays. 13-1.
Go ahead, Vic.
And I think the schedule, they hit the soft part of the schedule at a perfect time, to be honest with you, because that really was a soft stretch in the schedule, and now it gets really hard, and rightfully so. It should, because, they played some lesser teams. They played a lot of those Eastern Conference donuts. That's what they did, and they made good. They ate a lot of those donuts.
Two of them donuts beat you at home, though.
True.
Yeah. Atlanta and Charlotte.
Hey, Vic, do you want to play Genuine Laugh or Fake Media Laugh starring Scott Hastings?
Let me see if I can distinguish, please.
All right, here we go. It's
From last night with Jamal.
It's last night. Matt Moore asked Jamal about being an all-star. Listen for Scott Hastings.
And listen to his answer.
Everybody play along. Is this a real laugh or is it a fake media laugh?
As you're keen to remind us, you've won a championship. You've accomplished a lot in this league. Are you a little excited / nervous for the All-Star? Everyone thinks you're a lock for All-Star.
I'm not nervous.
You're not nervous? Not excited for it?
Yeah. What?
Okay, fake media laugh or genuine laugh?
Oh, no, that was genuine because it was genuinely funny because of the way he said it.
In his face.
No.
Yeah,
you
funny.
You can't fake the decibel level in that one. I mean that thing was actually authentic as it gets.
Hey man, it's tough to interview Jamal. Scott knows. I did it last night. Sometimes you get responses and you're like, it's awkward. I don't know where to go with it. So that was funny. That was a great response, I thought.
All right.
And plus, when you see his face when he went, what was the second question? Nervous or something?
Let me play the whole thing again.
The second one was about
I'll play the whole thing again.
As you're keen to remind us, you've won a championship. You've accomplished a lot in this league. Are you a little excited / nervous for the All-Star? Everyone thinks you're a lock for All-Star.
I'm not nervous.
You're not nervous? Not excited for it?
Yeah. What?
I was in the back of the room too. That's a funny thing. I'm in the back of the room and you can hear, but you just got to see his face.
Well, it was funny because Scott, Vic, and Tyler, Scott laughed so loud, it started cracking up Jamal.
It cracked Jamal up.
Like Jamal was really responding to you laughing that loud.
Right.
Yeah.
But there you go. So we have this forever.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes, Vic.
You know what's not a laughing matter? And I'll leave you with this.
Yes.
Tyler and Scott, I can't believe you have not crucified our friend here. He posted something when he was a guest.
God, we got to go, Vic. We're up on it right now. Man, we're running tight on time.
You got verbally assaulted.
Jeez, I wish we had more. We had more time to talk to Vic Lombardi.
It embarrassed me. It embarrassed my family.
Fortunately, we got to
go.
What
are we talking about here? Hold on. Let's get this audio.
All right, Vic. We'll see you later. Bye, my friends.
He went on a rant on his show that somebody after the game just killed you from Boston and you just took it.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I have no.
DMac wasn't going to fight back in Boston. Are you kidding me?
No.
He's got to be buddy in Boston. He can't fight back.
No clue.
Yeah.
So is DMac was DMac playing nice in Boston because he wants to be accepted there?
We really do got to take a break. What huge news tonight? Boy, you got me too. I'm wearing my Ipswich shirt.
You're wearing your Ipswich shirt.
I'm wearing my Ipswich stuff.
So
today.
did the guys really kill you?
It was on Nesson, which is the equivalent of Altitude in Boston. It's a regional sports network there. And I was on the show, and I was talking mad smack about the Broncos. And they said, we want you to come back, win or lose. And, we lost. And they had me back on. The guy just, went on and on and on and on.
Was it the guy that doesn't like you?
No. This is TV. This is a TV station.
Oh.
Oh, wow. They're having you on TV out there, huh?
Dude, here's what's crazy. The older I get and the uglier I become, the more I'm on TV, which makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. Well, I'm not getting paid for any of it, by the way.
Right.
So I'm just working for free to look this bad.
Well, but imagine if they paid you, you'd put a little effort in.
I would look better? Yeah. I put a little effort All right, big question. Days next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The new year is here. Improving your health is gotta be one of your biggest resolutions, right? How you feeling? You tired? You're low on energy? You're not sleeping that great? If this is your story, Morning Glory, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you get going because it could be just low T. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvement, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So contact my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
And I'm told Nikola Jokic is returning to the lineup tonight against the Clippers at home. He's missed the last 4 weeks plus with a knee injury. And the Nuggets actually went 10-6 without Jokic in the lineup. But my understanding is Nikola Jokic has been chomping at the bit to play. He wanted to get back out on the floor here this week. This now opens up the window, Hannah, for him to be eligible for his potential 4th league MVP and All-NBA honors if he's healthy for the remainder of the year. And also, it puts him in position to play in Sunday's showdown against the Thunder in Denver, which will be a matchup of the MVP frontrunners with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Nikola Jokic.
McCollum trying to save. Here comes Jokic. Look at the handle. My goodness. And he's fouled.
Yeah, Sacramento trying to drive in. There's Jokic, that man again. Jokic with the block shot, his second tonight. Oh! What a pass by Jokic. A look away, as good as it gets. Now Jokic going to step back. And he hits.
You're kidding. Basketball's a game of runs, but Denver has the ultimate. Who needs an ace when you have a joker?
Jokic just gets it off in time. It's up. Oh, it's good. Of course it goes in. Jokic from downtown. Anthony Davis just stares at him.
Now Jokic slinging across. Rivers for three, and he gets it.
Jokic has to put it up. Falling away, puts it up. Bang! Nikola Jokic knocks it down. His foot was on the line of 2-pointer.
Here we go. Aaron Gordon looks in, throws it off over to Jokic. 2 seconds. He's across the timeline from 45 feet. Got it! At the horn! Nikola Jokic buries the Golden State Warriors. For the second year in a row, Denver stuns the Warriors with a last-second 3-point shot. And the Golden State Warriors can go ahead and take that L on the way out. Oh, man. What a shot by Joker. That was from the logo. Final on the big board, 130 to 127.
And tonight, Nikola Jokic is expected to return. Woo! Woo! It does feel a little like, here was David Adelman with us yesterday. This is Adelman with us yesterday about Jokic.
I like how we balanced it right now, though.
Sorry, my bad. Here it is.
Yeah, no, he's progressing at a positive rate. I would hope that he plays before the All-Star break. The hope is outside of Aaron, who's obviously going to be out for a while, those other guys, the goal is to see them all play before that break hits. When they do come back, they're going to be on restrictions. It'll be a math problem that I have to figure out.
So that was Adelman with us yesterday, David Adelman Show, right here on PhD every week. And now today's today. What's your reaction? Tyler, let's start with you. What's your reaction to the news that the Joker is back in action?
Hey, it's awesome. I didn't expect it when I woke up this morning. I was not thinking we were going to hear news that Nikola Jokic was going to be back, and I guess small technicality here that he plans to be back versus is back. But I don't think the Champs is going to tweet out that Nikola Jokic plans to be back unless that means he's back. So leaving himself a little bit of wiggle room there in case something goes wrong. But, man, I just couldn't have been more proud of what this team has been able to do. It's nuts. It's just not Nikola Jokic. It's not just that, which obviously is the biggest piece, but it's Aaron Gordon, it's Cam, it's Christian, it's Jonas. All these guys have missed significant periods of basketball during this stretch. And this sort of signals the end. Like we don't have the other guys back yet, but we're getting the dude back. We're getting the guy back, and on a minutes restriction, we'll see how long it takes to get him fully ramped up. But to me, boys, I don't know if you feel any different. To me, this sort of signals the end of the stretch that we had to weather.
Or at least the ramp up of better times to come. Here's the most intriguing thing. You've learned something from guys, and guys you weren't expecting to contribute have been contributing. Peyton Watson overall has been just absolutely fabulous during this stretch. He was going to be your seventh, eighth man, right, coming off the bench. Mm-hmm. And now, and especially with Aaron Gordon, he's probably going to be starting at that power forward. And if that is the case, now he's got to learn to assimilate to to what they're going to play with Joker up top instead of other guys, and he's going to start moving. He's got to start moving more. I thought his movement, and I loved it. I used it last night in the broadcast and credited the radio show a couple times during the broadcast last night when I asked Adelman, is it ball movement or body movement, which is more important? And he says you don't have ball movement without body movement. And I think that the more minutes you play when you're not used to playing 37 and you were supposed to be playing 20 and now you're playing 37, I think it finally catches up with guys fatigue-wise. And I think Peyton Watson's been a little fatigued the last few games.
I think Spencer Jones has been really fatigued.
I think he's just. I think he has hit
toast.
He's hit like a rookie wall. He's on top of the rookie wall right now.
Yeah, I think that's pretty. It might be creeping up on Jalen Pickett even a little bit too, because they're both playing way more than they ever have at that NBA level. Yeah. So, all right, I'm not trying to pile on, but it is what it is. Not to be Debbie Downer here, but let me just check your pucker factor. Okay, 10 would be full pucker. 1 is like we're loose as a goose. Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon both came back. Both had relapses in their injuries. Where's your pucker factor? 10 is tight as a drum. 1 is loose as a goose. Where's your pucker factor about Joker re-aggravating or coming up with a different injury coming back at this point?
3.5.
Pretty loose.
Yeah.
Pretty confident.
Yeah.
Tyler?
I think it always depends on what the injury is that they're trying to come back from. And, when we're talking about bone bruises, when we're talking about versus soft tissue stuff versus things that you have to overcompensate on, I don't think that they all carry the same risk when you come back. And when you're talking about soft tissue, that to me is when I get nervous because soft tissue is when you're like, oh, man, probably just like lean on the safe side. If you got to give it an extra week, just give it an extra week because the last thing you want is to re-aggravate that. I think Jokic is coming back from something different that, to me, does not give me a whole lot of fear of a re-aggravation. Now, potentially, if he's still in pain for whatever reason, you could have a different injury that popped up because you're overcompensating. But I'm not really afraid of that.
Okay, so you guys are both feeling pretty good about it. That he'll be back and he'll be healthy, and here we go.
Yeah, and there may be some soreness. The bone bruise stuff, Tyler, and see if you're got a history on this. There probably is going to be some pain involved for a while. Yeah. And how do you manage that pain level? Where is that at? So that may be another week or two before that kind of clears up completely. Also, might be after the All-Star break. But I don't have a lot of fear that it'll re-aggravate it. But listen.
But it happened to AG and what is Christian's injury?
Well, I was told secondhand, I guess there's a large ligament that goes through the ankle.
Okay.
And this may be where it gets involved in quote unquote high ankle sprain. That he actually injured the largest ligament that runs through the ankle, whatever that is, Tyler, I don't know. And that he severely injured it. I knew he was in trouble when I think it was the second game that he came back and he took off on one of the Christian moves where he flies down the lane on a break, flies up by the rim and lays it up. He plants, jumps, and the ball didn't even get above the rim. And I'm like, ooh, that's the guy with the 43-inch vertical.
Yes.
And I went, ooh, he
something there.
There ain't something right there.
Yeah.
So they'll make sure on this one. And again, have you seen Christian out taking his warm-ups or anything?
I haven't.
And you haven't seen it this time around, so that'll be something to look for. Cam's a little bit more severe, same as Joker. A little worse, but he's back out
within a week or so.
He's been out playing and doing a lot more lately, more movement also.
So he's closer than Christian, and we don't know with Christian.
Yeah.
And theoretically, with what you guys are saying, hopefully, knock on all sorts of wood, once Joker and Cam are back from similar type of things, they're going to be good to go. The more concerning one is the hamstring of AG, and perhaps this ligament thing with Christian. Okay.
For me,
yeah. Go ahead, Tyler. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, for me, it's the soft tissue ones. Those are the ones that you concern yourself with. Those are the ones that you want to err on the side of caution. But when it comes down to pain tolerance, that could be a different story, and you can push the limits a little bit more when it's simply something that is pain tolerance.
Yeah, not as far as hamstrings, hamstrings, calves, and groins.
Terrible.
Man, those to me are always dicey rehabs
because it's just rest. That's what you really need.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for AG, man, we're just not putting a lot of games together over the last couple of years with AG.
Well, it started in the playoffs, right?
It sure did.
When it creeped up a little bit and
just really not healthy. Unfortunately.
Well, I love what Adelman said. Listen, when they were all healthy, they started the season 8-2, and the 2 losses they had double-digit leads, and we probably feel they gave the Portland game and the Golden State game away.
Can you imagine if this Nuggets roster was in full this entire year to this point? Can you imagine?
I think you'd probably have at least 8 more wins.
You'd be right there with Oklahoma City, if not even maybe a little bit ahead of them at this point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everybody gets injuries, though. Everybody does get injuries every year, so. But now you've proven you can win on the road. You've proven you can win on the road without your starters, which is unbelievable. So at this point, to me, it's tricky. You still got to win games, obviously, but boy, oh boy, is it more important just to be as healthy as humanly possible. So I'm okay, guys, losing a game here and there if we're not stressing our guys out.
Yeah, I'm with you.
As much as it stunk to lose against Detroit like they did, at the end of the day, I'd rather just take that loss than stress guys out and overplay dudes. And Adelman said that. It's a math puzzle, how he's going to do it. And we got to keep that in mind with Jokic. We cannot be too desperate to win and start playing them 37, 38 minutes when you don't need to.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, well, David said it on the show. He just played a soundbite. He's going to have to get his math in order again, right?
Yep.
Which is always really easy to say until you're trying to win a game in the middle of a game.
Tyler, you are damn right. I've been down there 10 million times, and I'm telling you, you are right, because all of a sudden, on a Tuesday freaking night against the Clippers or whatever, and you don't know it's Tuesday night. You don't know it's game 61 out of 82. All of a sudden, with the environment and everything
all
that's
of a sudden,
going on.
We had a 10-point lead that went down to 4, and maybe 2 more minutes wouldn't be such a big deal.
Tyler, it was really like that with Michael Malone. I'll just be honest with you. I mean, it's like, how many games can be Game 7 of the NBA Finals, guys? Seriously. And there was no trust of the bench. None. If this stretch has done anything from this team, hopefully it's giving you some element of trust in the bench that you can weather the storm with these guys too. Because with Malone, in all honesty, just to keep it real, he didn't trust him. He didn't play him. And they were worn down, brother. They just were. I don't know how else to put it. And if I see everybody going back in the game up 20 with 5 minutes to go, I'm going to lose my shizzle. You don't need to do it. You can weather the storm with the guys that you have. And now you have enough minutes to do it. That was a problem.
Yep.
The guys weren't getting minutes during the game, so now they're petrified to even be in the game. Well, that is not going to be the story this year, is it?
Shouldn't be.
It's not now. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, even Julian Strother is getting minutes. Hell, one of the guys that got a lot of praise after the game was Hunter Tyson for the way he played defense.
Just activity, yeah.
Yes. Spencer Jones is like exhausted.
And Spencer Jones, I mean, he had some games where he made some threes, but his biggest thing and surprise was his activity. And he's lost that activity a little bit.
Yeah, he actually
probably needs to rest a little bit.
He actually does, which is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
But he'll be a better player if he can just chill a little bit. And they need to rest him for some games anyways. So, let's keep that in mind too. But exciting news with Joker expected to return tonight. That game is at 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6:30. It's all brought to you by Ramos Law. Also, you can watch tonight's game on Altitude Plus for free. It's a free preview, even if you don't have a subscription. We do have some Broncos news about the offensive coordinator position. We'll get to that. Plus, Michael Porter Jr.'s return was very, very, very interesting. I can't wait to play you some sound from that. That's all coming up here on PhD.
Hey, if you're struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. Call Advanced Hair and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. And you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. It doesn't get any better than that. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
That's great. Matt Moore with the assist. Thank you. Yeah, Mountain High Appliance is great. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You guys are awesome. We do have some cool football news to go over. So, Dan, Buzz, Quince, Tanner, let's football go!
All right, guys. The Broncos have now interviewed Brian Johnson and Ronald Curry for their offensive coordinator position.
Brian Johnson, who's that?
He's a passing game coordinator with the Commanders, I believe.
Okay.
Presumably, this is from Kliss, presumably Peyton had also talked with his own Davis Webb for the offensive coordinator job. Webb is the favorite as he's been coaching alongside Peyton for the past 3 years as the quarterback coach. So do you guys think Davis Webb ultimately gets the OC spot, and will that come with play calling duties?
Tyler?
The only question is whether it comes with the play calling duties. Yes, Davis Webb's going to be your next offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos. And I would imagine that, yes, it does come with play calling duties. So keep in mind, Davis Webb in the offseason had requests for head coach interviews with the Raiders and the Bills. Was it the Bills? Why am I drawing a blank on the second one? Raiders and the Bills, I think.
I think you're right.
He had offensive coordinator requests from the Ravens, the Bills, the Eagles, a handful of teams,
Giants.
right? The Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And there's still 2 teams out there that have not hired their offensive coordinators yet, okay? So that's relevant, meaning that in theory, Davis Webb still has a bit of leverage here. So if he's got an ounce of leverage, that means if he stays with the Denver Broncos, that will come with play calling duties.
Yeah. I wanted this to happen 16 weeks ago.
You're getting an I told you so. You have a little I told you so parade.
I'm hoping it is. I think it's time. I think it's a good time for Peyton. You got a good team. You got an established team. Your defense is going to continue to be good. You're not going to lose your defensive coordinator. You've got to add some playmakers to your squad this year somehow, either in the draft or in free agency. So a fresh set of eyes. I think even if he goes, Tyler, and gives up the play calling, that those meetings of game planning meetings, it's probably not just going to be, Bo and Miles Wood, but it's going to be Bo and
sometimes you just play your jokes so long and that eventually they actually become funny to me.
Yeah, eventually.
At the beginning, they're just not funny. They're not funny.
They
As a
are
matter of
funny.
fact, they irritate me at the beginning, but you keep going with them for 6, 7, 8 months, and eventually I just start chuckling.
Eventually it's hysterical.
Yeah.
Well, listen.
I don't know why. All the times he's done it, that time he actually got me to chuckle.
Well, I mean, listen. So, but I think what it's going to be now, the game planning meetings. I think Sean's still sitting in on those meetings.
Oh, God,
I still think he's putting his 5 cents in. He's going to have an idea of what they're going to do.
I still think there would be times, even if Davis Webb has play calling duties, that Peyton would tap in. Like, okay, I got it here, or I got it there, something like that.
So, DMac, that's true, but that's also true of every single head coach in the NFL. Meaning, like within appropriate situations of the game, if it's 3rd and 1, if it's 4th and 3, hey, we talked about this pregame, Davis. This is the play. This is what I want. I want this, right? So the key to that is that if Sean's going to do that, he's got to respect Davis Webb's autonomy. And if he's going to chime in, only chime in the typical spots that a head coach would chime in.
All right, next story.
Like how many surgeries your quarterback has had.
Davis, though, has got to have the option of being able to hit a button that he's the only one talking to the quarterback during games.
I mean, I could just hear it right now after our first loss. Davis Webb runs it on 4th and 1 rather than throwing it, and Sean just comes to the podium and says, Davis is just predisposed to trying to run the ball on 4th and 1. I'm just not sure if I would have done that.
That is so hysterical.
Yeah.
Next story, Dan.
All right, the Broncos offensive line, fellas. Interesting take here from Chad Brown. He was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Here he is on the issues he has with the Broncos O-line.
They are the highest graded PFF pass blocking unit. They are not the highest graded run blocking unit, and that's a different skill set unto itself. Just because you're a big man, you would think these guys are great at run blocking. But going backwards going versus going forward is a very different thing. So the only true road grader on this group is Quinn Miners. Everyone else is a little bit more of a finesse kind of guy. And I think that's works obviously from a pass blocking perspective, but when critical situations in the game, we need to grind out some yards, a 4-minute situation to close out a game or a half, or a third or fourth down situation, a red zone situation where you just need to punch 1 yard out. This group is not built for that.
So, Tyler, guys, do you think the Broncos need to improve the run blocking aspect of their offensive line over the offseason?
Sure. Yes. I mean, the running game has got to get better, but I also am cognizant of the fact that the running game is pretty damn good when we had J.K. Dobbins, okay? So it takes 2 to tango here. We got to have the offensive line and we got to have the running back, and those two have got to work in cohesion to have an effective running game. So I'm not placing all the blame on the running backs by any means, but all I know is it looked different when J.K. Dobbins was in there. I do think that we've got some guys that can be road graders, though. I would slightly disagree with Chad on one thing. If anything, I think that this group, they've been asking this group to block in a finesse style, meaning I was more of a finesse offensive lineman because I used my athleticism, right? I was great at wide zone. I was great at beating guys from point A to point B. Ben Powers, that's a big physical dude that ain't very good at zone blocking. Quinn Miners, that's a big physical dude that probably isn't going to major in zone blocking. You know, Mike McGlinchey, he's a bit of a tweener. And Garrett Bowles could do either one very well. But our interior of the offensive line, I think those guys are road graders that are built to go north and south more than they're built to go east and west.
Well, then we need to see that. You know, I'd go this. The tush push always makes all the news and everything else. Now you got a quarterback that squats 600 pounds and all that, and they've mastered that. We need a yard, and we get 3 on a tush push. But that offensive line is also built to get you that 1 yard too, and then you throw the strength of everything behind it into something quality. I'm with you. I'm a little less down. I'm not as high. I'm not down on him. I'm not down on the offensive line, but I'm not as high on him as a lot of people. I still say that their ratings in the pass blocking is because you got a system and a quarterback that gets the ball out quick and throws a lot of short passes. You're not asking those 5 guys to block many 5 and 7 step drops because I don't think they would hold up on 5 or 7 step drops. Stidham didn't seem to hit those quick passes as much as Bo did, and it seemed like there was times he was running for his life. So I think, listen, you didn't win the Super Bowl. You didn't even win the AFC Championship. So is there improvements needed across the board? Yes. If you think you're good enough now, then you're not. You're not good enough to even get to the AFC Championship being as good as you just were this year. You got to get better.
Next story, Dan. Last one.
Lastly, fellas, the NFL informed teams today it's projecting a 2026 salary cap between $301 million and $305 million per club.
Nice.
So the projection represents an increase of more than $20 million from last year's mark of $279. Wow. The anticipated jump would provide nearly $100 million in additional space since the $208 million cap set for the 2022 season. The substantial increases reflect the league's continued revenue expansion driven by lucrative television deals and strong fan engagement. What do you think this does for the Broncos in free agency this offseason?
Well, by the way, I got to give the Broncos a pat on the back. All the teams are required to do a fan engagement survey about the experience, and congratulations, Denver Broncos. They finished number 1 in that survey out of all the teams. They were 7 last year. They finished number 1. And I'll tell you this, going to a Broncos game, Tyler, you can attest, pretty damn good experience, man. They've done a great job with it. It's been a lot of fun this year. I think it's been fantastic. Ty, just your comments on that, like the game experience, as you were at several games this year.
Yeah, I was at 3 games this year. I went to the Giants game in the regular season, and then I went to both playoff games, and I couldn't have been more blown away by the experience in the playoff games. Now, I mean, playoff atmosphere is obviously going to be a playoff atmosphere, but what's pretty cool is that the Broncos have got a stadium that is getting phased out You know, it's of the age that they're talking about building, not talking about that they are building a new stadium, and they're still able to carry on such a fantastic experience.
Yeah, man, good for them and good for those people behind the scenes. You guys, great job on the field, great job off the field, and the presentation and everything. It's just a really cool deal to go to. What was the other part of your question there, Dan?
I was just curious with the significant raise in the salary cap, more than $20 million from last year.
Yeah.
How aggressive now with this news do you think the Broncos will be in free agency?
It's good to be George Pickens, guys. It's good to be George Pickens. And are we ready, fellas, to have our team spend $35 million on a receiver? Are we? Because that's what it's going to be.
I'm ready.
For him.
Yeah, I'm ready for it, man.
Depends on who it is.
It's George Pickens.
It's the cost of doing.
It's literally George Pickens. I'm telling you who it is. He will be the highest paid free agent wide receiver this year, guaranteed.
Well, there's going to be other options too via trade, but yeah, I mean, I am ready to spend money on a playmaker. That's it. It's what we're missing right now, and the cost of doing business for an elite playmaker is $30 million. So let's go. We got the money available. Let's do it.
So would you go 30-minute wide receiver and a $12 million running back?
Sure.
I not me.
It's not my money.
I don't need a $12 million running back. No thanks.
Hey man, if that's what it takes in a championship window, and maybe it's a rental for 1 year, let's go. I mean, your offensive line is paid for. Your defense is paid for. I mean, linebacker. Okay, inside linebacker is a little bit up in the air. Okay, you got to figure that out. But I'm not going to let that stand in the way of me getting an explosive offensive player if that's what it takes. So again, it's not my money, but I'm not going to be shy with it. Like, let's go for it right now, even if it's just for a year. What are we doing here? Let's go.
What are you going to hit the Star Wars movie?
Oh, jeez. All right, fantastic. Let's go.
What are you going to do if it picked 30 and picked 60 defensive players are taken?
I'm fine if you spent money on explosive players in free agency. Fine. Sounds good.
What if you got a third-tier wide receiver and you just signed Dobbins back and then you draft a linebacker and a...
Yeah, I'll be disappointed.
Okay.
Yeah, that would suck. Listen, man, what are we doing? Here we are. We are in a championship window, the end period. All the talk is going to surround the Broncos as serious contenders for a Super Bowl championship next year. Every single conversation. And it's going to be freaking awesome. So when it comes around to the draft, I don't know, man, at 30, I don't know. Did we let Alex Singleton go? Is he gone? Is Stranad gone? If so, draft an inside linebacker. Let's get the best one we can. Tyler, that's where I'm at. Where are you at?
I don't want to draft defense. I don't. No, I mean, I want to go all in on offense this year. I mean, of course, we got to get defense at some point, but I want to draft a running back relatively high, not a first rounder, but I want to draft a running back high. I want to give myself an elite playmaker. If I got to get the playmaker in the draft, then I'll get the playmaker in the draft. I don't know how you get an elite one at number 30, but
how about a tight end?
Maybe, sure.
I'd take a tight end. I'd take a tight end at 30. That's pushing it, by the way, because tight ends, like last year was an unusual year, Scott, where you had two tight ends that are first rounders.
Right.
Tight ends, generally speaking, are not first rounders.
Correct. Tyler is correct on that. So you could probably get a damn good tight end at 30.
You could probably get the best tight end off the board. Maybe.
Very good
I haven't looked at the class.
Well, the last 2 years, you've had high draft picks with tight ends.
Well, we'll study our Senior Bowl tape over the weekend, and we'll let you know what's good. I'm being facetious. I didn't watch 1 second of the Senior Bowl this week.
Yeah, you did. We had it on yesterday.
I glanced at it. I saw one guy, Tyler. I did see like a left tackle get trucked. Did you see that highlight?
I did.
Poor dude. Oh my God, I felt bad for him.
That dude from Miami. He's like 6'9", 345 pounds. He got ran over, but you know what? Been there, done that in the exact same situation, and it sucks. That happened to me. That happened to me at the East West Shrine Bowl, and oh my gosh, I wanted to go jump off a bridge, but you know what? I survived it. Made it 8 years. That dude will survive it also.
When we come back, the break.
Oh, hey, hold on. I got one more story really quick. One more story.
What do you got?
How about the Cleveland Browns? Now, Kevin Stefanski, the former head coach of the Browns.
Yeah. He
coached 2 Pro Bowl quarterbacks last year, and Shedeur Sanders and now Joe Flacco going to the Pro Bowl.
What? Joe Flacco's going to the Pro Bowl?
Joe Flacco going to the Pro Bowl, man.
Wait a second.
What?
Oh, our boy's hurt. Duh. I'm thinking of Bo Nix. What am I talking about? Yeah. Wow, they're really going down the line. Joe Flacco's going to the Pro Bowl. Holy
Kevin
cow.
Stefanski got fired, and he coached 2 Pro Bowlers.
Did you see Shedeur meet Modkin yesterday?
I did. That was a little different energy than Kevin Stefanski and Shedeur, huh?
That was a little different energy.
You know what? That was actually pretty authentic. I mean, Todd Monken, they did try to draft him in Baltimore. He reminded him of that. I mean, I'm not telling you that Todd's going to go all in on Shedeur, but I do think he's got some curiosity about him.
I think it'll be if they don't sign anything or do anything, it'll be a legitimate chance to win the starting job.
Well, here is their meeting. Go ahead, Dan.
How we doing, man? Good. Yeah, we tried to draft your ass last year. It's all worked out. Yeah. You remember that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to tell you.
Someday we'll get a chance to talk about that. Yeah.
It wasn't the story the Sanders family told the Ravens to pound sand?
Well, he didn't want to back up Jackson.
Right. Isn't that the story? By the way, I hate to say this real quick on college football. Tyler, our guy Prime. You gotta at least try, Tyler, in this state to get the best kids in Colorado. You gotta at least try. You gotta try. I mean, we've seen these coaches from all these huge schools be in Colorado for the past week or so, talking to the best kids here in the state who will play at major schools, and CU ain't sniffing around any of it, and we know that. And that's, Tyler, I don't know what you got to say about it, but Prime, it's one thing if you don't want to travel to, Texas or California, but bro, when you don't want to just go to Highlands Ranch, I'm sorry, that ain't good enough, Tyler, in my opinion.
Well, I guess I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but are you referring to Titus or what?
I'm talking to everybody. He was nowhere to be found recently. These coaches were everywhere. They were talking to all these coaches, all these kids.
What players did we not offer?
It's like
I'm not challenging you. I'm genuinely.
I'd rather not go into the specifics of it, but it was CU was conspicuous by their absence for some of the local kids.
The players that are good enough to be major Big 12, Big 10 offers.
Yeah. I don't disagree, for the record. I mean, if like Titus Heward, for example, the quarterback out of Valley that Mike Sanford's coaching right now, he's picked up 6 offers in the last week. I mean, schools like Washington, Arkansas, Oregon offered Titus Heward. So we should never be behind the 8 ball on any of the kids in Colorado. I wasn't trying to disagree with you. I just genuinely was curious who you were referring to.
Well, Titus is one of them. I'm trying to be careful about high school kids' names. You know what I mean? I don't want to bring too much attention on them, but all right. I guess we can talk about Titus, right? Because he's getting
offered by Oregon, and CU doesn't even come visit.
Right. And Jim Morrow's down here, though. We know that. We've seen pictures. Yeah, Morrow's coming, and you're building. Even if you don't get Titus Heward, who's going to be an unbelievable recruit, at least Jim Mora is building relationships with kids and coaches in this state, and Dion is not. And that is not good enough. It just isn't. You gotta get off your ivory tower and come be seen. If Dan Lanning, Tyler, if Dan Lanning from Oregon can be here, why can't Prime? Okay? How about that? Is that fair?
Sure.
I got time today.
Okay, Prime. Cat or a dog? What are you, Dion? Are you a dog or a cat? Are you a dog or a cat? Because a dog would have boots on the ground, at least here in his home state. That's what a dog would do. Meow, Prime. It's PhD on 98.25.
We start with breaking news out of Denver. Let's get right to our senior insider, Shams Charania. Shams, Nikola Jokic has missed his last 16 games. What's the latest with the Nuggets as they host the Clippers tonight?
Hannah, I'm told Nikola Jokic is returning to the lineup tonight against the Clippers at home. He's missed the last 4 weeks plus with a knee injury, and the Nuggets actually went 10-6 without Jokic in the lineup. But my understanding is Nikola Jokic has been chomping at the bit to play. He wanted to get back out on the floor here this week. This now opens up the window, Hannah, for him to be eligible for his potential 4th league MVP and All-NBA honors if he's healthy for the remainder of the year. And also, it puts him in position to play in Sunday's showdown against the Thunder in Denver, which will be a matchup of the MVP frontrunners with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Nikola Jokic.
Tonight, Nuggets Clippers on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame at 6:30, game time at 7, powered by Ramos Law. Also, watch tonight's game on Altitude Plus for free. It's a free preview on Serbian Heritage Night as Nikola Jokic is expected to be back. Download the app or watch on altitudeplus.com. Nate and Andy will be here, so we'll get into that a little deeper with the Joker coming back. I did want to play a couple things for you. MPJ returned last night, guys, and it was pretty funny hearing David Adelman.
And by the way, great response when they introduced him before the game.
Yes.
Because usually the announcer goes, blah, 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 DMac, blah.
Yes.
He goes, Michael Porter Jr., and pause.
Yes.
And the crowd went nuts. And if you're Michael, and I don't know if you were there for the tribute yet.
I was.
The tribute was outstanding. Fantastic. Those people.
That was probably the best tribute video, well, because Tyler Scott, it involves winning a championship. Like that. You know, it's different when you got Campazzo coming back to town. And, you know, it was so funny. Who's the big dude who went to Sacramento that we traded Val for? What's his face?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can't remember his name. Dan, you can't remember his name either. Yeah, none of us can remember his name.
Dario Saric.
Dario.
So when Saric came back, they just said, "Welcome back, Saric," and they just put up a graphic.
Yeah.
Like that was it.
But he didn't already play.
Anyways, the tribute was fantastic.
By the way, keep going. If you got more, I got to tell you something else that should excite you for tonight.
Go ahead.
He was in the building last night, and he's going to do more with in-game entertainment. And I think he's going to be on the pregame. Wilson Chandler's in town.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Very cool.
And here's the funny thing.
Hero of China basketball.
But Wilson Chandler got the early Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
He was here with a young, Jamal. I saw Jamal go up to him and gave him a big hug yesterday. So he was there with the young Jamal and Nikola Jokic.
Good. I'm glad he's back. He's a good dude.
Good dude.
Had some great times here and did go to China and kind of killed it there.
Was he killing it there?
I don't know. I don't know if he was.
Deb showed a cool photo of him and his son with him at halftime last night.
Let me get to MPJ here really quick, okay? So everybody loves Michael, right? Everybody loves him. He was received so well overall by the fans and whatever. But then you see what his role is on Brooklyn. Holy cow, Tyler Scott. Wow, is it different in Brooklyn than it was with the Nuggets? So here's David Adelman. Now keep in mind, Michael Porter Jr. put up 28 shots. 28 shot attempts.
Well, he's just so damn tall. I mean, he's and he's a great shooter. He's got the ultra green light, 28, field goal attempts. Mike does what Mike does. He's very efficient with it. And, we crawled underneath him a few times. I thought in the first half, in the third quarter, we kept letting him come up the floor. And sometimes when a guy's that big, that's enough for a guy. Like a the 6'10" shooter like that raises up. Much better job, I thought, in the fourth quarter of sending him down the floor, making him work harder to come get it. But, good homecoming for Mike. He had a great game, sat it out. I'm just glad we got the win.
You got to read between the lines a little bit, but what is Adelman saying about Michael Porter Jr.?
We start putting bodies on him and not making it easy for him to come off screens and dribble handoffs. And we got physical with him.
And you stop him.
And what was he shooting in the fourth quarter? You said the
He had 35 points with 5 minutes to go. And Tyler, he's never had more than 39 points. So he had 5 minutes in a close game where he's taking all their shots.
Right.
The next closest guy to him was 9 shot attempts by the Nets, and he had 28.
But
and I'm like, he is going to smoke through 40.
But he was 7-11 from threes, and what did he end up with, you said?
7 for 15.
Yeah.
He went 0 for 4 from 3 and
missed
every shot down the stretch.
Yeah.
So what are we really saying about Michael?
He's averaging 25 points on a 12-win team.
Hey, you know what, though? I'm happy the way it worked out for him just career-wise, because if you think about it, most guys, they go through their rookie deal, and I know Mike got paid after that, but most guys go through their rookie deal. They're on a team that is okay. They probably don't win a championship, and then they got to make a choice. They're like, okay, do I want to go be more of a role player somewhere where I got to fit in, or do I want to get paid and go do me? And Michael got to do it both. Like he was more than just a role player here. But for him, they put him into a specific role of how they wanted him to play. Got to win a championship, and now he gets to go enjoy the freedom to try to be the basketball player that he felt like he could be.
For
so
now,
that worked out great for him.
Well, we'll see if he gets traded though, because he could be a ripe candidate to be traded here in the next week.
Well, that's all the rumors, right?
We'll see. We'll see. Finally, let me just play this. Jamal Murray on MPJ.
Yeah, he's he's always super aggressive, but like reading the blitzes and double teams, he's gotten better, and he's seen it more often. You know what I'm saying? And then just everything. Like he's such a great shooter. He still makes the same shots that he's always made. So tough cover, but it definitely helps knowing him and knowing his game to defend him. You know what I'm saying? You can definitely tell if you don't know Mike at all and you're playing against him, he's going to light you up. So I think our advantage is just 28 shots is insane. Yeah. I just saw that. 28's insane.
Guys, 28 shots. David Allen said he had the ultra green light.
Yeah, he said that before the game started too. He said, "Hey, he's got the ultra green light," and it came out last night.
He was also great last night.
He was until the end, brother.
Well, he was plus 12 in a game they lost by 4. It's not on him.
I got you. He couldn't hit a shot though in the last 5 minutes of the game.
He's got nothing around him.
Did you see what was it? Was it Tim Hardaway was plus 21?
Yeah.
Hardaway game where you won by 4.
He was fantastic last night.
He was great. I was telling Scott earlier, he is exactly who we've always wanted. A microwave 3-point shoot gunner.
Yeah.
Now, with that is going to come nights where he can't throw the ball in the ocean from the beach. It's going to happen.
I've noticed with him, it's...
But there are going to be nights like last night.
It's kind of almost humanly impossible for an NBA player, especially a shooter like him. You can't just stay in perfect rhythm for 82.
But who would you rather have put up a 3, Bruce Brown or Tim Hardaway Jr.?
Hardaway, of course.
It's not even close, right?
Yeah.
The fact that Bruce actually hit a 3 last night felt like a miracle.
Yeah.
And he did.
It's good to see it back with Hardaway, though, man. Last night was amazing. Jamal's play, again, I'm a broken record at this point, but right now, Jamal's playmaking, that as soon as Val got on the floor, he found him in the paint. He's getting doubled all over the place.
Well, he only had 2 turnovers and 6 assists, 2 turnovers, 27 points.
Yeah.
And he was sublime, man. He is, and he's been really.
And his late fourth quarter was special.
It was really good. He cooked MPJ at the end of the game on that fall away. And guys, I don't think there's a human being on the planet that's going to be happier to have Jokic back than Jamal Murray with the amount of doubles that are getting thrown his way.
Yeah.
That all disappears now.
Well, what do you think, man? When you heard the news, what did you think?
Ecstatic. Oh, this is fantastic. I'm thrilled for it, man. I'm simultaneously, obviously Jokic back, it's the best. It's the best news humanly possible. I really didn't think he'd be back for another week. But the other thing too about this is, and I was looking at this earlier today. Did you realize, guys, that Aaron Gordon hasn't played a game with Christian Brown or Cam Johnson since November?
November, yeah.
Yeah.
And
he's now not going to be back until March.
Playoffs.
At the earliest.
He might get the last 10 games.
Yeah. And so, I don't worry about AG at all. He's plug and play. But, I don't know, that unit, they do need to play together. And I think that part's going to be a little bit tricky.
Don't you think they can survive the first round kind of no matter what?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. There's no denying that. But also, like, you know, there's questions for Adelman of, like, pecking order and trust tree and all of those things in late game minutes. And that there's, again, just general feel for playing basketball with a guy. And you get reminded of it last night watching Mike out there is like, oh, yeah, like those guys, they did their 10,000 hours. Like it was all second nature for them. You know, the lineup with Cam in there, or if it's going to be P-Watt in the lineup, whatever it may be, it's they just haven't done it all yet. I think that's something Adelman's going to have to navigate.
By the way, Michael was looking pretty special in that first quarter, wasn't he?
Yeah, he came out and played well. Played well.
That was the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It was the MPJ, man. He cannot get that 40 points. Cooper Fly got 49 last night, and MPJ can't get there.
How about going forward 100% healthy? And you're right, it might be into March. It might be the last 7 games of the season in April with AG. But say when you can get all healthy. You liking your bench right now of Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway Jr., Valanciunas, and Peyton
Glorious.
Watson?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, you know, you can trust.
Wait, hold on, timeout.
You can trust Pickett in spots. You can trust Najee in spots. You can trust Strother in spots. By the way, nice steal and bucket right at the buzzer of the third quarter last night. That was huge.
That was cool. They all going to be there after the trade deadline?
Great question. Yeah,
I think
great
a few of the
question.
trusts that he just had may not be.
Yeah, that's, again, for Adelman, but this is just it, though. Like, there's nothing that he doesn't know right now, you know? Like, David Adelman, the truth serum, you know, if Scotty, you know, catches him at the hotel bar, David Adelman, there's very little he doesn't understand about every individual on his team. I think the part that he has to worry about is how does every piece fit together in the puzzle.
Yeah.
Would you trade Peyton Watson?
No, absolutely not.
You don't have to.
You don't?
No, there was a great breakdown by, who's the guy, Stat Squatch?
Jay
Who's
Coyne.
our guy? Jay Coyne.
Yeah.
He broke it down that between the bird rights, the restricted free agency, that you are sitting in this is not Bruce Brown 2.0.
Okay.
You can wait. You can play it out a little bit.
All right.
Yeah, they've got mechanisms in place that kind of protect them a little bit.
Okay, good to know.
And if you get to the point where you want to trade him, then you trade him in the summer where you're going to get a sign and trade. You're going to get a player.
All right, can you get
picks.
value for Zeke?
I hope, man. He's laughing because I ask that question literally every 3 months. Zeke plays 5 games. I'm like, hey, can we trade him now?
I'm telling you, he had moments last night. He looked pretty good.
More than you could have in December.
That without
no doubt
a doubt.
about that.
There's this 16 game sample size where he's had to play has featured more upside of Zeke Najee than we've gotten in like the last 4 years.
Well,
do you like Scott's hot girl pants, by the way?
Are those linen? It looks fantastic.
He looks like he's an
sort of.
influencer that's going to tell me about his infinity pool at the resort.
But he's got his squat belt on. Though,
but he also has his back brace on.
He's got all kinds of a look going on.
I just call it a squat
You
belt.
got
there,
a lot
Dave.
going on.
I think he's going in for a good lift.
How is the back? Is the back okay?
Back is dead.
Our poor guy.
Our guy is battling, man.
Battling bad back.
Yeah. You're. It's.
But you know, these are lounge pants, which I think is the
code for PJs.
Code for PJs.
Okay.
But you can wear them out to Starbucks.
Hey, I tweeted something last night.
Wear anything to Starbucks
Or to work.
This was something that entered my consciousness last night. This is the dumbest. And Scotty, you're the only person here that can answer this question honestly. Okay. I sleep in basketball shorts every night. Do you guys sleep in basketball shorts?
No.
Oh, you don't? Ooh, are you?
Every night.
Birthday suit.
What
Look
can I
at
tell
you. Okay.
More information than anybody needs to know.
He's just hoping there's an accidental rollover once in a while.
No judgment. This is a judgment-free zone.
It is what it is.
You do what you got to do. I sleep in basketball
It's
shorts.
supposed to be healthier.
Okay.
Do you wear your underwear under your
Nate's
basketball
making-
shirt
Yes.
or a jock?
Wait, you wear underwear under the basketball shorts?
Yeah, underwear and basketball
Well,
shorts.
you got a lot going on there.
I do.
Have you ever thought wearing
I'm
a
with
jock?
Nate. You got to have that protection.
My
you don't
boys
need to
need a
leave
house.
anything behind when you get out of
All
bed.
right. So what's your point?
So here's my question.
What's the question?
Okay.
Yeah, what's the question?
Do
What's the
NBA
question?
players sleep in basketball shorts, or does it feel like they're still wearing their work clothes?
It probably feels like
What
they're
a
wearing
great
the work
question.
Thank you.
In our day, you know what you slept in back in our days? Either just your drawers, birthday suit, or team issued sweatpants.
Oh, team issued sweats. Okay.
I had team issue sweats, and I got some up in the mountains that I still sleep in.
But not practice
But what
sweats.
Nate is insinuating is most people wouldn't wear their work clothes to bed.
You don't wear. Mark Johnson doesn't wear a suit to bed, although he might.
He's implying that you put on a 3-piece suit to go to bed if you're a Nuggets player because it's not your work clothes.
Right.
Which
Football
I
players don't put on the old stretch pants and hop in the bed.
Or do they all just sleep like DMac, except they've got, 3 lovely ladies on each side because they're NBA players?
Listen, more often than not, that is they have company that we don't have.
Right.
Let's just be clear about it.
They ain't struggling in that department.
Yeah. There's probably phases to the night.
But again, you got to remember, sleep is the ultimate performance-enhancing drug. The modern athlete is taught, get your 10 to 12 hours every single night.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice?
And that's what these guys, that's the way that they live. So, or do they have some access to some pajama technology that we don't even know
There's
about?
a good chance.
Wait. Why did this even hit you? Maybe it's a dive into Nate Kreckman's brain that's more
put on
important.
his basketball shorts last night after the Nuggets game, and he thought to himself, the basketball players wear basketball shorts to bed.
Very close. It was literally along those lines. It was the third quarter, and I was helping my little guy get his PJs on, and he wanted to wear his Space Jam basketball shorts. And so I put them on, and
cool.
we were watching the game together, and the thought just hit me.
Can I tell you the greatest thing that I have, since we're talking about possibly at times embarrassing bedwear?
A new cool red truck?
I do. Now, I don't all the way have it yet, so we'll wait till I all the way have it before we say anything about that.
Good for you, homeboy.
Look, the Phil Long guys are trying to help me out.
There you go. Nice.
Because I need a lot of help. I have got, was it called a Snuggie? Now, I got it from a big blanket company, and it's a blanket sweatshirt.
Slanket?
And I bought it, and my wife took one look at it because I was going to get her one. I was like, hey, you like this? She's like, no, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
But on these shots, I'm always cold. You know how, remember, you had the Slim Jennings phase where you, when you're losing the weight, you're
Good
just
for you,
freezing?
Andy. Good for you bragging about how cold you are now that you're skinny
Well,
Andy.
skinny Andy's cold.
Way to go.
I'm
Way
just
to go,
going to tell you right
We
now.
call him Hot Skinny
Hey,
Andy.
this
Skinny
sweatshirt,
even though he's cold.
I don't know what this feels like because people don't hug me when I sleep. But this sweatshirt, I got to imagine that's what it feels like. It's a little bit weighted, and everything is so warm that I sleep. I mean, I sleep hard. Somebody apparently.
Good for you.
We apparently had a sonic boom. I'm not kidding. Something so loud.
Yeah.
I had 3 neighbors text me and go, did you hear, was that an explosion? It sounded right by your house. I got no idea what you're talking
Andy,
about.
when was the last time in bed you got a tap on the shoulder hey, baby?
A tap?
Yeah.
I don't get a tap, but I did get I got the aggressive "Are you awake?" a week ago. What do you think of that, pal?
There you go.
The aggressive "Are you awake?"
Are you awake?
Well, they're not asking. You know what I mean?
There
But
you
get
go.
this. Guess
Good
what
for
I
you.
did? Guess what I had to get rid of? The sweatshirt blanket.
Wait, you don't leave it on and then just take the bottom off like
Nah,
Winnie
man,
the Pooh?
thing goes down to your knees.
It's
And
KKS.
I'm talking about the blanket.
KKSEFM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Jokic is back. Do you guys know it's Serbian Heritage Night tonight?
No,
Is it?
really.
Unbelievable.
Well, we were saying last week, he's got to come back before they go to Chicago.
It's literally, this is a promotional event that was scheduled a long time ago at Ball Arena. You only have one, and it's tonight. Unbelievable.
I think he wants back bad, though. I don't know if it's so much for the promotion. I think the guy.
I think it's an unbelievable coincidence, but I think he's itching to get back.
But I'm telling you this, I think he wants.
Well, that'd be next level if he targeted Serbian Heritage Night to return.
I think he wants to let OKC know have they played OKC yet? I can't even remember.
This is it. This is
I'm telling you, this is what I love about Joker. He's kind of a throwback. Where I think he wants to let him know, you don't got us this year. Now, you don't have AG, you don't have CB, but getting him back is going to make that Sunday game a hell of a lot more fun.
Was that jacket houndstooth?
Yeah, Vic was also my daughter. My
was the
daughter's
word.
become a massive Nuggets fan, but watching a game with I had a YouTube
he
me
had
and
the
my
whole. It
daughter
wasn't
one
just the
time.
jacket; it was the whole suit.
Oh, he had a
black
whole look
turtleneck.
going on.
The pants matched
Yeah.
the jacket. It was a whole thing.
My daughter hated it.
Oh,
Vic
really?
loved it.
Oh, I thought it looked sharp.
Oh, it
as
was
hell.
good.
Yeah, I told my daughter, I go, look, I don't know anything about anything when it comes to fashion, but if Vic likes it, I got a trend. She's like, that's an awful look. He needs to get rid of it. I can't stand
I
it.
thought he looked pretty sharp.
Yeah,
man.
I thought he looked
I'm
great.
with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now, apparently, Boy, I don't know if I was supposed to say this. Did Big Fella tell you that CB made fun of it?
I did not hear that. CB wears like,
He
of
called
course,
it like a.
and CB wears like sweatpants that probably are worth $4,000, but
that.
But he wears those. AG wears another. AG, it's like, wait, do you have homeless clothing or do they cost $10,000? It's like that.
He has homeless clothing
Like,
that costs $10,000.
You realize like nobody in the NBA wears suits anymore.
No.
Nobody.
No, Jokic is one of the few.
He's the only guy I've seen in the past 3 years who wears a suit
Some
of any
of it
kind.
is the I think there was a large cultural rejection of the David Stern mandate from years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get mad. I'm with the players.
Yeah,
I like a comfortable garment.
Do you know the hockey players don't have to wear suits, but
It's culture.
They
Yeah.
still do.
It's what they do.
Yeah,
And
hockey culture.
I always
They're all
wonder,
very Euro.
how cold is it that I've got to wear a cap with my suit? Because I walk through the same hallways as these guys do in and out, and somehow I survive from the parking lot into the building. You know, that 100-yard walk without a toque on.
Oh, they're
but
stylish.
They all have to wear the suit with the toque.
It's a look, my man.
But the
Listen.
NBA guys, like, I'm not surprised Christian Brown, who wears sweatpants everywhere, is making fun of the only guy in the NBA who still wears a suit.
He apparently called it looks like a dish towel. I hope I'm not getting Scotty in trouble for telling
it's not that far.
I thought
off.
it was pretty funny.
Anyways, he's back. He's back.
Seriously,
He's
does
back,
he
he's
not look
back.
like a Bond villain? Did he not look like a Bond villain
He did
last
last night a little bit, yeah.
He looks like the Despicable Me.
Yeah, Gru.
Well,
Gru, yeah.
because he's got the what is it, the mock turtleneck going on?
Guys, they went 10-6 in 16 games without
It's
him.
unbelievable.
10-6.
Congrats.
All right. Seriously, if you would have told me he's out for the next 16, I would have been like, I don't know, 3-13.
Do we even need to vote for Coach of the Year? How is Adelman not Coach of the Year?
By the way, they were in third place when he went out. They're in third place when he's coming back.
Again.
And
Yeah.
and it's a half game. It's like, it's... By the way, Oklahoma City, they ain't all that. They've lost 11 games now.
I think the Nuggets, I got to look at, I haven't looked at the standings today, but like as of, what did I give you the number a couple of days ago? When he went out, they were 5.5
They're
back
5.5
of OKC.
back.
It's still 5.5
They
today.
are 5.5 back.
They didn't lose a single game.
Didn't lose a game.
I don't think they're going to catch them, but
we'll see.
Again, they're in striking distance. They didn't fall down to like play-in status, which honestly I was concerned they would.
Of course.
And they're still right now number 3. Are they still third? San
They're
Antonio.
Still third.
Okay.
They're a half game behind San Antonio.
Last night was another example, though, of I was like, I really want our dudes back when that game got tied.
Every game is just, it's white
Where did you
knuckle.
think that 19-point lead was going to go?
God, I didn't think it'd get tied.
I didn't either.
I really thought around 10 or something they'd kind of.
Did you hear what Adelman said, by the way, about when it was tied, what he said to the bench? He goes, yeah, I don't like all that rah-rah crap. We don't need that. We're just going to be adults here.
Yeah.
He goes, like, all that crap you see in the movies, that's, rah-rah crap.
How about you just win this game? By the way, how about our boys on the ice?
Oh, that's a different story.
Listen,
gave up a touchdown last night.
I'm not afraid to just say it, and maybe I'm the only one that's going to say it. But listen, I love my Avalanche every year. He knows it. I'm like a fan. I think I've told you that. If the goalies kind of are playing at a Vezina winning level to begin the year, and when all of a sudden you're not getting Vezina level play, some of those defensive mistakes start to show
But
up.
Wedgwood
You're
hadn't
gonna
played.
need
Wedgwood hadn't played in a while.
I'm not blaming
He's got a
Wedgwood.
baby.
I'm telling you, the rest of them have got to pick up their game, and you better figure out the damn power play.
We didn't see Brett or
God,
Raj
it's
here for
brutal.
like 3 months when Wedgwood's trying to play goalie in the NHL like a week later. Cut the guy some slack, Andy.
Okay,
He just had a kid.
Listen to my message.
What is your message?
My message is the rest of you better pick it up because I think the goalies have covered up for a lot of stuff to start this year.
Is the Olympic
Because their play has been amazing.
You know what's funny? With the Avs playing so well, I was like, oh my God, well, we don't need an Olympic break. Now I'm like, I can't wait for the Olympic break.
Yeah, I got it. The Olympics drive me nuts. I wish it was still just college kids.
By the way,
I do too.
Did anyone see
I'm
an
with you.
update on Lindsey Vonn today? She crashed.
Oh,
Is she okay?
Well, she was airlifted. Did you not see the video?
I did not.
She was picked up in a helicopter and like she was airlifted.
It's not great.
No, it's like 9 days away or whatever. What an absolute bummer. It was a knee. She went into the fence really hard. She did. It was kind of weird because she was airlifted, but she kind of managed to ski down the slope. To get her out of there, they had to take her in a helicopter because she's up there in Montana. I guess you don't have ambulances.
Well, I don't know. You hear airlifted. Here's what I hope for her.
She was like hooked up to a freaking helicopter.
No, I
and they
hear
were lifting her in the air.
What I hope is that it's similar to the NFL now, where the card comes out for everything, and they're like, "We're not going to mess with anything. We're just going to get you the heck out of here and get you to medical attention."
Okay, so here's her Instagram update today. I crashed today in the downhill race in Switzerland, injured my left knee. I'm discussing the situation with my doctors and team. Will continue to undergo further exams. This is a very difficult outcome 1 week before the Olympics, but if there's one thing I know how to do, it's a comeback. My Olympic dream is not over. Thank you for all the love and support. I will give more information when I have it. Thank you to all the medical staff who helped me today. I am grateful for all the incredible help I received.
It is a pretty wild thing that she has because she's just doing the downhill. That's it. She's not doing GS, slalom, anything like that. So can you, for 90 seconds or whatever a downhill is,
that's a hard 90 seconds.
It's a hard 90 seconds, but that's the last 90 seconds of your life. Can you just suck it up, take the needle, and just, if you crash, you crash?
If anybody can, she can.
I agree.
Well, we all kind of got to know Amy Van Dyken a little bit, right? And Amy just described that you just deal with it. Just show up. You've trained 4 years.
But you realize, like, failure in downhill skiing is like,
could be catastrophic.
That's the amazing thing about the Winter
Airlifting.
Olympics. Like, there are so many sports in the Winter Olympics. Like, failure means like death.
Means your body is
things.
hurtling at high dangerous speeds.
Like, way more dangerous than the Summer Olympics.
Without a doubt.
Way more dangerous.
Real quick, and if you had this, then I didn't hear it, but because I was shoving my pie hole with wings out there. So the Ravens have officially hired an offensive coordinator.
I forgot about
and
this
it's not
name.
Davis Webb.
Yeah, this is a good
Declan
name.
Doyle.
All right, well, we're barreling down the Davis Webb path.
Well, I'm just saying, are we not? We're eliminating all the jobs the guy could take, right?
Remember that guy, Declan Doyle?
I don't.
He was
Why,
on the staff here in Denver.
With who?
He worked for Sean, and then Ben Johnson took him to Chicago. He was I don't know if he was OC or passing game coordinator, but he went to Chicago with Johnson, and now he's the OC in Baltimore.
Well, you realize
he's 29.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Pete Carmichael, who is like another buddy of Sean's.
Yeah.
He's gone.
He was here, and now he's Buffalo?
Buffalo.
OC.
Sean has never coached ever in the NFL without either Carmichael or Joe Lombardi on his staff, and now they're both gone.
So Eagles hired why am I spacing who the Eagles hired yesterday? But they hired somebody.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's
Ravens' job is full. Bill's job. Has the Giants hired?
I don't know.
An OC?
Good question. I mean, it's Davis Webb here, right? It's got to be.
I can't. There's absolutely no reason it shouldn't be.
Well, here's what Cliff speculated. Ronald Curry will come in as the quarterback's coach.
Okay.
Which we talked about that yesterday.
Davis Webb will be the offensive coordinator, and they'll bring back Johnny Morton as the special assistant.
Oh, yeah. Former Oregon State Beaver Sean Mannion is the Eagles OC now.
Sean Mannion, wow.
Yeah.
So that is kind of the lineup theoretically for the Broncos. Johnny Morton as an assistant.
Give Sean still one of his buddies to hang
Davis Webb
with.
is calling plays, isn't he?
Yeah, well, yeah, because again, if you're Davis Webb, why did Clint Kubiak get chosen over you? He's a play caller. He's a true OC.
And then Curry was with him with the Saints, and he brings in Curry to be the new quarterback best buddy.
Sure.
I like it. I
Make sure his message is heard in the room.
If that all happens.
I am going to stay in the camp of hell will freeze over before Sean Payton gives up play calling duties.
Here's what we said. He'll give him up. He'll take him back. He'll have to be reminded that he was supposed to give him up in the first place, so he'll sort of give it, and it'll be like this
hot potato next year
for a year, and then by attrition,
you could be right.
It'll eventually weed itself out.
I think you guys,
it won't be like automatic.
We could have some interesting post game press conferences. Let's just put it that way. And let's say the offense doesn't get better, then it does set up by game 10 or game 8 or whatever. He's like, I'm taking the play calling back.
The funniest comment of all is what Joe Lombardi said to Chris Thomason. Sean had a bad day, so he fired me.
Yeah, had to fire somebody. And he was basically just like, I ain't mad at him.
And Joe's like, I knew it was coming. He'd been in a bad mood for a month.
And Joe's he's smart. He's not going to burn a bridge. He's like, I'll be working for him again in 2 years.
He'll
what do
come
I
back.
care?
He'll be the whatever. Or they'll just go to Boise or the house in Mexico or whatever, and that'll be that.
They'll be
probably
thrilled.
told Joe, I got to fire you, but go, shake it off down in Cabo.
Give me your line for the Joker tonight. Give me a line.
How many minutes you think he plays?
Oh, put that as part of your line.
Okay, so I'm going to say 20. I'm going to say 22 minutes.
Okay.
And
which is close to what Jonas played last night, by the way.
Yeah, and I'll give you 12.
12?
Yeah.
That's it?
12, 9, and 8.
Going to give you 12, 15 assists, and 8 boards.
In how many minutes?
I'll stay with you 22.
Yeah,
I don't think 20 to 22 sounds about right.
Assists per minute, that's pretty good.
Listen, he's going to
That's
just...
a
he's
lot of
just-
assists. I think he's going to... Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, I feel you. 12, huh? Because he's dishing the ball?
Yeah, I think he's going to do
distributing
more
early.
setting up. I think he's back to show them how this offense can work.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jamal might go for 35.
Hey, look, if guys are hitting shots, he never has a problem not shooting if other guys are making shots.
Also, remember, guys, Ivica Zubats is one of the few humans on the planet that can give Jokic trouble.
Yeah, give him a little elbow to the back.
He's one of the few guys that can
Well,
physically hang with
You
him.
know what this calls for? The old Joker Jonas double dip at the same time out there. He hates when I suggest that lineup.
Still your favorite thing. There you go, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is Friday afternoon. Chris Marlowe at 4 o'clock. Jokic is back. 4:45. Dan Hyatt. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. We've got football news and everything happening around the league. Broncos OC talk. It's all happening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, we play ska music on Fridays. Naturally, it's called Ska Friday.
You sad that your football Fridays are over?
Are they? We still have one more football game. We still have the Pro Bowl games, Andy. Did you see who's going to the Pro Bowl, by the way?
Who now? After Shador?
Uh-huh. They had to find yet another AFC quarterback.
Did none of the Broncos tag out? I thought all the Broncos would tag out for sure.
He's a former Bronco.
Is it Brett Rippon?
Ripien.
Joe Flacco.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
come
it's
on.
exciting.
Really? Well, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. He had 4 good games before he got benched again for Burrow.
There's 2 Browns quarterbacks representing the AFC in the Pro Bowl this year. Yes, Joe Flacco. This is also his first Pro Bowl games nod. First time in his 18-year career that he's been named a Pro Bowler. He earned the honor as an alternate. I guess here's my other question. How the hell did he never go before?
Yeah, I was about to say, the guy was one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the league once upon a time. He
Yeah.
never went to the Pro Bowl.
Even
well,
like
you know why.
As a 7th or 8th selection, why didn't he go?
It is a great question. I was going to say it's because he played the time of Manning and Brady. So, of course, those two always get the nod. But one of them was always in the Super Bowl, it seemed like.
Right,
So,
right.
although,
Yeah, I mean, didn't Trevor Siemian get a
well,
Pro
but
Bowl invite?
You got to remember, he did. You're right.
Like, how is Joe Flacco at some point in his 97-year NFL career, how did they not call him?
He has too many kids, and the Pro Bowl's like, we're not flying him out there. So he's like, well, then I'm not coming.
Joe's like, I need a block of hotel rooms. They're like, this is what it'll cost you.
You know what's crazy? You know who loved the Pro Bowl once upon a time was Peyton Manning. I've heard
That's
stories
true.
that he was like the mayor of Honolulu that week.
He loved hanging out with Belichick.
Yeah. Well, he just loved, they were by the pool. They were.
He loved the ball talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. He, a former co-host of mine, he once revealed to me that Peyton Manning complained about his snapping.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would make the Pro Bowl less fun.
Apparently, he was a little uppity about how he wanted the ball snapped to him.
He was in the shotgun. Was Tommy not getting it high enough? Not
knows?
waist high? I mean, once it's waist high, what else do you need? Did he want it numbers high?
He was a big Jeff Saturday guy. Apparently, he didn't like trying out anything else. I
Did
don't
Tommy
know.
be like, well, we run the ball in Denver, pal. So I'm going to need you to get under the left cheek and quit crying.
Tonight's Nuggets-Clippers game is going to be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You already know that with pregame powered by Ramos Law starting at 6:30. Of course, you can also watch tonight's game on Altitude, and you can watch it on Altitude Plus free of charge this evening.
Tell me again, what?
The return of Nikola Jokic, and this is a free game tonight on Altitude Plus, free preview. Even if you don't have a subscription, download the app or watch on altitudeplus.com. Andy, it's, DMac floated the Serbian Heritage Night theory. Is Joker really coming back?
For free Altitude night?
Free Altitude Plus.
Could be. He's a company guy.
Absolutely.
He helps out the company.
He's one of my favorite coworkers here at KSC.
Yeah, I can't wait to high-five him at the gala every year.
Totally.
Gala. We're going to do that thing. Are they doing that?
I'm assuming.
Listen, Skinny Andy is going to be all over that gala.
Can be all over that
I'm
shuffleboard
going to be all over that
court.
shuffleboard. Be all over that casino night.
Are you going to get a tux this year now that you're
Nah,
hot
I
and
ain't gonna
skinny?
get a tux.
You'd look good in it right now.
I will not do a tie, but I will do a little open button.
Yeah, but
little hot 70s guy.
I think though. Well, yes, that's gold chain.
Should I
medallion?
Should I glue on some chest hair?
Go
to
full
work it with the medallion.
Full Elway doing
Yeah,
a press
yeah.
conference, 4 buttons down.
Yeah. Neil Diamond in the 70s, just pull that thing off.
Andy, the amount of options, the array that is in front of you now that you're hot and skinny, it's incredible. You don't got to be wearing dark colors. You don't got to be. The XXX is gone. You're not wearing clothes that look like a circus tent.
I do miss those. They were a lot of fun.
You're not billowing in the wind like you usually were.
Here's the problem. I bought a lot of big clothes that I've been trying to throw in the dryer and shrink up, and we're having mixed success. There's a few things that are going to have to say goodbye to.
Single X.
I could. I still like the roominess of one size up.
Fair enough. Not a medium kind of guy.
Nah, I'm not Vic Lombardi in this thing. I'm not going to let everybody see my man nipples everywhere.
I think for the sake of the gala, you should let your conca nipples fly.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Just no undershirt, just a simple thin a shirt that looks like Scotty's pants from
pure
today
white
that leave not a lot to the imagination.
Absolutely. Pure white.
Weird.
Yeah, have a glass of water and oops, I spilled. What is this?
Look at this. Here's the problem. The face is not getting helped by the face for radio is still the face. The features are still the features. They may not be spread as far out over an amount of fat.
Andy, like an offensive coordinator, you have to utilize your strengths.
Yeah.
Okay? And yours is more about physicality than a pretty passing game.
That's
okay?
Right. That's right.
You're 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but you know what? You're actually getting those 3 yards
Listen,
these days.
I told a guy once who was almost like a GQ model that I bartended with. I said, I'll handle the talking. You just stand there and look pretty, big fella. Now the talking, other than to get her number, let's not do the rest.
Did you consider perhaps doing like the earpiece, like you give him the lines and then see what he could do with your personality?
No, because that
could be dangerous.
Again, all the ladies, and I'm sure if you go the other way too, listen, they all tell you they like a good personality, but they don't. They still were just fine with the guy that looked like he was straight off GQ. So no, I wasn't helping him. I had to have someone to come keep me company later.
Nuggets Clippers tonight.
You haven't lived till you've had 3 that you've been playing the game with. See, you kids with your dating apps. We had no dating apps. You just rolled in that night and saw what happened. And you know what happened a lot of nights? You at Taco Bell by yourself with your boys.
Or just by yourself.
just by yourself.
Just in a corner
with
booth.
your sad quesarito at 2 a.m. Watching SportsCenter.
Do quesaritos have magical healing powers? Because Jokic is back ahead of schedule, and he consumed a quesarito.
I was about to say, he tried a quesarito during this time.
He did.
Now, did he do that for Nuggets social media?
I'm assuming, yes.
Taco Bell probably.
I'm assuming.
Like, he didn't pay for the quesarito. They paid for all the quesaritos and then some,
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
I think those were delivered for free. I think Nikola Jokic, he should get a card that's like free quesaritos for life.
Yeah, like was it Kramer's Free Lattes?
Yeah, exactly. Back in the day when I worked at Comedy Works, one of the national touring acts, he had done Taco Bell ads. And when negotiating compensation for doing these commercials, he took less money, but they gave him like a Taco Bell Platinum card, free Taco Bell for life.
I think our guy Mark Springer has earned consideration for just such an honor.
We went with him one night. He took the staff out.
And he just told everybody?
And what was funny about it was when he gave it to the guy behind it, he's like, this happens all the time. And he handed it to the cashier, and he had to be like, I know you've never seen this before. It's a real thing, I swear. Slide it through your little machine. And sure enough. And Taco Bell was on the house that night. It was awesome. It was super cool. The funniest thing, though, was, again, the cashier was just like, what the hell are you talking
Looking
about?
like a fake card.
Yeah, like you guys are about to buy $120 worth of Taco Bell. Like, get the bleep out of here. He's like, no, I swear to God.
Run
Scan
the
thing.
card.
Yeah.
I had that happen. I told you, when we used to do the Super Bowl next week, if it were olden times when me and Nate were producers, Spring got to dodge this era, I believe. Called it Hotel Bingo. Call around, figure out who's at what hotel.
So fun.
And I used John Elway's alias, which was a famous actor. And after getting
Slappy White,
cussed at, Yeah. After getting cussed at, Soapy Smith, after getting cussed at by the person that answered the hotel phone, I said, please just try. And I got oh my, so sorry. Connect you right away. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Boom.
Now, he didn't answer. But the room existed.
That's so what Andy's talking about right there is in back in our day.
Back in my day.
Exactly. Back in our day. In the early aughts.
Yep.
You could a thing that we used to do was we would call and like we always knew like the visiting baseball teams are always at the Westin. You know, like you knew
most of them were, or the Hotel Teatro.
Yeah, you always knew which hotels they were at, and you would just call the hotel. And honestly, like some guys used aliases, a lot of guys didn't. And you were just like, hey, connect me to blank. And quite honestly, and I found this the case, the players were obviously less cool about it.
Sure.
But if you could,
But I got it.
If you could get either a manager or, you know, if the visiting team had like a famous broadcaster, if you were just like, hey, the Reds are in town, I want to talk to Marty Brenneman. And boom. And he was just like, what the hell? Put me on.
Yeah, I'm bored.
Yeah, because those guys weren't doing anything.
I got a hold of Matumbo one time for Scotty at KOA. And he goes, you tell Scotty I love him, but Matumbo need nap. I'm taking my nap. And he hung up on me.
The first time I ever answered the phone when Dikembe called, I'll never forget it. Can I please speak to Mark Kisla?
They're polite about it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna put you on hold. He's on the radio right now, and I think Dikembe was confused, and then we just potted him up, and then he was just on the show.
Just say hello to him, Mark, before he hangs up the phone. It doesn't seem to understand what's going on here. You know what? You know why I always hated Kurt Heinrich? I found Kirk Heinrich. I caught him at his hotel.
Because he went to Kansas?
No, they were playing in the Final Four.
That's why I hated him.
He was the only guy that picked up his phone, and I was like, hey, can we get you? I was all excited.
Yeah.
He's like, you got to talk to my SID. I was like, you little punk.
And then the Bulls drafted him, and then I was stuck with him in my life.
Do you know who was, like, intimidating? Gene Katie.
Well, yes.
I got a hold of Gene Katie for Scotty. Even his agreeable telling me he would talk to Scotty scared me.
Is he the most intimidating man with a comb over that has ever lived?
Come on.
Terrifying.
You got a guy with a comb over, you're like, bring it over here, comb over. Matter of fact, I'm going to start making fun of the comb over until you're mad enough to do something.
Not Gene Katie.
Not Gene Katie. I was like, sir, that's a phenomenal comb over. Can I?
Beautiful comb over.
I'm going to thin my hair so we can look alike.
So I can have that
The guy
look.
was on the phone and I was scared. He wasn't even in the room with me and I was terrified.
Golden age of the Big Ten right there, man. Yeah. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's Friday afternoon. I look forward to listening to this segment in Kevin Shockey's office. Mark Springer's
he's already texted.
Producing the program. We'll take
No, he's not. Mark Springer, he had nothing to do with that one.
Okay.
I got you, Spring.
Andy, when we come back, I'm going to tell you why it did not work out for Michael Porter Jr. with the Denver Nuggets. That's next.
Please welcome back former Nugget and 2023 NBA champion, Michael Porter Jr. Thank you for your leadership and the time you spent here in the Denver community.
You know, Andy, for the return of Mike, that couldn't have possibly gone any better.
Sure.
He plays great, and the Nuggets win.
Yeah.
Everybody wins. Like, it was, there's nothing to be sad about in the return of Michael Porter Jr. The tribute was great. He was clearly, he was touched by it. The ovation from the fans were awesome. There's no surprise there. It really all around was, and he played really well last night. Yeah, he struggled to close the game out. Look at what's around him. My God. And that team is banged up in addition to it. I told you, Andy, I teased why it did not work out with Mike here in Denver. And to be honest with you, I kind of reject the premise of my own tease. It did work. And it worked really well. But I guess I bring that up in the manner of, and I saw some tweets about it last night. A couple of people sent it, over to me when I tweeted about Mike of like, well, did Malone blow this? Was there some untapped Mike game that wasn't found here in Denver? And my response to that is, Andy, is just, no. Mike was a number 3 option on a team where he was the 3rd best player. Sometimes he was the 4th option on a team where he was the 4th best player. And that's the way it's supposed to work. He's doing what he's doing in Brooklyn, putting up 28 shots and averaging 26 a night. He's doing that because look at what's around him.
He's the guy.
He is the guy.
Nobody's mad at any of the shots that he takes. Period.
The way that you watch him play with Brooklyn last night, and Scotty had a good breakdown of it during the telecast. He even brought it up of like, man, they set good screens for him to be able to run off of, and they do because that's what they do. And Mike, again, here in Denver, he was never going to be the primary part of the action in the offense. It was built around Jokic, Murray, 2-man game. Like, people may ask, like, Michael Malone failed him. Michael Malone insisted upon telling Mike to run to the corner and space the floor. Well, the reason why he did that is because, number one, it opened up the paint for pick and roll to work. And number two, when the defender sagged off of him and collapsed, you find him and he hits a 3. And it worked great. It was spacing. It was shooting. It was exactly what the Nuggets wanted him to do. And Michael Porter Jr. shot 49% from the field, 41% from 3, 80% from the line in a season when the Denver Nuggets won a title. And in terms of basketball sense, it was great. But there's another aspect to it because there always is in pro sports. And it was his contract.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to ask if he was not going to be the focal point, like, why pay him like it? If Malone was never going to adjust strategically or his pecking order, why did they give him a max contract? And I would say, number one, that's a fair question to ask because did you get full value out of Mike for what you spent for him? I'd say no, but also, like, a couple of things to think about, okay? So he signed that contract, Andy, before they won a title. Mike got his max contract extension before they won a title and when Nikola Jokic was a one-time MVP. Remember, there was a world where Jokic was not the best player in the world.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, we haven't lived in that world in 6-7 years.
It's been a long time.
But there was a time.
But in 2021, he had one MVP. He had not won a championship. Like, best player in the world status was still Giannis and Durant and LeBron and Steph. Like, we're still slugging it out for that. So you didn't exactly know exactly what your team was going to be at that time. But a couple of things happened. Like, Mike had another back surgery. The year he signed the deal, remember, he played 9 games, and then he had another back surgery. Jokic went from one-time MVP and somehow still got better every single year.
And still is.
It still is. And so the team had like a quandary. They were like, we can't take offensive action away from Nikola Jokic for any meaningful stretches or high-leverage stretches. And also, we don't know if we go build an offense around Michael Porter Jr. here in Denver, is he going to be healthy? Or is he going to have a fourth back surgery? To Mike's credit, he hasn't gone under the knife again since. He has put in the work and he has played, and his durability is incredible. But like Andy, how much time did we spend on this show having that discussion about him and going, I don't know if he's going to stay healthy or not. You need dependability. That's how you build a team.
Well, not only that, but again, he got the contract in a time, because your point about the contract, that's made this the toughest thing ever.
Yeah.
Again, if he was more of a $25 million Christian Brown player and not the reason why you're or one of the reasons. He wasn't the only reason, but he was a major reason why you were over the apron and all the other crap.
In the apron trouble, yeah.
But when he got the contract, this was not a time when you negotiated. You just handed him the deal, right? And the Nuggets knew deep down, if they didn't hand him that deal, somebody else was gonna. You would have lost the player.
He was also coming off of the bubble run.
Sure.
And he was great.
Yeah.
That season, I mean, do you remember his second half of the year that year? He was fantastic.
And look, the thing that I always felt bad for the Nuggets, whether it was, Calvin Booth had to live under the restraints, the constraints, whatever it was, you did these deals at a different time than the NBA. See, to me, when the NBA changed the cap rules, everybody should have just, kind of like hockey when they came back from the lockout, well, you're all going to get a 10% rollback to fit these new rules.
Yeah.
Now, the Players Association never would have gone for that.
Yeah.
But that would have been the fair and equitable thing to do, or you should have given a period of time for some of these, like the new contracts are coming under the new rules, and we're going to figure out something for the old contracts so that you weren't all of a sudden it's aprons and luxury taxes and you're not allowed to go acquire any players.
It's such a good point because, like, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth, okay? Like, yes, it hamstrung you in 2024 and 2025, but you won a title in 23. You can't complain about anything that happened.
No. I'm with you.
And you won a title because you had him. He was a massive part of that championship.
Yeah.
Also, and I'll say this, okay? I'll say this in defense of Tim Connolly and the contract that was given to Michael Porter Jr. You watched him last night. We see what he is on the Brooklyn Nets. Guess what? Tim Connolly's a basketball scout at heart. He saw it too.
Okay.
He saw it back then.
I want to make this point quickly so we can stay on track, and maybe it's something we revisit. I want to be fair to Malone, and Malone he set up a good offense. He won the championship. Again, he also pushed all the right buttons because you have a banner in the rafters because of it. Won a lot of games here.
He had Mike in the correct role.
But is Mike not another example of a player? And we're seeing a little bit with Zeke. We've seen a little bit. I don't know if the full development you needed going on under that last coaching staff is the same as what we're seeing here. And quite honestly, what Mike got in Brooklyn.
Okay, but here's where I would give a little bit of pushback on that. Is also, like, Porter knew.
Yeah.
I'm not going to handle the ball in Denver.
Right. Well, to your point, he had to go find his spot and wait for the pass versus last night they're setting 2 and 3 picks just to get him open.
I'm a ball-dependent player. He was a dependent player when he was here. And I think he crafted his game around it. This is another area where I think he deserves a ton of credit. Like, clearly, Mike, and I think Mike busted his butt the entire time he was here in Denver. But I think when he knew oh, I'm going to a bad team where the shots are all there and available for me. I think he knew I got some things I got to clean up in my game.
Well, not only that,
he got his house in order.
I think he also decided, I'm going to show everybody the player that I could be.
Right. It was motivation.
I wish he would have shown that with the second unit a little bit more.
Sure.
And then he could have been the stagger player of the past couple years, but that's not how it worked out.
Yeah. And again, he was on Jokic's team. Now he's on Michael Porter's team. And
when you've got Nikola Jokic, you're not getting three screens set for you to get open for a three-pointer.
And I don't want to be a jerk, but they're terrible. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We will talk to the voice of the Nuggets, Chris Marlowe, who you can listen to for free tonight on Altitude Plus. That's right. It's a free night on Altitude Plus. We'll talk to the voice of the Nuggets, the great Chris Marlowe, after this. You don't want to overspend like Denver did on Michael Porter Jr. Therefore, you want to check out Roller Auctions February 2026 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. That's right. Go check it out right now. It's going to open up here in a couple of days, and you will have roughly a week or so to peruse, to check it out. It's all online. The website is roller.bid, but check out the selection of trucks, vans, sedans, SUVs, and so much more. By the way, utility trucks, plow trucks, if you're interested in such an item, go to roller.bid and check out this Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Guys, Roller is the front range leader when it comes to government, city, county, and fleet vehicle auctions. So go to roller.bid right now and check it out. Hey, you want to go watch Jokic and the Nuggets February 11th? Sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. We'll draw a name, and it could be yours. You can win catered suite tickets for Nuggets, Grizzlies, February 11th. You want to be there? We want you to be there. So go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. Do it immediately. Free preview tonight of Altitude Plus. You can get it even if you don't have a subscription. You can watch the Nuggets game tonight against the Clips. Return of Nikola Jokic. Download the app or watch on altitudeplus.com. But, of course, you were already, before the return of Nikola Jokic, you were already going to be watching the free Altitude Plus broadcast because you wanted to hear the sweet tones of Chris Marlowe on the broadcast tonight. He joins us right now, voice of the Nuggets. Chris, how are you?
Well, I can give your traffic reporter an update.
Okay.
On Spear, it's packed. It's a parking lot. The traffic is jammed.
Okay, so this is our man on the scene on Spear Boulevard right now, Chris Marlowe, and reports are it's not going great.
Chris, I wish you could have heard our guy that said Wadsworth. That's what I disappointed in.
I missed that
Yeah.
guy.
Stop and go from Wadsworth.
I'm approaching 13th. I look to my right, there are cars. I look in front of me, there are cars. Over to the left, cars.
All right, well, guys, if you are on Spear Boulevard approaching 13th right now, wave to Chris Marlowe.
Now get out of his way. The man's
move.
got work to do. You want to hear the game for free tonight on Altitude Plus or not?
There you go.
Chris, last night we got a Valanciunas Kareem comp out of you, which I loved. You have I noted this one. JV has graduated to varsity. Very well done. And I also learned from you last night, 18 Frenchmen in the NBA. I was not aware, and I know France has become, an international power, and obviously led by Wemby. I didn't realize we were up to a full 18 Frenchmen in the NBA. So as always, Chris, the game prep was sublime last night.
Well, the 18 Frenchmen, I've been curious about that because I do the Olympics every quadrennial, and I'm just amazed at how many Frenchmen, long, tall, skinny, running Frenchmen. I mean, there were 3 in the top 10 just recently. They've got bigs. What they don't have is guards, kind of the opposite of Canada. Canada's got 17 great guards, and they don't have any bigs. They should make a trade before the Olympics, but that little guard is good, and it's fun to see the international players besides Jokic and Luka and the others, get better and better. More players coming into the league.
Chris, this show has a little bit of the same kind of back and forth you and Scotty had, and so I had to look up quadrennial. That's where Nate would throw at me. I didn't realize it's just every 4 years. You threw me off there. I was like, hey, Chris is always doing the Olympics. That sounded like a lot longer to me.
By the way, along those lines, Chris, we saw the news today, and we're waiting for an update on Lindsey Vonn. But you can speak to this. You were, an Olympic sport athlete yourself, in addition to now being a prominent Olympic broadcaster in volleyball. And, for those athletes that they don't have the NBA or the NHL to compete in, I mean, those games are everything. Right now, mentally, an athlete like Lindsey Vonn, who could be losing it all right before the games, what is she going through?
Well, it's difficult because you spend your whole life, at least I did, trying to get onto the Olympic volleyball team. In 1976, we didn't qualify. And then in 1980, there was the boycott. And then I finally got onto the team as a latecomer in 1982, went 2 years on the team, and then was cut from the team. You probably know the story. Yeah. I don't mind sharing it. I was cut from the team in April. And then in May, the guy that they chose instead of me, he wasn't better than me, but they chose him, broke his leg in a match in Russia. And he was out. So he'd spent all his time and life trying to get on the Olympic team too. And so the coach called me up that next Monday, said, "Do you want to come back to the team?" And I did. And, 1 month later, I'm standing on the victory stand with a gold medal. So it's so hard. And in some sports, the reason I love team sports, I mean, you fall down, you miss a shot, it's not a huge deal. But if you fall off the balance beam or you skid on a skate, your whole life can be ruined. And so, I didn't see what happened exactly to Lindsey Vonn, but I feel for her.
Yeah, she crashed.
It
was bad. I mean, airlifted and everything. We hope she's going to be okay. Wow. We kind of await the update right now. Chris, let's stay with the international for a moment. The return of Nikola Jokic tonight. According to reports, Nikola Jokic is set to play this evening against the LA Clippers. Where should we set our expectations for what the first game back for the Joker looks like?
Well, he's been going through a lot of workouts. We watched him last night. He looked ready to go. I'm guessing that they're going to be very careful about his minutes. He'll be on a minutes restriction. I asked one of the insiders what was Valanciunas' minutes restriction. He told me mid-20s. So I'm guessing if I were doing it, if I were coaching, I would play each of them 24 minutes. I wouldn't strain Jokic. I wouldn't tax Valanciunas. They both got issues. And I think that's kind of what we'll see. I don't think the skill will be an issue with Jokic. He's up against a pretty stout defender in Zubats, so that's always a challenge. But it'll be great to see him out there and see some of the guys and how they react to having Jokic back, kind of at the high post delivering. That being said, they did a heck of a job while he was gone. 10-6 without him was, a basic basketball miracle.
Yeah.
And I think I give a lot of credit to David Adelman for how he's rotated the guys through. Yeah, Hunter Tyson is getting shout-outs because he played good. So I think he's done a really nice job in sorting it out and doing the math.
Yeah, seriously, how is he not Coach of the Year for taking the voting seriously? I mean, you guys showed the Man Games loss last night, including, I don't know, the dude that was going to have his fourth MVP had he not gotten hurt. How is anybody else other than David Adelman the Coach of the Year at this point?
Well, you kind of always look for the MVP coming from the best team, so Shea always gets a look, and the coach from the best team. I think Adelman's done a great job. It's I don't want to say it's refreshing for Michael Malone. It's just a different kind of vibe. Michael, he did a fabulous job, but I think at the end of his coaching career, he just got wrapped up in the minutia of it and the battle with Calvin Booth. And he always just seems so angry, even after a 20-point win. If we had a 30-point lead and we squandered a little bit of the lead, he just come in and rant kind of. You guys saw it. You guys know. And he just seemed unhappy. So it's
lighter.
Adelman comes in and he just gives you his perspective on it, and there you go.
Yeah, it's a better situation. By the way, betting odds favor J.B. Bickerstaff in Detroit for Coach of the Year, which, I mean, he's got the Pistons, the 1 seed. I didn't think they'd ever win again in my lifetime. Chris, who benefits the most from the return of Nikola Jokic?
Every other Nuggets player.
Every coach, every fan, everybody, yes.
Yeah, I think, Zeke Najee's minutes will go down. Peyton Watson has kind of been a revelation, but without Gordon in there, Watson's going to play a lot. Any of the guys. I asked Tim Hardaway Jr. if it was different with Jokic out and Jokic not playing and opposed to having this group of the quality of shots. And it was kind of a funny answer because he didn't really say, hey, it's much better with Jokic. I'm wide open. He's wide open wherever he gets it. He just lets it rip. So I think there are going to be more open shots tonight. I think there's going to be more movement. Scott Hastings has pointed out that the Nuggets have been a little bit one-on-one lately with Murray and Peyton Watson, their two main scorers. So I think that'll come back to more of a team aspect. I think the assists will go back up to 30 a game, and I'm pumped. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
I would also say Jamal Murray is going to see far fewer hedges and is going to be facing a single defender far more often than he has been. I mean, and you've seen it in late game situations, Chris. Opponents just throwing the kitchen sink, trying to get the ball out of Jamal's hands and playing with physicality, and they don't get to do that anymore.
Absolutely, and I think you got to give Jamal tons of credit.
Yeah.
Basically, while Jokic has been out, he's been getting the Jokic the Steph Curry treatment with two on him all the time and a third man coming over, and he still averaged 26 a game. I think he's 29 in January. So, he's done an incredible job, and I can't wait to see the two-man game again and some of the stuff that those two can pull off.
Last thing, Chris, the return of Michael Porter Jr. last night. I kind of joked before it was best case scenario for everybody. Mike played great, and the Denver Nuggets won. Great tribute to him last night. You called hundreds of Michael Porter Jr. games over the years. How did last night strike you, seeing him back in Ball Arena?
Well, it was great to have him back. He's a tremendously nice guy. If you've met him, I saw him in the hallway afterwards and said congratulations. But I was mindful of not glazing him too much to where everybody gets mad because he's not on our team anymore. I made sure that I complimented him and talked him up. And man, he didn't miss a shot for like 3 quarters. So I think it was good to have him back, and I'm glad he's flourishing. The family's gone through some tough times, but I think it's coming together, and we'll see if he stays with the Nets or gets moved to another team. That'll be interesting. Hey, before I go, I want to do one football take. I'm not really a football guy, but I want to agree with Andy Lindahl. The cornerback has to get his head around.
That's right. You're an officiating aficionado. You got to look back for the ball, Chris.
I heard you, Andy. I heard you say that. I wish I had your cell phone number. I was going to call it. Yeah, exactly. He's in good position. He's fast. He's aggressive. He's tough. But you got to turn around. You got to get the head around.
That's Chris on Spear Boulevard calling in with his Broncos takes right there, everybody.
I'm sorry, I had to.
I love it, Chris. Riley Moss, I hope you're listening. Look for the ball.
Marlowe
Riley
on
Moss
Spear.
Is pretty good. He's pretty good.
Well done. Chris Marlowe, have a great call tonight. We appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
All right. He's an all-time great. He is Chris Marlowe.
He's a stickler for the rules.
Very much so.
And if you're not looking for the ball, you're going to get flagged. It's right there in the rule.
It really isn't.
It is.
It's not.
You got to look for the ball. Why do you think they flagged the dude at the end of the Buffalo game?
That's not in the rule book.
Yeah, you can't be just face guarding a guy.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
You absolutely can.
You got to look around and look for the ball.
You have a better play on the ball if you turn around and look, but you can face guard. You just can't run into a guy.
They have called it forever, face guard.
If you contact him while not looking back at the ball, that's
Let me
PI.
ask you this.
If you don't touch him, though, that's not a penalty.
Has your guy ever not contacted anybody?
But
Riley Moss has always got a little hold of something.
Why didn't he get the flag against Buffalo?
Well,
because he turned around. To
Give a
your
little
Chris's
peek.
point. But
Give
he
a
was
little
all over
peek.
him.
I was still worried about that one.
I know.
I will admit now that it's 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
I'm shocked he didn't get flagged for that one.
If you turn around and look, it looks more like you're making a play on the ball. But there's nothing in the rule book that says you have to.
I've always been told you got to get your head around and be looking for the ball.
That's coaching, but that's not in the rule book.
Look for the ball, and they leave you alone. Dude, I see it in college too, but you're right. I also see college guys that practically give the guy a hug.
Sure.
And don't look for the
But
ball.
I mean, honestly, Andy, like if you're defending a fade route, you really don't want to turn around. Like a fade route is generally I read his body, but the moment I turn around, I've already lost my leverage and the ball's going to go over my head.
Understand, and I'm not even talking full turn, but you got to give a little. Just got to give a little peek, just that top of the visor.
Yep, it's far more likely you get away with it. Yes, absolutely.
And don't be white.
That I believe actually is in the rule book. Hey, it's let's see, what am I reading right now? If you're looking for something delicious for dinner, check out Golden Flame Hot Wings, Andy. Feed your flame at your nearest Golden Flame in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in the Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Yes, Golden Flame Hot Wings. By the way, they got a big game, or excuse me, Super Game special here, Andy.
Super Game 60.
Super Game. 60 wings, 1 large fry, 2-liter soda, bone in or boneless, up to 4 sauces, includes 12 ounces ranch or blue cheese, and 5 bags of veggies. $87 plus tax. For 60 wings? Are you kidding me?
60 wings.
That's a fantastic deal. You were crushing the Golden Flames out in the hallway.
Yeah,
before.
I probably took more than my fair share of
You
the
put a
regular
significant dent.
Well, they were sitting there.
Yeah.
I didn't want them to go cold. Can't waste food.
It was benevolence.
Hey,
is really what you were
Golden
doing.
Flame wings.
Yeah.
Are the elixir to fat guy shot. The
even-
kryptonite to the fat guy shot is that wing.
Even the fat guy shot can't stop
Because I was
him.
like, I'm still eating. Oh, I'm full. I'm still eating.
It's the real place for wing lovers. Golden Flame hot wings since 1994. Happy Scott Friday to all who celebrate, which is you if you're listening to this show right now. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Was that Rancid?
I think that was Tim Armstrong solo.
Okay.
I believe so.
Close enough.
You know the voice, though.
You do.
It's unmistakable.
It is. Now you're going any better. Now we're doing Pearl Jam.
I feel like with the way my throat feels right now, I can do a pretty good Tim Armstrong.
What? When are we going to air out the building?
It's a great question.
I don't know
it's
that I've got a cold
around.
like you. As I said, I found out there's some side effects, I think, of what I got going on. But
yeah.
You and I both have bad voices. Sanford's got it.
I think that Golden Flame, I think that cleared
you
out. Yeah, you're doing great right now.
Did help me.
You had you had spicy guy face for a minute.
Oh my
there.
gosh, that one wing, the mango tango, whatever the heck it was.
You had the watery eyes.
Well,
yeah.
I knew it was funny because our guy Steve Coffin comes out and I go, which one's a hot one? After I took a bite. Classic Andy.
Gotcha.
Ask the question. I should ask, wait for the answer, then do something about it. And he goes, yeah, the one you just bit. And I was like, ooh, yeah, here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was another wing company that I worked with that I did their one time. I did their hottest wing.
Yeah.
And I will never, ever do anyone's hottest wing ever again. I threw said hottest wings away because we were doing a halftime competition.
Yeah.
And after a couple of bites, I'm like, I can't win anything. I'm out. I'm not doing this. I'm not. If this makes me less of a man, then I am not a man.
I don't need the surgery that is required after
this. So
this.
I'd thrown the things away, and I went to throw something else away later, and the heat was still coming out of the trash can. Like, I felt it as if there was, I have a heater vent in your home.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like coming out of the trash can.
It's also what it felt like coming out of your.
Well, yeah.
So, Andy, the Broncos have interviewed Commanders' offensive passing game coordinator Brian Johnson. Remember Brian Johnson?
From AC/DC, I do.
After that, he played quarterback at Utah.
Yeah.
The guy's prolific. He's done a lot
of things. He does
a
lot of things. He's like Forrest Gump. He's lived 15 lives.
Yes, Brian Johnson got an interview. So now with the Broncos' previous interview of Bills quarterbacks coach Ronald Curry, they have satisfied all the requirements of the Rooney Rule.
Which means we'll be hearing about Davis Webb OC at someday. I could see Curry. You and I talked about it yesterday because Curry's without a job right now, right?
Yeah. Speaking of spicy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Ronald Curry.
I know. Isn't that Steph Curry's dad?
It's Dell.
Dell Curry. Oh.
Dell was his dad.
My bad.
Yes.
I could see Curry becoming the new QB coach, passing game influencer, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
After Davis Webb gets named play caller and coordinator.
Brian Johnson's not going to get any love?
I don't know. Maybe he is. Look, what I am curious about, because again, we saw it from Greg Penner Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Is Greg Penner encouraging? And I'm going to call the word encouraging. Use the word encouraging. Sean Payton to maybe get some new voices into how you do things. Maybe, maybe keeping your same guys around isn't the way to go.
I think that and I don't follow me on this for a second. Like Chris Marlowe was just talking about one of the differences in having Adelman versus the grind of Malone.
Right.
Okay.
Which I was a little surprised Chris was so upfront about that.
Yeah, but also, it makes all the sense in the world.
No, well,
right?
again, like he said, we all saw it.
Yeah, the joyless pursuit of victory that became the Denver Nuggets last year, it was very clear, the room needed new air. Much like our studio after DMac left. It needed new air today.
At least he gave us the heads up.
So...
At least if you're going to fly the plane, you'll let us know the crops have been dusted.
So, the Broncos and the offense was not good.
No.
The offense operationally looked a little joyless from time to time this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. It did not have all the best vibes in the world. It, again, continues to not have particularly good vibes. What's predisposed, what's not predisposed. Things are awkward right now.
Well, and look, I thought Chad Brown, because I didn't even really think about this fact. Chad Brown made a great point to us on Tuesday afternoon that we did think it was Russ causing, and I know Russ had something to do with the plays being called too late because he did it under Hackett.
Yeah.
But we thought when Russ would leave, the late play clock shenanigans maybe would go away, and unfortunately with Sean, they have not. To the point where both Bo and at one point Jared Stidham both let the sideline know, you got to speed this up.
So Davis Webb is the clear favorite to be the offensive coordinator of the team. To your point, maybe Curry, maybe Brian Johnson, we don't know. Or it could be other that we.
I could see Johnny Morton being
Johnny Moe?
Not the. I think Davis Webb will be the OC.
Okay.
But I still think a couple of Sean guys will be around him. But there'll be new Sean guys, but I do think Greg Penner probably encouraged, let's get some new blood in here, man.
Anytime Sean Payton has been asked about play calling duties, he has bristled very hard. And so if ownership came to Sean and said, "Hey man, you want that last $40 million on your deal? This is the conditions by which you can earn it," then I don't think he has much of a choice.
Right.
But if the decision is Sean Payton's, "Hey, do you want to fire yourself as the play caller?" I have a hard time imagining that he does that, Andy.
I would agree with you, but maybe we're not giving him enough credit. Let's see how it plays out.
I think we're giving him the proper amount of credit.
I would agree. But
this is a guy, again, that just this week gave a 2-latte interview about his quarterback's ankle, and then his quarterback hopped on Zoom the next day to be like, he's full of crap.
Yeah, listen, again, the comment I thought he was being funny on that I'm going to keep in my back pocket is he's wheeling around in departments up there he's normally not in.
That was an interesting
It
one.
wasn't
Right
as interesting at the time, but then when we get the, hey, I'd like to have my little Zoom call tomorrow, then I'm like, I wonder.
Yeah. Now, again, if you're Greg Penner and you want to say this really does need a new air, then you would mandate that Davis Webb is the play caller.
Yeah, and look, again, let's take Greg Penner at his word because all he's done is he's never not shot us straight.
Yeah.
He did say in his presser at the very early points that he would like Sean and George to be around for quite a while.
There's also this part of it, Andy, is let's talk about risk reward for a moment. You were 3 points away from the Super Bowl with your backup quarterback this season. You won 14 games, number 1 seed, AFC West champions. You did the thing this year. This Broncos season, again, I know we're still living in a disappointing space. It doesn't change the part where this year was freaking awesome.
And way better than a lot of us thought it would be.
Phenomenal Broncos season. In many ways, unbelievable Broncos season.
Yeah.
I think that word gets overused a lot, but I wasn't buying them to win 14. I had them 11-6. I did pick them to win the AFC West because I thought the Chiefs had stunk. But like the Broncos themselves, they overperformed what I thought they could do. Are you willing to take a team that was 3 points away from the Super Bowl and say, let's hand it over to a first-time play caller?
I am.
You're just like that. Take it away.
Wow, that really shocked you more than I thought it would.
Take it away from Hall of Fame play caller, Hall of Fame worthy play caller, Super Bowl winning play caller. He's done. It's time to give it to this green dude over here who's never done the job before.
Yes, and for this reason. Well, look, Sean's still in the building.
That's bold.
I mean, like we talked about, there's nothing to say Sean, because if it's 8 games of it ain't any better, and a matter of fact, it got worse, guess who's coming right back in charge?
Yeah.
Okay? That said, how many times, Nate? Again, let's not just talk about the real. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit on this picture. A lot of quarters where nothing happened. A lot of quarters with 3 and outs. A lot of kind of struggles after the first 15.
Oh, without a doubt.
Again, and I look, another reason why I'm willing to give this a shot, even though I'm a little surprised you're surprised, when both Jeff Legwold and then Chad Brown brazenly pointed out the personnel gave away what Sean Payton was going to do on that 4th down play.
Yeah.
time to evolve this a bit. Now, again, I don't believe that. I think Sean will give Davis Webb the play calling ability. I don't think he's going to stay out of business the whole time. And I think I think he's still going to let you know we're going for it on 4th down, and here's what you're going to run.
Oh, I mean,
I think he'll still be making plenty of the big decisions.
Oh, situationally, those are his, like 4th down or not, to go or not are his calls.
And I think he will tell you the play we're going to run on 4th down. Here's what I want.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do agree with, like, in a world where Sean would relinquish those duties. I guess I'm not as automatically convinced that Davis Webb will be any better at this than Sean
Fair enough,
Payton.
Nate. I'm not saying for sure that he is, but I would like to see how it looks, and I'd like to see how he and Bo vibes. I will also offer you this piece of evidence to try to sway you to my side of the table to come have some bread with oil.
No butter?
I don't know. The vinegar is...
I am an olive oil guy.
You know what I do like? I like the cheesy bread with some marinara. So come have that. A little greasy, but it's good. No, seriously.
No
How many times?
No balsamic?
Nah, the vinegar, I don't know.
Oh, I like it.
I'm
a fan.
Yeah, you put a little Parmesan on there. Now we're talking.
It has to have cheese.
Yeah, got to have a little cheese. I like me the cheese.
I know you do.
I like the dairy is what we're all figuring out. How many times do we talk about Sean throwing in a trick play at just the worst time?
Often.
Right?
Yeah.
That's another thing I need kind of taken out of the mix.
Did any of his trick plays work this year?
Well, let's be fair. He got guys open on occasion.
That's
they
true.
weren't executed.
That's true.
I don't want to put it all on Sean.
And
Sean schemed up some great plays.
Okay.
They didn't hit him.
So to that point then, okay? Are we being too harsh on Sean Payton? Because how many Mondays were we in here talking about the game and saying Sean got guys open?
It's fair enough, Nate, but again,
I mean, when you would look at like average separation,
right?
And Bo had one of the best in the league, and yet his completion percentage over expectation was well below. Sean Payton scheming guys open, doing the best he could with an inaccurate quarterback.
I don't disagree, and I'm not saying take Sean completely out of the mix.
Of course not.
But I am saying I do think in order to speed up the process, let Davis Webb have a chance. Because, again, still think Sean's going to be, Davis Webb will be calling plays off the work computer, where Sean can remote in and click around on your home screen or whatever he needs to if he needs to, because I think he'll still be doing it. But I think Davis Webb, it needs to appear and it needs to be said that he's calling plays if he's going to stick around, period.
Well, he doesn't have any other opportunities now.
Well, because I think he knows he's going to get this shot. I think I think the ink is dried. We're just waiting for the announcement, don't you?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not
think he's dumb.
No, I think he's going to be the OC here. I'm not as sold on the play calling thing. And I'm not prepared to say that he's going to be better at it than one of the great offensive minds of his era.
I'm not. I'm just saying let's give it a look. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you're wrong about whether he'll be better. We'll see. Mm-hmm. It's my famous line. We'll see. Now listen, Arizona job has not been filled. Could we have one more little turn of the Game of Thrones next week where VJ and Davis actually dance off to Arizona?
What are the Cardinals doing?
Well, the word is that the Cardinals and the Raiders are basically having a bidding war for Clint Kubiak. And if I'm Clint Kubiak, can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think I'd rather go to the Raiders and take the first pick than try to figure out what I'm doing with Kyler.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
Also, if Clint Kubiak takes the Raider job, it should be a rule the Cardinals have to hire Pete Carroll.
I like that.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah.
You waited too long, you get Pete Carroll.
No, you get Bill Cowher. You get to pull Bill Cowher out of the desk. What other rando guy? Listen, I already didn't think Modkins was going to be getting a job, and I didn't think Mike McCarthy was going to be back in our life.
How about that?
How about Tom Coughlin? Is Tom Coughlin alive? I'm not.
Don't kill Tom Coughlin.
No, he's alive, right? You got to hire Tom Coughlin down in Arizona.
We will talk to Dan Hyatt when we come back. The return of Nikola Jokic. 2 Nugget stats you need to know, and 1 you don't. That's coming up next. We go right to Ball Arena right now. Our buddy Dan Hyatt, NBA statistician, joins us with 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Kind of a big game tonight. Nuggets take on the Clippers. You'll listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with the pregame at 6:30. The return of Nikola Jokic. Heard of him? Dan Hyatt joins the show. Hi, Dan.
Hi, boys. How we doing?
We're doing great, man. Okay. Nikola Jokic is back. I asked Chris Marlowe before who benefits the most from the return of Nikola Jokic. He went with the rote answer of everybody, although I do have to say I agree with what he said. But I legitimately think it's Jamal Murray because he's not going to see double and triple teams nearly as often. Let's talk about this offense now that the Joker is back because pre-injury it was historically good.
I mean, you're talking about 125 per game, then he gets hurt, and they're winning, but it's 110 points per game. And all of a sudden, these last 7 or 8 games look like mid-90s games. You've got barely cracking 100. You've got 70 through 3. It's been really interesting. Why the defense got better, it's hard to say. Some of the opponents aren't as good as part of it. But ultimately, you know, when the Nuggets had Jokic, you're almost 300 passes per game because he's the leader in passes. He has been for 7 straight years. And you're talking about 30 assists per game. So I think Marlowe also said you're going to look around that 30 assist mark. They've been averaging about 24 per game with him out. So the offense will just be relaxed. The key, though, is that we've seen in the past when the offense is just grooving, the defensive intensity can lack. And I think that's going to be a big Adelman component in this is, hey, guys, we're probably going to get back to scoring a lot, right? That's what Jokic does no matter who's there. MPJ was amazing. Last couple of years, he was shooting over 55% from anywhere on the floor when he shared it with Jokic. And without, it was about 40%. Now you're seeing what he can do when he takes 28 shots per game. So, but yes, everyone benefits, but the offense will just move. It'll take pressure off of everybody else. And you're ultimately going to look at probably 120 points per game again when he starts getting more minutes. But what that does to the defense, I think, is going to be key.
So the overarching theme, passing is back. Will they continue to defend? That is stat number 1. The Nuggets should get back to scoring at their usual clip, which, of course, they're going to with Joker back. All right. Second Nugget stat we need to know. Let's talk about lineups and how it relates to injuries. Dan, we have not seen the Nuggets starting 5 intact since November.
It was November 12th against the Clippers when James Harden flopped onto Christian Brown's leg, which I don't get mad easily. I was mad because he had nowhere to go at the halfway mark of the quarter or the court, and he just fell down to try to draw a foul and landed right on Christian. That was the last game you had all 5. You're talking about 18 different starting lineups and 150 man games lost. It's not like that's not one on each side, but you've never had that combination in the Jokic era, and you've never had that combination as a Nuggets team before in that many of both before February. This is unprecedented. The fact that they went 10-6 without Jokic is wild. You've got no Gordon for a long time. Spencer Jones is hit or miss in the offensive side, but the defensive side has been great. When Jokic and Murray are in there, it doesn't really matter who else is around him as long as they are healthy and active. But with the lineups, you're going to need to buy rest for guys like Hardaway Jr., who have been wearing so many of these minutes. And again, Murray, too, is going to need some rest. So Adelman is going to have to be even more creative with Jokic back because you already took Holmes out of the rotation. Najee's going to lose some minutes. Jonas is back, but you got to keep them healthy. You can't lose another starter or another one of these guys you're going to need at any point in this stretch.
2 big men on minutes restrictions. That's the world that we're living in.
Well,
right
that's
now.
why, as Marlo said, play them each 24.
24
Call
apiece.
it even.
There you go. Don't go to overtime.
Literally call it even, I guess.
No overtime.
Yeah, that's the rule. By the way, you mentioned the 18 different starting lineups, and for a minute there, I was like, what was the weirdest one? And I was like, it was the Philly lineup. That's the weirdest one.
That was the funnest one.
Do you remember the starting 5 that night?
No, I don't. Well, who was it? It was like basically the G League. Did Deron Holmes get a start?
Deron Holmes started. Spence started.
Pickett started.
Backcourt was Pickett and Brown and Bruce and P. Watt.
You had 7 guys. I think it was 80% of your production was from guys who had been on the Grand Rapids Gold at some point.
Yeah. And what
it was cool.
The dollars and cents from your salary cap that you didn't have available that night was absolutely
well, not to mention
staggering.
Your boy Embiid out. He was more expensive than the Nuggets' whole available roster.
That's a good point. And yet he played 40 minutes that night and lost. What a loser. All right, Dan, that's 2 Nugget stats we needed to know. Now we need a Nugget stat that we don't need to know. I guess we want a Nugget stat we don't need to know. You can't need something that you don't need. We just want a Nugget stat we don't need.
You don't know you don't know you need it till you have it, and you realize you didn't need it, but you like it.
Okay,
that's what it is. That's what you got.
That's a man selling his own bit right there. That was well done. That was good.
Because I'm just sitting here researching stuff that is taking away from my actual job. But you guys, the last couple of weeks I haven't been on because it's been Broncos country, right? I produced long enough to know in this town that takes full precedent. Well, they're out now, so now we can talk some Nuggets. But the Chinese New Year, right, starts over. I'm kind of looking at the zodiac aspect of this thing. You know, you've got 12 different animals for the different, it's months, but you get 12 animals over the year, right? Ox, snake, dragon, and they all have kind of characteristics that you impart on the world around you and your personality traits. So, but the year doesn't actually start till February. So right now we're still in last year, which is the snake. Next year is the horse. But the thing I didn't know is that each year is also assigned an element on a 5-year rotation. So you're talking about an animal of 12 years, right? Every 12 years is a different animal.
Yeah.
But every 5 years has a different element. So every 60 years, you get a combination that you're not used to seeing. So last year was the water snake, right?
Okay.
This coming year in 2026 is the fire horse.
Yeah.
And when I first saw this, I was like, oh my God, Jokic is in the horses. We're going to win the title. The Broncos, all this is all great. And then, of course, everyone got hurt in January. But now we're talking about the year of the water snake. So if you haven't seen this in 60 years, the last time we saw it was 1966. Well, that was Wilt Chamberlain's age 30 season in which he won the MVP. This is Jokic's age 30 season. I'm calling it. He's going to be back. All he has to do is play every single game except one from here on out if he plays tonight to win the MVP, but it's his. Guaranteed. Chinese Zodiac.
Also, Wilt's water snake was quite busy that year.
Yeah. A lot of lakes that snake visited, as we understand.
Land of 10,000 lakes, right?
Yeah.
Land of 20,000.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure was.
I was born in the year of the metal chicken, which is both confusing and badass at the same time, I think.
So I actually looked this up. I was born in 1980. Metal monkey. Metal monkey.
How about 74?
74. Okay, great question. Let me find this out for you.
Maybe the metal is the reason why you two vibe so well on these stats.
By the way, I knew I was year of the monkey because there's a Chinese restaurant we used to have dinner when I was a kid, and they had it on the placemat. So I knew I was monkey. I didn't know I was metal monkey though. Andy. Ooh, you got a good one. Yeah, I sure do. You're the wood tiger.
You darn right I am.
Not Tiger Woods, Wood Tiger.
Well, hey, me and Wilt Chamberlain.
That's another guy that had a problem with his Wood Tiger. Okay.
You just don't want to be the water rat. I think that's like the worst combination you could probably have.
Water rat.
1972. Anyone from 72?
Hold on. There could be a year of the rat.
Oh yeah.
It's a Chinese zodiac sign. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Water rat, apparently. That's from, what was it, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade? Those were all water rats. That scene is gross. All right, everybody. We're going into the fire horse, but first, water snake. Dan
Gotta finish the water snake.
You got to get through this water snake first.
We'll see.
What do we got, 2 more days of the water snake?
That's a dish you don't want to finish. I've had enough of this water
Sunday's
snake.
February 1st, so that's when the fire horse starts, doesn't it?
Listen. Fire horse in the history of all of this makes people nervous because it's it's risk adversity. A lot of populations in East Asia go down because they think the kids are going to be screwed up. Like there's a lot to that you really want to be careful about. So it could be really good. It's a lot of risk, high reward, but a lot of risk.
So junk bonds.
Yeah, and Jokic shouldn't play 22 minutes. He should maybe stick to 15. That's my call.
Wow,
because we're approaching
the jersey
we're approaching the water horse. Yeah.
Okay, be careful
take it easy.
Be careful with the fire horse. Ease into the water snake. Everybody got that? Dan Hyatt, everybody. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Every Friday on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Dan, excellent work. Enjoy the game tonight. Dan Hyatt joining us from Ball Arena. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Coming up. Let's get after it with some football news right now on a Friday afternoon. We call it the High Five, the 5 biggest stories from around the NFL. Scott Friday edition. Mark Springer, let's do this. But first, tell us about Papa Murphy's Pizza.
Well, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large thin crust cheese sausage or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at Papa Murphy's.
Just $5?
$5.
5 big ones. A fin.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah.
PapaMurphys.com.
That's a pizza stat I needed to know.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah?
Pal.
Look at this guy. Look, this guy's rolling deep in fins over here.
Oh, wow. That's one Papa Murphy's pizza.
That
right
is
there.
a Lincoln right there.
Andy just did it. Okay. Big Bucks Lindahl over here.
That's the only bill I got in my wallet.
Afternoon drive bucks. He's having Papa Murphy's.
Do you
tonight.
have any cash in your wallet?
I do, actually.
Really?
Yes, I went to an ATM today.
Well, you got plans for the weekend.
I do.
All right.
Big weekend plans.
Look out, Glendale Ballet.
Look out, paper bills. Here I come. Trying to get in the John Morant room. Go ahead, Spring.
According to ESPN, Jody Allen, who has controlled and owned the Seahawks since the death in 2018 of her brother Paul Allen, plans to put the Seattle Seahawks up for sale after the Super Bowl.
Okay. So a couple of thoughts here. First off, current estimations, Andy, 7 to 8 mil. Or a bill, excuse me, 7 to 8 bill to procure the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah, Manders, remember Broncos went for 4.5.
Yeah.
Manders went for 6. Again, just watching the current market projections, you're talking 7-8 billion, roughly, is where they're kind of pricing out the Seattle Seahawks currently. Secondly, this is pretty good too. I saw a tweet earlier from our buddy Brock Heward. Okay, sports radio host in Seattle. I want to read this tweet to you. Well. The NFL team that goes to any length to play games on and off the field, no question in my mind, the Crafts or friends let media know the Seahawks would be up for sale, a tactic and ploy the Patriots would use to try and create distraction. Anyone surprised?
Interesting. I didn't think about that. Wow.
It's pretty stunning that this comes out the week you're in the Super Bowl.
I saw the headline on ESPN earlier, and we just weren't in a space to mention it. And I was like, wow, that really is crazy. And I did not even think about I did not put the two dots together. Good job by Brock Heward.
Andy, it's on the surface, if you just think about it, it's like Chicago Bears level organizational management of, hey, we're good and relevant, made the playoffs in the first time in forever. And oh, by the way, we're going to threaten to move the team to Gary, Indiana.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like talk about just, shooting yourself in the foot. The Seahawks don't want this out there right now.
No.
Of course they don't.
They don't want anybody being, I don't think the team, I don't know what to think. I'd say I don't think the team leaves Seattle. Guess what? I didn't think Cleveland would ever leave. I didn't think the Browns would ever leave Cleveland. They sure did.
Stadium's in good shape. Fan support's unbelievable.
No, I would agree.
You'd
And
be
I think
crazy.
it's a market that you want, but nonetheless.
You'd be crazy to take that
to
team
your
out of Seattle.
point, you don't need all next week's going to be now is a bunch of questions about selling the team.
Hey, Mike McDonald, what's your future with the organization?
You worried about things?
Right, exactly. Like that does become a weird thing that they now have to deal with in Super Bowl week. And I would also say this, Andy. I mean, is it Bush League by the Crafts? I don't know. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. You find whatever edge you can get, right? That's the sport. That's what. Okay, cool. If you've taken 30 seconds away from game preparation for McDonald and his staff, then good on you. Whatever minuscule edge you can find. I still don't think the Patriots win, but hey, if owner head games are a part of the Super Bowl, that only makes it more compelling to me.
To your point, anybody thinks maybe we're going a field too far. Remember, Jimmy Johnson had comment. I don't remember if it was I think it was on a podcast where he complained about Bill Belichick not getting in the Hall of Fame just this week. And somebody mentioned Spygate to him, and he said, knock it off. We were all trying to do it. They just figured out how.
Well, not well enough because they got caught.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that to your point, the entire league is trying to get one over on each other.
It's all head.
There's not a bunch of,
It's one of the other things that I kind of love about it, and I really do love this about the NFL, is the owners legitimately want to beat each other.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that makes it fun.
Yeah, they're aligned business partners looking to, and just I'm sure the salary cap story will come up here at some point.
Yeah.
Just look at what the salary cap's about to be. But, yeah, they really, I really wonder how many owners are truly friends in these circles.
You know those owners' meetings? And you always hear about that, and it's like, they get the lunch order, and it comes in, and everyone's, every guy has their Mr. Smithers that brings them
brings them their special
their food or whatever.
Curated plate.
Exactly. Like, here's a dodo egg for you, sir. Whatever it is. And it's, I just like, if there was ever like a fly on the wall situation that I could have in pro sports, that might be it. Being inside the room at an NFL owners meetings and listening to those guys.
When it is locked, sealed, and they know nothing leaves this space. What is really said?
Like Seth Wickersham, when he gets a good source and he writes about the stuff that goes on behind those doors and those guys MFing each other inside the room, I would watch that movie.
That's
sign
reality.
me up.
You know what? The hell with your Hard Knocks. Give me that.
Give me Hard Knocks.
The owners meetings.
Hard Knocks owners meetings. Actually, and that's the other one I want. I want Hard Knocks owners meetings, and now I want Hard Knocks Hall of Fame meetings.
There you go.
And
get leggy on it.
And quite honestly, Andy, hasn't this most recent Hall of Fame Belichick saga kind of showed us there's somebody in the league office right now that's like, can we make this into a TV show and make it into a reality product? Because guess what? I'm watching it now.
To your point, this became the most interesting Hall of Fame announcement of 10 years.
Belichick getting snubbed is the best thing to ever happen to the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Because I think people even forgot it was happening this upcoming weekend or whatever it's going to be, the Saturday before.
Exactly. Yeah. Now it's must-see television. Congratulations, you did it. We now have villains in the story. That's how you make it good. Anyway, we're just over here making the NFL more money. So we got more ideas, Raj. Just call us up. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey.
The Broncos
have interviewed Commanders passing game coordinator Brian Johnson for their offensive coordinator vacancy.
I don't think we've heard the Nance drop in a couple of days here on the show, which would probably be the longest Nance drop drought in what, 6 months on this show?
Which is crazy because there's been a lot of Bronco news.
There's been a ton of it. But
it's all been so serious.
It's all been kind of a bummer.
Yeah. Kind of weird.
It's Friday. We lighten it back up.
Yeah.
Yes. We're not going to get dragged down by ankle gate on our show. Is it a gate status, by the way?
No, Bo crushed the gate. He simply said, here's what it is and here's what it'll be. And HIPAA tells me that that Sean needs to quit talking about it.
That doesn't crush any gate. The controversy still exists. I don't know which one of them's lying.
We'll find out next week if it becomes a gate.
Okay.
Because, as you said, Sean is going to hit. Okay, if Sean hits Media Row, if Sean gets to Radio Row by what, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever it is?
Yeah.
Does Bo then have to wheel his way out there and go do his own Media Row tour Friday or Saturday?
Scooter his way out there.
Just to make sure everybody knows.
Because, Andy, remember this part of it. Who benefits more from the story, I don't have a predisposed ankle condition, it's Bo Nix?
Yeah, he's got a contract to worry about.
Exactly. So, again, everybody's in their own camp right now with their own best interests at heart. The truth most likely lies somewhere in the middle of the ankle.
Help me out, by the way. One of the contenders for drop of the year was the Joker. Was that at the Super Bowl? Was the Super Bowl New Orleans last year? I was trying to remember.
It was Kay Adams.
Yeah.
I think we need a Joker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would say we need a Joker.
That was from Super Bowl week.
You said that I had the hot man face going on after I ate that hot
Sean
wing.
had it.
Sean had some other kind of face going on.
You know, another aspect to that is They still don't have a joker.
They really don't.
We have another off season of looking for a joker.
Yeah, because you're even
trying to
going
find a
by,
goddamn joker.
Yeah.
Even going by his pure definition.
They don't have one.
What did
What
Evan
did Ingram
have as far as catches?
40?
Like 12?
Yeah, I think he had 40 catches. That's it. That
ain't a joker.
That's not a joker. No, that's no Jimmy Graham. That's no Jeremy Shockey.
That's not even an ace.
Is John Gray an ace?
That's like a 2 of clubs.
Is John Gray a joker? Okay. Spring, we haven't played it in a while. It's Friday afternoon. The Broncos aren't in the Super Bowl. We haven't discussed this guy in a while. Quite frankly, the hot stove conversation has been quite quiet on this program, other than we mentioned the Angel Chivilly trade the other day. So we'll bring back the Kreckman and Lindahl show's 37th favorite bit. I think it's easily top 38, Andy. 37th favorite bit is John Gray an ace.
Would you say he's emerged as an ace this season?
He's been the ace so far.
Well, look, he's very good, but to be an ace...
That's an ace pitch for him.
I think he's on his way to being ace.
When I think John Gray, I think ace. That's a guy that can anchor a rotation.
That John Gray is one piece of ace.
Well, what did Texas Rangers think about all that?
7.71 ERA in 14 innings pitched last year.
Yeah, it feel very AC to me. Now, it might have been more what Farley said at the end, but
it's like a Chris Bryant pitching statistic right there. John Gray, I would say the court rules today. John Gray, not an ace. What's our next football story?
Evan
Spring?
Ingram, not a joker.
Not a joker. John Gray, not an ace.
High five. We're learning things.
We are
here today. The Ravens are going to hire Declan Doyle as their new offensive coordinator. He was with the Bears last season and the Broncos the past 2 seasons before that. He's 29 years old.
See, that's shocking, but nobody's shocked at the same time because his name is Declan. Feels like a modern name.
Declan?
Declan. Although we knew an older Declan once upon a time that worked here, but
there could be there. So is it multiple generations of Declan?
I guess so. But
okay.
To me, a Declan these days is in the that's a Braden.
No,
that's
a Brooklyn and a
yeah,
Skyler.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that get a touch of that feel?
It does. Yes.
Although Sammy's age group, there's going to be a lot of Charlies running around again.
Are there?
Yeah. Like some of the classic names are coming back, from what I understand.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't say coming back. Nobody's having any kids, but the ones that are.
Sammy's got
pine for a simpler time.
Sammy's got a buddy named Ed in his class.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Good old Ed. I haven't known an Ed forever.
Exactly. Not even an Eddie. It's just a 4-year-old
Just
Ed.
an Ed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Boy, that kid.
Yeah.
He's top of the class.
The other day, I was like, Sammy, who'd you play with today? I played with Ed.
Did you have to go into further questioning of like, wait a minute, what? How old's Ed?
No, I've seen Ed. Like I knew I knew there was a kid named Ed in the class.
All I'm saying is if Hayden had told me about an Ed at Sammy's age, I'd have been like, all right, don't play with the janitor. I need you to go out with the kids your own age.
I was happy that Ed is coming back. We had friends recently name their baby Carl.
Well, good.
Again, I haven't seen a Carl in 25 years. It's good to see a Carl back out there.
Just a Carl, not a Carlton.
Uh-huh.
Carl.
Do you remember the scene on Hard Knocks when Carl Nassib?
Oh, yeah.
When he got into he was arguing with Todd Haley. Yes, and they were arguing over his name. And Carl Nassib started making fun of him back, and then Carl Nassib walked back to the huddle, and he was just like, yeah, I know I got an old man name. It's okay.
Yeah, but he's still got some good jabs in it to Ed Haley.
Todd Haley.
You know what would be kind of funny?
That dude was a piece of work. Where's Todd Haley
Boy,
now?
I'll tell you what. How fun would it be? Sean Payton hires Todd Haley as his new OC and watch those two kill each other on the sideline.
You know what, Andy?
As Bo just sits there in the huddle like, am I going to get a call or are you two going to keep fighting?
We would play the audio of that press conference every week. Todd Haley is currently the offensive coordinator for the Columbus Aviators of the United Football League.
Well, good for him.
Yes, the Columbus Aviators.
I think hiring Todd Haley still would have been better than hiring Todd Monken.
I love this. On his Wikipedia page, it says, coaching style. Haley has been described as an aggressive coach and can be combative with players. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wasn't it him and Kurt Warner got into it?
No, Roethlisberger.
Is that what it was? Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know. He and Warner might have too, but I just remember he and Roethlisberger really kind of had a few.
That sounds about right.
High five.
I think Baker even too, right? Because he was in Hard Knocks, as you just said. I think even Baker had a couple comments for him.
Sounds about right.
Mark's like, I really don't care.
No, Todd Haley.
Hold on a minute.
That guy's a character.
Speaking of water rats, in 2006, Haley filed a $1.5 million lawsuit against a fast food chain after his wife found a dead rat in her salad.
Dude, first off, how big's the salad?
Apparently, the salad was purchased in South Lake, Texas. So do you think some angry Cowboys fan that thought the play calling sucked saw Todd Haley and his wife coming through and was just like, here you go?
Yeah, but all right, but seriously, how do you find a rat in a salad?
You hide it in the lettuce. I could see it. Put a little.
We're not talking about a mouse. We're talking about a rat.
Put a little lettuce blanket over it. Hey, she ordered the big salad.
I know, that's all I could think of.
You had to have the big salad.
Now there's a rat in it. If you had the small salad, no room to hide the rat.
By the way, shout out to me. I remember that Declan Doyle was a Broncos assistant.
Shout out to you too.
The only reason why I remembered it is because last year, do you remember when the Bears hired him away? I was like, I didn't know the Broncos had a guy named Declan Doyle.
Yeah, that I remember.
Apparently they did, and then he was the Bears OC, and now he's going to apparently be Jesse Minter's offensive coordinator. I mean, it's a pretty good gig if you can get it. Like, your first gig as a play caller, and you get to have Lamar Jackson. It's kind of sick.
Yeah, if you don't screw it up.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to screw it up. I would agree with that. And finally, Spring.
The Vikings have fired their GM, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah.
Why now?
Because Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl.
Is that what it is?
Connect the dots.
You're right.
Right?
I guess you're right.
What's so funny about it is, and I read a blog by a Vikings fan the other day, and he was just like, I can't even be mad about Darnold being in the Super Bowl with the Seahawks, because when the Vikings let him walk for the sake of the glorious rookie quarterback contract window, everybody in Minnesota was like, yeah, this is the right thing to do. Sam Darnold melted down at the end of the year last year. He looked extremely pedestrian. You don't pay a guy like that. You let him go. You got J.J. McCarthy. You got your quarterback in waiting. This is absolutely the right move to make. As it turns out, McCarthy looks like he's years away, if ever, from being a quality NFL quarterback, and Sam Darnold, much to his credit, just took Seattle to a Super Bowl.
And looks every bit as sharp as he did most of last year.
Right.
And even his Achilles heel, the Los Angeles Rams, could not stop him.
Like how many Colts fans were yelling, no, let's keep neck surgery Peyton Manning, when Andrew Luck was standing right there? Now, I know J.J. McCarthy is not what Andrew Luck was, but it's like the closest example I can come from it. But then in 2013, Manning wins an MVP, and it's the greatest offense in NFL history. I'm sure there was a lot of Colts fans who were like, God, I wish we had that right now.
How many Chargers fans pined for Drew Brees to stick around and keep Phillip Rivers waiting?
Yeah, great point. Yeah, because he won a Super Bowl in what, 2009?
Yeah.
I mean, Rivers was good, but Brees was better.
Well, Brees, I would say, ended up with a better career.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because if it weren't for John Lynch and the Broncos, Brees doesn't get hurt, and the Chargers actually do have to make a decision. But because of the shoulder surgery, kind of like we're talking about here, what are you going to do? Of course, you're going to now go play Phillip Rivers, the guy you took, top 10 in the draft?
Yeah.
And not keep the shoulder-injured Drew Brees?
So basically, Vikings ownership went to bed every single night and just couldn't stop grinding their teeth over Sam Darnold being in the Super Bowl.
Well, you can't fire Kevin O'Connell because he's the one that you got to hope finds a way to unlock McCarthy.
Mm-hmm. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We also wanted to add Joe Flacco as a Pro Bowler for the first time in his 47 years in the NFL. It is. Mm-hmm. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nikola Jokic returns tonight. Let's reassess our expectations for the Denver Nuggets going forward with Joker back. See, they did find a Joker. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tonight at 7 o'clock, Nikola Jokic returns for the Denver Nuggets. 16 games, Andy, 10 victories for Denver. 3 seed, 5.5 back of Oklahoma City when he went out with the injury that awful night in Miami. He returns. They are the 3 seed. They are 5.5 games back of Oklahoma City, and they will play the Thunder on Sunday. Nikola Jokic is returning, and the Nuggets need him in the worst way. Let's take a moment and let's appreciate the stretch that the team just went through. Let's appreciate what Jamal Murray led this team to be able to do. Let's appreciate the emergence of Peyton Watson with a bigger role in the ball in his hands more often. Spencer Jones, a massive hero in this story. Jalen Pickett deserves credit. Zeke Naji deserves credit. Bruce Brown. Tim Hardaway. Hardaway has had some rough shooting games of late. Really bounced back last night. He was terrific. Made 7 triples. He was a plus 21 in 28 minutes. He was great. Well done, fellas. But also, this team was able to win a lot of clutch games because Jamal Murray is incredible in the fourth quarter. They lost the one where he wasn't, when he missed free throws against Detroit. But other than that, he was mostly terrific. And this team is exactly in the spot where they were when Jokic went out. Great stuff from Marlo and Dan Hyatt today. And they pointed it out. I mean, 24 assists last night. That goes up to 30 a night now. You know what returns tonight? Passing.
Yeah.
Passing
Flow
returns.
to the offense a little bit more.
Oh, a little bit. All the way more. This team, the floor spacing will go back to something sensible. And again, we joked, who's the biggest beneficiary? I don't even think it's close, Andy. It's Jamal Murray. Because he now becomes a guy that's only going to see one defender.
Well, not only that, and he's got his game in such a great spot, as you talked about that.
So good.
But you know what has been the theme of the last handful of games? And it happened again last night. As a matter of fact, at one point it was funny because MPJ was a part of it. First half, teams kind of lay off Murray to see if he's having a hot night. And the minute that he is, he's getting the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah.
They are playing him so physical, so tough, bringing 2-3 defenders and trying to beat him up. And you're not going to as easily do that anymore.
Did you hear what Marlo said last night? He's getting the Steph Curry treatment.
Yeah.
He is.
Well, you saw the point where literally MPJ is like, where he got the foul on MPJ at the end.
Yeah.
Where MPJ is just completely hugging him. Just big old. That was the first time I was like, yeah, MPJ really is a big dude, where I saw him just kind of not letting Murray even out of his grasp.
This is another area, too, where Jamal Murray is taking more steps in his game. Like, there have been years, and the Minnesota Timberwolves were better at exposing it than anybody else, where Jamal's handle could be shaky at times, okay? And he's really cleaned a lot of that stuff up, but he still gets defended like it sometimes. And they were throwing traps. Teams were trying to press and throw traps at Jamal Murray, just inside the half-court line. Like, you've seen that consistently here over the last couple of weeks to try and disrupt what Denver can do. And to his credit, like, his assist to turnover is still incredible. He was able to make it work with his playmaking a lot of the time. He's having it's his best season in the NBA. He's right now, and I know bubble Murray, I know playoff Murray, I know finals triple-double Murray. We've seen all of those versions of Jamal Murray. Right now, he's a better basketball player than he's ever been.
Yeah, because this is all-star Jamal Murray.
Yeah.
And well-earned.
And he's good on both sides of the floor. You're never going to mistake him for a lockdown defender or anything else like that, but he's been much better on the defensive end of the court and his playmaking. Last night, his assist, when Valanciunas got right back in, and they doubled him right on the right wing, and he managed to get that ball out and get it into JV on a cut, and he caught and got an and one. That was a winning play in that moment, and we've just seen so many of those out of Jamal Murray. And now, again, like, he can operate in space.
Yeah.
That's what happens for him now. Now that Nikola Jokic is back, now the teams are going to be focusing on him. It's not going to be immediate. I think that, Joker, I'm not worried about rust. I'm just worried about the minute factor with Jokic.
Yeah, I don't want a dumb hamstring pull or something like that, but I don't think it'll happen.
His conditioning will take a minute.
He'll need to get the lungs back.
Yeah.
I was kind of chatting with Scotty. I hope. Scotty was talking about how great he looks.
Right.
He's been really working.
I mean,
Joker looks like he's in better shape than maybe when he showed up this year.
Yeah.
I mean, that suit last night,
He did look.
Listen, the other thing I think is great about this, Jamal Murray, and for the most part, credit to his teammates. As you said, they lost no ground in the standings. That means everybody pulled their weight. But there have been some games over the last 5 where it feels like Jamal is kind of doing it on his own out there at times, right?
Yeah.
I don't think not that he ever really did, but I think he'll have a greater appreciation of not letting Joker feel that way at the end of the game ever again.
That's probably true.
Because there's been some times, now again, Jamal has never been afraid to step up, take a big shot, try to find a way to get open so he could get the ball. But I bet you he's got a new appreciation of what now Joker felt like whenever Jamal was out in the past, right?
All right. So David Adelman now, when it comes to lineup management, and let's not talk about what the next week of Jokic is going to be like. Let's talk about this in the context of this is what this team now looks like, complete and healthy, and with Joker getting his typical workload. Okay. Still no Christian Brown, still no Cam, and AG. I'm guessing sometime in March, like sometime mid-March. Maybe even perhaps bleeding into April until Aaron Gordon comes back. We don't know exactly what it's going to be. One of the things that is nice is the All-Star break is built into this rest window. So that's at least, that's a good chunk of time he's not missing any games. But right now for Peyton Watson, where does he find his place in this offense? Because the ball is going to be less available to him. And is it that he's Aaron Gordon role? Is he Christian Brown role? Or is he Cam Johnson role? Where does he fit in best kind of as the third option around the Jamal and Jokic two-man game?
Yeah, it is interesting because I think it'll rotate between the Cam Johnson / old MPJ role. And there's going to be nights where he's going to have to be Aaron Gordon. He's going to have to be the dunker, the rebounder. He won't be the physical presence that Aaron Gordon is, but you saw him get up. Who was it? He had a block on one of their big men last night where he just got up.
Yeah.
And, it brought Marlowe out of his chair. You could tell on the call that, oh, my gosh, he got a block there. So even though he's not the physical presence that Aaron Gordon is, you get up and start intimidating around the rim like he did last night with some of those blocks. That'll be the role that he has to slide it. But again, there's going to be nights where you need to hit the corner three the way an MPJ would, right?
Yep.
Or Cam Johnson kind of was starting to do is right before his injury. Are you blown away? I heard Scotty say this earlier. Is it crazy that Joker's back before Cam Johnson, by the way? Because Joker, I guess, got hurt a week after Cam Johnson. Are you surprised, same injury, that Joker's back? Or is the athletic game of Cam Johnson going to require a little more time, and that's what we're seeing here?
Serbian Oak.
Well,
the man's indestructible. The guy's knee bent the way that it did. It was Spencer Jones falling on it back in Miami, and now he's already back out there. Most mere mortals cannot do what Nikola Jokic can do. That, and also to your point, I think the soft tissue has to do a little bit more work for most basketball players than it does for Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. Joker's not an above the rim kind of guy.
He's below the rim big man.
Every now and again,
every now and then he'll throw down.
But you know what? Over the next week, like you said, I don't need to see any above the rim Joker. Let's just do our thing.
Ooh, great question. Will Jokic dunk tonight? If Joker can get a step and get downhill, will he throw down?
I would discourage it just to be safe.
He likes to do it.
I know he does.
And when he gets the step, he does like to do it.
Let's give it a week, big fella.
All
Get
right.
the legs back.
Okay, for now it's layups.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, unless you have to. But then maybe hang on the rim and try to soften the landing a bit. You know what I mean?
He doesn't have far to go. It's okay. Good Clipper team.
By the way.
I know, I know they've fallen off record wise, but man, that's a much better team when Kawhi is on the floor, and Zubats is always a problem. Like I know what their record is. I don't sleep on the Clippers, man.
I told you I keep pulling up ESPN. I've kind of been, I've just tried to keep a track of the headlines.
Yeah.
So I've got ESPN up right now. The top headline is the Seahawks go up for sale after the Super Bowl. The actual headline story is why the LA Clippers are suddenly the hottest team in the NBA by Ramona Shelburne.
Good.
So there's that.
Has a lot to do with Kawhi is playing some of his best basketball right now as well.
Not toilets?
John's Thrones.
Yeah. Toilets! There it is.
Crappers.
The loo.
It's Kreckman, it's Lindahl, it's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, I got an NFL list we didn't get to this week that I want to bounce off of you. This one's a good one. Best and worst coaching hires of the last 5 years. The Broncos have had 2 hires in the last 5 years. Where did those guys rank? We're talking Sean and Haxie coming up next. Winding things down on a Friday afternoon, the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, tune in all next week. Vic Lombardi live from Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Colorado Off-Road. They're Colorado-grown, Colorado-owned, Colorado Off-Road, online at cooffroad.com. Great football list that I got to hit you with here, Andy. This courtesy of Bill Barnwell over at ESPN, ranking every head coaching hire since 2021. There have been 37 head coaching hires in the NFL over the last 5 years.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Like, quite frankly, like damn near every team has done it. There's the list of teams that haven't had a head coaching hire in the last 5 years, dwindling greatly. Okay. Take a guess who was number one.
The worst coaching hire.
No, this is the best.
Oh, the best.
Best coaching hire of the last 5 years.
Gosh, is it somebody win a Sirianni?
Sirianni's number 2 on the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
I only picked him because of the Super Bowl.
Right. Number 1 actually has not won a Super Bowl.
Kyle Shanahan?
Kyle Shanahan was prior to that.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, he would have been pretty high on the list.
Kevin O'Connell?
It was Dan Campbell.
Really?
Is given number 1.
And you know what? If you want to call it a class, Sirianni and Campbell were of the same coaching class.
Yeah.
They were both hired the same year.
Barnwell basically making the argument, it was a complete and total rebuild, which it was.
Yeah, I have no pushback on that because the Lions couldn't have been more irrelevant.
Sirianni 2, McDonald 3, Vrabel 4, DeMeco Ryans 5, Sean Payton 6.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would have ranked Payton higher.
Yeah.
I would have put him above DeMeco Ryans.
I would have put him above Vrabel, too, because Vrabel, it's 1 year in New England.
Yeah, but, I mean, from 4-13 to the Super Bowl.
No, I get that.
Pretty good.
But Sean Payton took the worst cap hit in NFL history.
Good point.
And made an irrelevant, proud franchise relevant again.
He's gone from 8 wins to 10 wins to 14 wins over a 3-year stretch. He's been absolutely phenomenal. Rounding out the top 10, Kevin O'Connell, Ben Johnson, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Quinn. Okay, so now remember, there's 37. 37.
Yep.
Take a guess who was the worst head coaching hire of the last 5 years.
I don't know how it's not Nathaniel Hackett, who didn't make it to the end of the year.
It's not.
Oh, my God.
Because come on, Andy, there's one worse. And we know exactly what it was. As soon as I clicked on the list, I knew this one was 37.
Was it,
Didn't finish out the season. Kicked his kicker.
Oh, my gosh, yes. How could I forget? You know what I was going to go? I was going to go with Antonio Pierce.
It was Urban Meyer.
But it's absolutely Urban Meyer. You know what? I forget that Urban Meyer didn't finish the year. I don't know how I do, but
remember the
stupid
Columbus, Buddy needed a night out.
Yeah.
Yep.
His wife is basically saying, we got an arrangement, so, yeah.
Let me read this from the piece. Meyer feuded with his players and coaches, abandoned the team plane to fly back to his bar in Ohio, set first pick Trevor Lawrence's development back a year, signed Tim Tebow to play tight end, showed little familiarity with who was even playing for his team, and was fired after just 13 games.
Hit on a co-ed at a college bar.
Right. Mm-hmm. As Bill Barnwell points out, none of the other coaches on this list were accused of physically assaulting their players.
Okay, so Hackett was 36?
There was one below him.
You got to be kidding me.
Because this guy actually coached fewer games. Frank Reich in Carolina.
Oh, my gosh.
1-10.
But see, I don't feel like that was Reich's fault. I feel like that was crazy Dave Tepper.
It didn't help. It certainly didn't help, but it didn't go well for him.
No, I'm not saying that it did. But
Hackett at 35. Hackett, the third worst head coaching hire of the last 5 years.
Dude.
I'll agree with you, Andy. When I opened this list, I was like, I know Meyer's going to be Herb is going to be last, but Hackett's got to be one, because that's the thing. Nathaniel Hackett will always have Urban Meyer having been worse than him.
He will, but Hackett had coach. They
had to
gave
hire
him a coach to coach him how to coach.
Yeah.
And then he got fired for the coach.
Had to hire coach.
I mean, come on.
Uh-huh.
Because he could not manage the clock or timeouts.
The fans.
Or decisions on 64-yard kicks or whatever it was in Seattle.
64. The fans counted down. No, he played for a 64-yard field goal. That was his decision was, no, you want a 64-yard field goal attempt in a stadium where nobody has ever made a kick even close to that long. When you have Russell Wilson, who you just paid a fortune for. Yeah, that guy was terrible. Some of the other worst hires, David Culley in Houston. I have little memory of this person. Lovie Smith in Houston. Hey, how about the Texans being down there?
David Culley.
Yeah. Josh McDaniels at 32. Pete Carroll at 31. Antonio Pierce at 30. The Raiders have 3 of their hires ranked 30 or lower on this list.
Yeah, hat trick.
Shout out to McDaniels for being worse than Antonio Pierce and Pete Carroll, apparently. So, yeah, Sean Payton coming in at number 6. I would have moved him up between Hackett and Frank Reich.
Where'd Mike McDaniel list?
Ooh, great question. Let's number 13 on the list.
Yeah, he had some years.
Put him in the playoffs. Yeah. He got them into the postseason. Didn't he have to play Skylar Thompson when he got there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was Stiddy better than Skylar Thompson? I think he was.
You sure? You know what? I'm sorry, Jared. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, it was remembered because wasn't Thompson was the third stringer?
Yeah.
Because Teddy Bridgewater was the backup.
Yep.
And because Tua got hurt, and so they had to play Skylar Thompson in the wild. Oh, and remember that game was so cold, like everyone's helmets were breaking.
Yeah,
I remember that game. That game was terrible. Congratulations, Sean Payton.
Should we do a new Friday, because somebody just texted in drink, one of our regulars. Do we need to just come up with drinking games for Friday for a bit till you and I get bored and forget that we're doing it? Because we could have done one for the Nuggets game tonight.
That is true.
Could do one for an Avs game if needed.
Nuggets drinking game tonight. Let's see. Drink. Obviously, any time that they have that it's mentioned they didn't lose. Any places in the standings. Drink anytime.
Somebody blows a Jokic assist. That's kind of a callback to last year, but I'm sure it'll happen. Surefire assist.
Yes, exactly.
Scotty gets upset about a ref call.
Well, that's happening immediately.
Scotty, if he gets a replay decision right.
Oh, how are his arm scratches right now? Are they better?
Dude, we should find out. But speaking of that,
I'm going to look for that tonight.
Did you see the hickey someone gave Val on his neck last night as he shot those final free throws to ice it?
Oh, I did.
He had like a rug burn. I was like, who the hell did that to him?
Violent down there in the post,
Good
man.
night.
Those dudes beat the living hell out of each other.
Maybe a little Friday thing.
Dude, Jonas Valanciunas is really good. Oh, I suppose we could have weekend previewed.
Yeah. Not my fault.
Too late
can blame
for that.
me.
We can't eat into Mark Bertinoli's time like that. The Blitz is coming up next with Berto and Spring. And then you have got the Denver Nuggets and the LA Clippers tonight, the return of Nikola Jokic. Jason Kosmiski has the call coming up at 7 p.m. this evening. That concludes the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Thank you once again to Dan Hyatt. He was on the show, and Dan taught us about water snakes and fire horses. Thanks to Chris Marlowe. He taught us the word quadrennial.
Yeah, you had not heard that either, or I figured you knew what he was talking about.
I mean, through context, I was able to piece it together because he was talking about the Olympics and quad meaning 4.
That sounded like a lot more than 4 years to me when he said it.
I pulled it down because of the context clues, but I don't know if I've ever heard the word quadrennial. It's a good word, though.
It was like the 4th word on the search when I got quad out.
I think I'm going to have to try it. Was quadriceps number 1?
Of course it was.
Okay. Look at me and my quad knowledge. It's because I went to a college with a quad.
You'd like a quad shot. of what I don't know.
We're back on Monday at 3 o'clock. We look forward to chatting with you then. Everybody have a great weekend. Enjoy it. Should be temperate weather. Get outdoors.
Spring almost like.
Yeah. And hey, our snow season sucks. So we
yeah,
just
there
gotta
won't be
deal
any
with it.
skiing. Find something else to do.
Exactly. Take care, everybody. We'll talk to you Monday. Good night.